6, and it is our pleasure to welcome very well-known football writer Simon Hughes, who's joining us all the way from Merseyside. He's a senior football writer for The Athletic, and his new book, Chasing Salah, about the great Liverpool footballer Mo Salah, is already being talked about a lot. A very warm welcome to you, Simon. My first intriguing question would be why Mo Salah, and what were the challenges that you faced in piecing this book together?
Well, the two questions are linked in a lot of ways. Mo Salah has obviously been at Liverpool since 2017. Gives very little away about himself, and despite a lot of people across the world seeing him on a regular basis, you know, he's always available for the team. Very rarely gets injured. We know very little about him. You know, he's arguably I think he is the most famous Muslim footballer in the world. And despite his performances, despite his achievements, we only see him through a very narrow lens, really. And that has always interested me as to why that is. I think, you know, there is a reason why he gives so little away about himself. So I thought, you know, it was about time somebody actually did a book about him, because he's, you know, of the profile of somebody who should have more written about him, about his life, about the forces around him. And I wanted to try and understand him better.
Simon, as long as Jurgen Klopp was with Liverpool, it was said that it is he who brought out the best out of Mo Salah, mentored him, kept him in cotton wool at times, and looked after him. Now that Klopp has gone, would you say that the curtains are coming down on Mo Salah's career at Liverpool? And how far, how deep, what kind of impact did Klopp make on Mo Salah's career?
Well, the reality is, obviously, Jurgen Klopp had an enormous impact at Liverpool, and a defining impact. I mean, without Jurgen Klopp, the team, I think, you know, doesn't scale the heights that it reached. You know, winning pretty much every trophy there was to win in a relatively short space of time. But the reality is, at any football club, there are people who challenge one another. Despite the perception of Liverpool being a very happy place, which it was by and large, there was big personalities at the club, big egos. Not everybody got on all the time. And I think the perception on the outside was that, you know, that Mohamed Salah joins Liverpool and starts scoring goals and suddenly becomes a very different player to the one that a lot of people saw when he was at Chelsea, when he struggled for game time. And the reason for that was Jurgen Klopp. Well, the reality was Mohamed Salah and Jurgen Klopp were never really that close over the period of time they worked together. I think that the best way of putting it is that the best instincts of Klopp didn't harness really with the things that Mohamed Salah needed to perform. He joined Liverpool off the back of a recommendation from the club scouting department, who pushed really, really, really hard to get him. Jurgen Klopp was initially really interested in trying to sign other players, and Jurgen Klopp needed to be persuaded to sign Mohamed Salah. Mohamed Salah signs for Liverpool, scores on his debut, and then does not stop scoring. So it's not like Jurgen Klopp has sort of had to work with him and tried to had to be patient with him to produce results. So straight away, really, Mohamed Salah feels a sense of place at Liverpool. And the best way of describing their relationship ever since was it was a professional relationship. They were never at each other's throats, but there wasn't that closeness that maybe Jurgen Klopp had with other players. You know, players who maybe had a few more insecurities about their own sense of place. And this might come as a surprise to some readers, because, you know, let's face it, we live in a world now where if a team is doing well, it's viewed that everybody likes each other and everything's going really, really well behind the scenes. The reality in any football club is, you know, a lot of success sometimes is achieved despite the relationships that exist. So lead on to speaking about Sadio Mane, who he played up front with for a long time. You know, they never really got on, and they were competing against one another. But that competition drove the team on, and occasionally it would cause one or two problems. But by and large, I would say that Jurgen Klopp's skill within that framework was to be able to manage both players and also understand, you know, the Mohamed Salah, okay, he might have not been his best mate, they may not have had a relationship, but he was still able to work with him, and he was still able to put a team together that allowed him to probably flourish at his best. But Mohamed Salah always thought, you know, that the coach that had the most profound effect on his own career was Luciano Spalletti at Roma, who obviously subsequently achieved similar things to Jurgen Klopp by winning the Serie A title with Napoli. So, you know, that's not saying Jurgen Klopp's a bad manager. It's just saying Spalletti, who is an absolutely fantastic manager, you know, has a really profound effect on his career. Who somebody who's now the Italian national team manager and is outstanding at his job.
The longest race inside the secret world of abuse, doping, and deception on Nike's elite running team. That's the book written by well-known athlete Kara Goucher, and it's been written with Mary Pilon, who's a former New York Times sports reporter. The book caused quite a stir as it chronicles Kara's journey as an athlete and a whistleblower. In the book, she exposes the truth about the Nike Oregon project and once celebrated coach Alberto Salazar. Kara went on to become a crusader for female athletes, and she was a key witness helping to get Salazar banned from coaching at an Olympic level. With me today is Mary Pilon, who's joining us from the US. It's nighttime there for her, but Mary, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to begin by asking you to just summarize Kara and the entire experience of writing this book, which, as I understand, took over 4 years for you.
When Kara reached out to me and I read about this in the introduction of the book, I was kind of ready to like brush her off and say, you know, I don't really want to write about USADA and doping. And Alberto at that point, it seemed likely he was going to be banned for a while. And as soon as we started talking, she was talking a mile a minute. And it was clear there was a lot that I didn't know, including about the inside abusive culture at the Oregon Project. That conversation, you know, as she kept going, I realized this isn't just an article. I think originally she was kind of trying to tip me off to writing a story. And I realized there was a lot more to her story. And, you know, a lot of these stories, especially about abuse, they're often about the person perpetrating the abuse. They're seldom focused on the survivor. And in Kara's case, she was a pariah when we were talking. She was pretty outcast from sports and running. And she was putting everything on the line to come forward about this. So I was really curious about who she was, and one thing led to another, and we started working on the book. We really wanted to figure out what is the story that we want to tell and how do we want to tell it? What are our non-negotiables? What are the things that are really important to us? And that rigor was actually really a key part of it, because one of the things that I asked Kara to do is I said, you know, as we're putting together this proposal, go to a bookstore, bring your son, take a look around and see what books really jump out at you. See what is out there that really draws your attention. And she came back and said all of the sports memoirs were about men. They were kind of the same type of book. They were about men, and they were these glory memoirs. They didn't talk about what it was really like to do. You know, being a pro athlete is a very specific lifestyle. It's a very specific calling. And we knew we had really strong feelings about where we didn't want this book to live. We wanted men and women to read this book, and we wanted it to really also grab people who might not be interested in running, who might be in, you know, anybody who's faced an obstacle, which is all of us. I think we'll find something in this book. We wanted it to have a broader appeal. Simon & Schuster knew that there were other groups that were going to be vetting Kara's account. There were going to be depositions, there were going to be legal documents on top of her archive and her material and the access we were going to have to other people at the time. So the process of putting together a book like this isn't dissimilar from putting together a case. You're not putting the entire weight of the story on one person. You're looking at a lot of different pieces of evidence. And I had a lot of experience as a reporter, first at the Wall Street Journal, then the New York Times, and then freelancing at a variety of places. You know, just because you're writing about a big company doesn't mean you don't tell the story. You just have to be really sharp about how you're reporting it, what your facts are. And it's really journalism 101. It's the who, what, where, when, how. And all of that was, put into the proposal. When we were putting this book out there, we were making it really clear, like, this is how we're going to tell this story. This, these are the people we're going to talk to. This is, what our methodology is going to be. And I think that helped a lot, that it wasn't just Kara versus Nike. There were all these other pieces to it too. And interestingly, since the book has come out, other people have come forward. And, beyond Kara, Allison Felix, who's the most decorated sprinter of all time, she's talked about Nike canceling her pay when she was pregnant. Mary Kane just settled a lawsuit based on how she was treated by Alberto and Nike when she was a teenager at the program. Amy Begley, who was a training partner of Kara, she's come forward. So I think that's also something with these stories you're thinking about, is how does someone fit into a bigger pattern? And I think it's really powerful that there's now this chorus of people who are standing up and saying, this isn't okay.
A very warm welcome to all of you on season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest. And I have the absolute pleasure of reviewing and speaking to a highly gifted writer, Michael Sexton. The book is on Harry Hopman. So those of you who know tennis would know about him, one of the most celebrated coaches from Australia. And he went and coached some of the biggest names. A very warm welcome to you, Michael. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. And what a thrill to be back involved with your festival. Congratulations on it, and thank you for inviting me. That Hode and Rosewell were fantastic young players, but there was this character, this Hopman, who was this foxing character who was able to play all the mind games to prepare his players perfectly. And the New York Times quote about him being a one-man dynasty is interesting too, because we tend to think of sporting dynasties as based around a particular player. You might say, and during tennis, there have been great dynasties, the French, the British around Fred Perry, the Americans around Bill Tilden. But what separated Harry Hopman was that all the parts were changing all the time. So he had 7 or 8 great teams, and he kept moving through new players, and the dynasty never fell over. They just kept dominating the sport. Hopman had made a name for himself in Australia being a really strict disciplinarian. And that included the behaviour of his players, the way they carried themselves on and off the court. That was his number one priority with them. In fact, Roy Emerson once said, he said, we were told never celebrate a point. If you win a big point in a match, you never celebrate it because you might embarrass your opponent. And there were times where Hopman would give points back, something you'll never see now. But if he felt that the umpire was perhaps giving him a couple of advantageous calls, he might deliberately serve a double fault to give a point back to his opponent so that all was square. He was very, very big on this. Now, his great luck was that when he arrived in America, there was the tennis boom in America in the 70s. We know that, Jimmy Connors and Chris Evert and Billie Jean King, they really created tennis, and tennis became wildly popular in America in the 70s. And Hopman came over and landed at the right time. And he went to a place called Fort Washington in New York, which was a small tennis academy. And there was a woman who brought her son along, and they lived in Queens in New York, and they said, he's a left-handed, he's got big hair, he's got a bit of a temper, his name's John McEnroe, and he really wants to play tennis, okay? In 1954, the Davis Cup final was in Sydney at White City. And there was a 12-year-old kid called John Newcombe, who was captain of his school rugby team, he was captain of his school cricket team, and he was captain of the school tennis team. So he was a brilliant young athlete. Hopman sent him tickets to the Davis Cup, and for him and his parents. When they arrived at the Davis Cup, Hopman met them, and he said to Nuke, come out the back, you can have a hit with Hode and Rosewell. He's a 12-year-old kid, and he goes out, he's hitting on a backcourt having a practice. Well, at that point, tennis just won him. So he got rid of cricket, he got rid of rugby, and we know what John Newcombe became. Now, that wasn't 8 or 9 years later before he played Davis Cup for Australia, but Hopman had already been watching him back there and encouraging him. And the number of players who said, when I was 14, 13 or 14 or 15, I would receive a postcard in the mail from Wimbledon, and it would be from Harry just saying, I hope you're going well, things are good here at Wimbledon, blah, 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 just say encouragement. So the cherry picking was also about him building up and finding them. He used to hold these tennis coaching clinics in Queensland, mass productions, get every kid down there. Now, I don't know how much of this has become folklore and news, but there's a little kid running around with red hair who's left-handed, and he said to one, he said, that kid's going to win Wimbledon one day, and that was Rod Laver. So he had a very good eye for it, but he also had an eye for developing it. And once he had his favourites, he would very much stick to them. So therefore, a lot of people are probably not that thrilled with his legacy and the way he treated people, but he was ruthless about success for those guys at the top. Now, Hopman's behaviour with the players who turned pro was really disgraceful, to be honest with you. These young players who he had coached, he had taken them on world tours. They had won Wimbledons, they had won Davis Cup. They had been they had shared so much joy together. And when they turned professional, Hopman just dismissed them. There's a story about Frank Sedgman playing cards at Kooyong under the grandstand with some mates. And somebody came in with a message from Hopman saying, you're not welcome in this club. You're a professional. Get out. And he was the godfather of Lou Hode's daughter. But as soon as Lou turned professional, he barely saw her. He had this incredible cold heart in many respects for the way he treated people. But he also, at the same time, he really sort of craved the professional life and the money, and he constantly belittled. He said, nobody cares, professional tennis is no good, it's rubbish. But at the same time, he wanted to be involved in it.
Hello and welcome back to Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, and today we have a special guest, Mr. Kit Holden, who has written a book called Played in Germany. We'll be discussing his book today, so let's get started. Hi Kit, welcome to Ekamra Sports Literature Festival.
Hi there, thanks for having me. In Germany, many people are happy to see Bayern not winning because Bayern win so much, but I think if you ask most German football fans, they'd also say, if there's anyone we want to win less than Bayern, it's RB Leipzig because of their story with Red Bull and the fact that a lot of German fans really don't like the way that club is run and what they represent. In many ways, it's part of German football culture that you have that strong fan culture, and it's not just in Cologne. It's at many other places as well. You look at Schalke, for example, is still selling out a 60,000 seater stadium, even though that it's a small town effectively in the Ruhrgebiet and they're now in the relegation zone of the second division, which for Schalke is terrible. In many other countries, I think a lot of fans would be deserting them. In Germany, fans do tend to stick by their team. Tickets are cheap, so you can, it's easier to do so. But you do have that very, very strong fan culture everywhere. I think with Cologne, it's a classic one club city. So, compare it to Newcastle in England or many cities across Europe. This is a place. It's a big city. It's one of Germany's biggest cities. On the top of my head, I would imagine it's in the top 5, or at least the top 6 or 7 in terms of population. Culturally, it's hugely important. The capital of West Germany, Bonn, is just down the road from Cologne. A lot of the national media, a lot of the national conversation has traditionally been part of, or gone through Cologne, or sort of been based out of Cologne. So it's a very, very important city in terms of German culture. And I think the club, they had this hugely successful period in the 1960s and 70s, which in terms of kind of football history is often a period where if a club has success in that time, then they kind of establish themselves in the national psyche in a certain way. So all those things come together. And then, of course, as you say, this very fierce local pride, singing carnival songs, singing in local dialect. Cologne is one of many places in Germany which has its own dialect, and they're very proud of that linguistic kind of singularity, and they work very hard to maintain it. And football is a way of doing that as well, of keeping that dialect alive and teaching it to people who maybe don't speak it in their daily life, but will learn it through the songs of FC Cologne. So I think all those things come together: the history, the fan culture that there is generally, and then, as I say, this kind of very strong identity that people in Cologne have, and as you said, the sense of fun. They lose, but they have a party anyway, and it's not about winning. It's about being with your people and supporting your team. It was interesting that the discussion that happened when Klopp joined Red Bull recently as head of global soccer, and I think a lot of Dortmund fans were quite disappointed with that, because the way they saw Klopp was as a football traditionalist, as a romantic, as somebody who believed in that kind of emotional tie, and Red Bull for them represented the complete opposite of that. And the reason I mention that is because I think that in some ways Jurgen Klopp has almost become romanticized beyond what he actually was at Dortmund because of the success he had and because of the, and you talk to people there and they say it was also the way he made them feel. And, it's a similar thing to when you talk to people in Liverpool. I think he gave people the idea that you could have success and also have somebody you could relate to managing your football club, and you could feel that, okay, these were millionaires playing on the pitch, but they were also normal people who were being managed by a normal guy who and you could support them, and so it felt kind of a little bit more wholesome and a little bit more Dortmundy, if you like, than if you have any given coach who's earning X million amount there for a couple of years and then moving on to Manchester. We talked about Germany having won the tournament. I think most people in Germany were albeit very disappointed at losing to Spain. I think happy, and I would include Julian Nagelsmann in that. I think, broadly speaking, there was a lot of worry because Germany have had so many troubles in the last few years, in the last 10 years really, and not a lot of success at major tournaments, certainly by German standards. There was a concern that hosting their own Euros, they were going to crash and burn and go out in the group stage again, and it would be very embarrassing. And Nagelsmann's job was effectively to stop that happening and create some good feeling around a team which hadn't really had any good feeling around them, which had only really been kind of in crisis and criticised, and a point of aggravation for a long time. And I think he did that very well. I think he did get people behind the team. I think he picked players who clearly were very, very motivated to play for their country, who people could relate to. He created a kind of vibe and a mood where suddenly people were supporting the national team again because they felt that these weren't kind of spoiled brats who had won it all and were now getting 60%. They were people who really, really wanted to bring some happiness. I mean, he talked a lot before that tournament about just bringing happiness and entertainment back to the national team, and it being there to entertain people.
Season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival is just a couple of weeks away, and as a run-up to the festival, we are speaking with authors from across the globe whose books have made an impact. With me today is former Olympic silver medalist and multi-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist swimmer Sharon Davies. Sharon has recently published her book, Unfair Play, The Battle for Women's Sport. Sharon, thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us.
Absolutely.
I would like to begin with the fact that your book is a very searing and difficult read. You're a published author. This is not your first book. Was this a real challenge for you to write?
It's something I'm really passionate about, women's sport and the fact that we're losing fair sport for women at the moment. I was competing during the 70s and the 80s, and then my last Olympic Games was 92. So I've covered a lot of Olympics. I've raced in 3. I've worked for the BBC. On all the others. Paris was my 13th consecutive Olympics, so I've been involved in elite sport now for over 50 years. And I've seen how much of a battle women have had in sport to get equality, which we have nowhere near equality. So women get about 4% of the sponsorship dollar across the world. That means that men are getting 96%. And to now not be able to have even fair competition, or in some cases safe competition, I felt I couldn't stay quiet because I competed during that East German era, where we were racing against young East German girls that had been filled full of testosterone through no fault of their own, but it meant that the East German state totally dominated women's sport for about 20 years. And I had many friends that lost out on medals, which would have changed their whole lives because of cheating. And I didn't want to see another generation go through that. So it covers all of the challenges that women have had in sport throughout, the last 100 years. Obviously not the one that, just the one that we've got right now, but that is the one that right now I tend to be speaking about the most. So what we were able to show was that the average female could be improved by 9%, which means that you could take an average female athlete and make them world record holders very easily. So if somebody just said, I don't want to do this, they would just move on to the next one, and these poor girls really had very little choice in this whole process. And many of them have become extremely sick. In fact, most of them have become ill, and many of them have actually died because of the drugs that they were given. So there were 2 huge victims. There were the athletes that were cheated out of medals, like myself and my friends, but there were also these poor young girls that were not protected by the IOC in particular to scrutinize and to season test and to understand and to do something about what was going on. And when the wall came down, there were court cases, and there was some reprobation money that came out. The majority of people that did this to these young girls got away.
Welcome to season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, where sports meet stories. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yashika Gupta, and being a sports presenter, I feel fortunate to be part of this festival. At the same time, the stories revolving around sports resonates the inspiration which made me become a sports presenter at the first place. So it's my honor to be hosting the 6th edition of the festival. The Ekamra Sports Lit Fest is a unique event celebrating the intersection of sports and literature. It brings together renowned athletes, authors, and sports enthusiasts to discuss, debate, and inspire. Through engaging panel discussions, book launches, and interactive sessions, the festival aims to foster a deeper understanding and appreciation of the world of sports. I would like to invite on stage authors Sarah Gerhardt, Peter Doggers, and double Olympic champion and several times world champion Ezekiel Kemboi and head coach Martin Owens to light the lamp. I would also like to invite rising sensation of Indian athletics Animesh Kujur and Martin Owens, head coach of the Odisha Reliance Foundation Athletics High Performance Center. And we are also honored to have Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan here, and I would like to invite him on a stage as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for lighting the lamp, and a huge round of applause for all the special guests that have gathered here. So show some energy, guys, in the morning. It's just 10:30. All right, with that, we begin season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Lit Festival with Nidhin Valsan, the author of Cancerman to Ironman, a police officer's journey of arresting illness. Unfiltered and honest, the book lays bare the emotional core of his battle, the network of love that buoyed him, and the rigorous mental and physical training that sustained his unwavering spirit. Steering the chat with him is Vishnu Shankar, an experienced journalist who has formerly worked with BBC World Services, NewsX, and News9. Please welcome them on stage. Thank you so much. The stage is all yours.
Hello. The first session in any event like this is a tricky one. It's light in terms of audience, but must start on a positive note so that the following sessions come out with rousing reception. Sandeep has chosen wisely. He has given me the opportunity to speak to a real hero. I say that very seriously because Nidhin Valsan, who is hello, hello, hello. Hello. Yeah. So, as I was saying, Sandeep has chosen wisely. He's given me a real hero to speak to. Nitin Walton is an IPS. Presently, he is working in Delhi as a Deputy Commissioner of Police. He was diagnosed with cancer, not once, but twice in the last 4 years. And he fought cancer, and not only did he fight cancer, he, within 1 year of getting a clear check from the doctors that he was completely cleared of cancer the first time, he chose to test his capacity, endurance, everything by applying to the most difficult endurance competition in the world, the Ironman triathlon, where the participants have to run they have to swim for 1.9 kilometers, then cycle for 90 kilometers, and then run a half marathon of 21.2 kilometers. Without saying much more, I'll ask Nitin to tell us briefly how he realized that he had cancer and how did he approach this fight against cancer, briefly.
Thank you, Vishnu. Good morning, everyone. I am presently working as Deputy Commissioner of Police in Delhi Police. I had 2 bouts with cancer, and I was diagnosed. I had survived 2 times COVID also. In fact, 2021 was the year of diseases for me, I would say. And in 2021 February, I was diagnosed with stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a type of cancer. And in October 2021, I had the Delta virus COVID, when I was recovering from a low immunity because of chemotherapy. I had to undergo 6 cycles of chemotherapy. And again in January, I had the Omicron virus of COVID. Actually, so once I was, in November 2021, I was cleared of cancer. So in November 2020 was the day when I had the first symptoms of cancer. So November 2020, first symptom of cancer. February, the chemotherapy started. Chemotherapy ended in July, but in November only they cleared me of cancer. And after 1 year, November 2022, after around 8 months of training with so much of, I would say, discipline and perseverance, I was able to complete Ironman, which includes 113 kilometers of endurance workout in 8 hours. And again in October 2023, I again did the Ironman next year, because I tried to instill that discipline into my life, which I learned during Ironman. But unfortunately, again in January 2024, I had a relapse. And again, I had to undergo grueling sessions of chemotherapy. It's a little emotional, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 3 cycles of chemotherapy. The initial chemotherapy during the first treatment was for 1 day, but this chemotherapy was like 3 days continuously and 3 cycles. After that, I had to undergo bone marrow transplant. Bone marrow transplant in which your bone marrow is destroyed and a new bone marrow is inserted. So that was yet another difficult process, and I finished the treatment, might be in August. And now I am working as Deputy Commissioner of Police, Outer North District in Delhi Police. So I would say most important thing in fighting any difficulties in life is to never ever give up. You should never ever give up, no matter what it is. And second is like you should have always the urge to live, urge to experience more, urge to have a wonderful life with your family and friends.
Okay, Nitin, let's talk about let's now talk about the book that you have written. What actually inspired you to write this book?
First of all, I would say Um, I don't want to sound myself boasting or something, but one thing which I find myself inside me is like I'm very perseverant. Sometimes I can be persistent or perseverant, and second was like I was very disciplined. As far as my book is concerned also, it was a completely handwritten book. It was not given to anybody to write or something. I wrote it myself. Every day I used to write 2-3 pages just before going to my work. And in fact, it took around 8 months to complete it also, before I gave it to Pan Macmillan to publish and edit and publish it. So it was during my treatment I started thinking about writing a book. Basically, the reason was like cancer has got a lot of stigma associated with it. I don't know whether it's a right word or not. People don't like to share much whether when they are having a cancer. When I underwent the same cycle, I was not ready to share the word like I was having cancer. But some incident happened because of which I started telling everyone. So once I started the treatment of cancer, it was very difficult. We don't know what is cancer. We don't know what is a treatment. We don't know what is chemotherapy. We don't know what are the side effects. We don't know how long it is going to happen. We don't know what is going to happen. What about a career? And second question which makes you difficult is the problems with your mind, which keeps chattering inside your head, why you got it. Sometimes it does postmortem of your entire life and try to find a big mistake or a sin which you have committed so that you are being punished by a big eternal authority for the sin which you did. So this mind also creates a problem. So, and during this phase, I actually got support from my friends who actually had survived cancer. I also didn't know like they were cancer survivors. When I told them like I am fighting cancer, then they also told they are cancer survivors. So they gave me a lot of guidance. So then I thought like if I, being an IPS officer and having like educated, I am BTech and masters in psychology. If I had to undergo so much of confusion and ignorance, what about a normal person? So I thought like I will start sharing this experience. That is when I started writing. I thought about the writing. One of my friends advised me to write. But what happened was like cancer treatment was so disturbing or devastating, I would say. Like I gave up that idea in between. So I gave up that idea, and later when I was back from the treatment, I thought of, actually I had put on a lot of weight, and I was thinking of doing something to reduce the weight. Then this idea stuck to me of Ironman. Then I thought, like, why if I do Ironman within a year, I'll be able to send a message across to the world that cancer is not an end. It is a beginning or it is a bend, where you have to take a little bit of slower, we have to take the bend with in a slow pace, and then you can accelerate again. And when you have taken the bend, you can accelerate at a very big, fast pace so that you can achieve the speed which you were never able to achieve before that. So that is when I started thinking about writing the book and started preparing for Ironman. So when I started writing the book, I was not an Ironman. Okay, so I was writing the experiences which preceded me 3 months back.
Okay, so let's just talk about a few things from your book. You write that when you discovered that you had cancer, you felt happy than sad. Why?
That is an irony of my condition. Why was like I started having my first symptoms in November 2021, because I have written the book. That's why I remember the dates and all. November 2021, it started as a chest pain. So then slowly the pain started increasing and pain became unbearable, and it actually started affecting my sleep, and I was not able to sleep for almost 2.5 months. Literally, I was an insomniac, but I was still working. I was going to the office, and the pain was so painful that some days I used to just cry at the night because of the pain. The pain was like it is somebody is going to cut you open through the chest, or sometimes it is like the sharp needles are coming out from the end of the fingers, or sometimes it's like your knee is so painful that you can't bend the knee. I still remember it was very difficult to sit in the toilet also. So when I was going through this immense pain, I would be 35 at that age, 35. So I was going through a lot of testing also. Like obviously everybody will get afraid, like what is going on. So initially the doctor said might be it is diagnosis, might be it is diabetes. It is a start of diabetes. Then there was no diabetes. Then I underwent this neuro testing where I thought it is nerves problem because there was a tingling circulation. There was no nerve issue. Then they checked all the infections in the world, starting from AIDS, hepatitis, everything they checked, but there was no disease. So at the end of the day, like after 2 months of checking, so there is no problem with the body. So obviously the problem lies where? In the mind. So the medical fraternity was of the opinion, I wouldn't blame them because it was my age and the symptoms which was confusing. So the medical fraternity was of the opinion like might be I am imagining the pain and I am undergoing any psychiatric issues might be. So I had to start psychiatric drugs also so that I get relief, at least some sleep. But the pain was not going. So when I found out that it was cancer, I don't know, like human beings find situations which cannot be explained very difficult. So I was undergoing through a situation for 2.5 months which had no reason. They were attributing it to different reasons, might be this, might be that, might be that. And when it was finalized, I would say not happy, I would use the word relief. So I was relieved that this was the reason, but at the same time it was difficult also.
You also say that cancer affects your loved ones more than you. How did your family, your parents, your wife and children, when it was confirmed that you had cancer, how did they react to the news?
It's an interesting story. In fact, if anybody here has got any relatives or anybody who has gone through this situation, they would understand more than the person who has undergone it, the patient, it is the dearest person who suffers the maximum. For example, if it's an husband, then it's a wife. If it's a wife, then it's an husband. If it's a son or a daughter, then it's the parents. And if it's the parents, then it's the children. And same with me also. So once I got to know, like I am having this, I had this tricky situation to how to convey it to my parents, because this was known to me and to my doctor only, like I had this. So next thing which came to my mind was like how I will convey them. So this doctor was my dear friend. His name is Ashish Benz. I call him Benz. He is my school friend and we grew up together. He's a gynecologist, not an oncologist or something, but he had friends. So we just met and he told you have cancer. And I told you the situations which I went through. I was relieved, then I was sad. Then the next point happened was like how to tell it to the parents and why. So he came up, we thought like if we tell this directly to them, they will be disturbed or they will be also devastated. So we came up with an idea. We came up with an idea in which he told he will talk to the parents, not I will talk to the parents. So both of us rode to the home and I met my parents and he told my parents that Nidhin is already devastated and depressed. He has to undergo chemotherapy. He is very worried about his career. He is very worried about his life. So if you also get depressed, the entire things will go down. So somebody has to remain strong. So I think that worked. They actually, entire treatment, I remember my parents never cried, never I saw any tears. They were very strong, same with my wife. And that day in November 2021, when I was cleared of cancer, I still remember when I entered the house back from the PET scan report, she just burst into tears. So that was more of a happiness, I would say.
Just in the passing, Nidhin thinks his father is very lucky for him. So everything that he does, he tries to get his father involved in it. And in the book, you would find interesting narrations of how he involved his father when he went to a temple during the process of his chemo, to get the blessings of God. Nitin, you write about asking yourself and God, why did you get cancer? And you struggle to comprehend this. Yeah. Why did it befall you? Yeah. And then when you went for a chemotherapy session, and you had children and adults both in that ward, you immediately understood the logic of what was happening to you.
In fact, I underwent my treatment in a government hospital. I support treatment in government hospital. In fact, my daughter was also born in a government hospital. So this hospital where I underwent treatment was Malabar Cancer Center, basically a government undertaking. So the chemo happens in a big ward like this. It will be double the size of this room, in which everybody is lying on a bed, and the people keep coming, the patients keep coming along with one attendant, and they lie down. Then the chemo comes and it is dripped through your veins. So my chemo was the longest. I used to go at 11 o'clock and come back around 6 o'clock, 6:30. So I used to tell my wife, I am the person who pulls up the shutter and pulls down the shutter also. So I used to go first and I used to come in the last. So what happens is, like, when you are in the bed, there is another patient coming here, there is another patient coming here, and you can see the entire hall also. There is a very melancholic music going on to put the people in sleep, no TV. And it was a little bit hot also, the sounds of fan, gloominess, except for the sounds of nurses and some patients vomiting because of the chemo. In between, something which was shattering everyone was the cries of infants. I had 6 cycles of chemo. Every cycle of chemo, there was an infant who was undergoing treatment. In my first chemo, it was a 1.5-year-old boy who was just to my side. In fact, I have a photo of mine with him, not him, his hand is only visible, his mother is sitting. It was a 1.5-year-old boy with blood cancer. I don't remember exactly the order, but I can still say with conviction. Second time it was a boy with a brain tumor removed. He was undergoing chemo. Third one, it was a girl with a kidney cancer. And fourth, another girl with an eye cancer. Her eyes were completely, I think, filled with cancer or something. She was wearing that one-eyed, I don't know what they say, a patch, which you see in that Pirates of Caribbean. जो एक आँख बंद करता है. So 6th, I don't remember exactly now. So every time we were in the room, when these kids were given this chemo, when the injection is very painful, in fact, the needle is very big one. It's not the ordinary small needle. And it is directly driven into the veins. So they cry a lot. So that was very devastating. So when I was undergoing this situation, why me? Why I got cancer? So this is 1.5-year-old boy. He was just born into the world 1.5 years back. He didn't get a chance to do sins in 1.5-year-old. Then why did he get cancer? So what about the other infants who I have faced or seen have done to get cancer? So it's just a testing phase, I would say. Then that perspective changed. It was not about why me. It was like what I can do, what I can. So your perspective has to change. This question, why me, doesn't have an answer. You need to rephrase that question, and you will find the answer to yourself. And sometimes you feel that the things which we fight over is very trivial. I have written in the book also, if you remember, sir. Like, if you feel like you have a devastating problem in life and you feel like you are completely gone, you should make a visit to a chemo ward where I had underwent treatment. Then you will understand that you are facing nothing.
My final question. When you decided to compete in the triathlon, Ironman, did you do it only to get back into shape and regain stamina, or you, at some level, you were also looking to restore your confidence and self-esteem?
In fact, I am a police officer, I am an IPS officer. We are trained to remain fit. In fact, before getting into the IPS, I was not a person who can't even run more than 100 meters. But we are trained so much that we can run 16 kilometers at a stretch later. So we always try to remain ourselves in shape. So once after the treatment, the chemo actually puts you a lot of steroids. Not only because of the steroids, I had undergone COVID also, so the lungs had also gone for a toss. So I was not able to walk more than 10 minutes. So my 1.5 years, I would say that completely I was shut down physically. So my weight had gained. I still remember my daughter touching my tummy and saying, "Papa ke tummy mein baby hai." So I have that video. So it was a big one. So it affects our confidence no matter what. Okay, and in the uniform, it gives a very bad impression to self as well as others. So I thought I should try something to get back into shape, as what Vishnu sir said. So it started as like I thought initially I will prepare about this triathlon. Not triathlon, this marathon. I would do a 42 kilometer because 21 kilometers you can do in 1 week, 2 week training. We can do, but 42 kilometers is something, because I am a target oriented man. You have a target, then you work for the target, then it makes it more disciplined. So initially I thought I will do for this triathlon, but it will have a very bad effect on the knees if you do continuously. And I was crossing 36 at that time, so I thought like it is not a good idea. And suddenly one of my staff who was an Ironman inspector, he came up with an idea, "Sir, why don't you do Ironman?" I didn't know what is Ironman. I didn't know what was Ironman at the time. I have a brute video in which they show like I only thought Ironman was like that Marvel's Ironman, Robert D. Jr. Okay. So then I asked like, what is Ironman? Then he told there is a swimming aspect, there is a cycling aspect, and there is a running aspect. I didn't know like how it was. I initially thought it was like running, cycling, and swimming. So I thought I'll run 21 kilometer, then do cycling, and then aram se will swim and come back. So that is what I decided I will start preparing for Ironman. Because swimming is a very good exercise. If you run 10-15 kilometers a day, the muscle sprain you get because of the swimming, because of the running, it will go off when you swim the next day or you do a swimming session. So every alternate day there was swimming. So I thought like swimming will work as a physio and I'll be able to maintain that target or something. I didn't even think of doing it. Most important thing like ये जो tummy था उसको थोड़ा अंदर लेके आना था. Then first day I did, my workout was like 4 minutes of walking plus 1 minute of running for 40 minutes. In 10 minutes I was struggling to get my breath. But somehow I thought like यार कुछ भी हो ये workout कर देते खत्म कर देते. So 40 minutes and there was intense pain in the legs, calves, everywhere. फिर actually ये होता ना कि मतलब when you fell into the lowest of the pit, the urge to come out is also very high. So then I persisted with my efforts, I would say. I told you again, that is what makes me a little bit different. I am very persistent. So I continued the 40 minutes workout, slowly started changing. The 1 minute run became 2 minute run followed by 2 minute walk. It became 3 minute run followed by 1 minute walk. Then it was 4 minute run, then 5 minute run. Then it was like 20 minutes run, 30 minutes run. Then finally, after continuously training, a person who was not able to walk for 10 minutes, after 6-7 months, just before the Ironman, I did 65 kilometers of workout. So that was something like unachievable, I would say. So if I hadn't trained, there was not much of a difference. If I hadn't trained, there was not much of a difference in my life. It was an usual life, 1 year, I'm a cancer survivor, I'm going on. But I thought, say suppose if I am able to do this, I'll be an Ironman. I can say myself, like, what are you? I'm an IPS officer and I'm an Ironman and then I'm a cancer survivor. So that is what I wanted to send a message across to the world. That is why I put it down into a book also. Like, with whatever difficulty you face, okay, whatever be the situation, whether it is financial, emotional, physical, relationship-wise, it's not an end. It is just a challenge. You just need to endure, hold on, be patient. Then after that, come out of it, and then you will be able to do better things in the life. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin, for being so candid. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for a person who, on his own admission, doesn't give up easily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to the next session, and our next session is on India's rising sports stars. Joining us is Animesh Kujur, a sprinting sensation, the rising star of Indian track. He holds the second best time in the 200 meter in India with a run of 20.62 seconds. He has been impressive this season and has gone sub 21 seconds 8 times. With him on the panel is Martin Owens. Martin is currently the head coach of the Odisha Reliance Foundation Athletics High Performance Center. Besides Animesh, Martin has nurtured and trained track and field budding stars like Bapi Hansta and Lalu Prasad Bhoy. Steering the discussion is Rupinder Singh, a former national junior athletics champion. Rupinder runs his own company, RPR Sports, and besides training Delhi State Track and Field Junior, organizes athletic meets across the country. Can we have please one more chair here? A huge round of applause for all the guests here, and we'll start with the session.
Welcome. It's an irony. I'm a long distance running champion and I've been asked to moderate a session with the sprinters, but I love it because the next thing I'm looking forward to is Martin Owens getting Animesh Kujur to be the first man to run below 10 or below 20. So we start off with Martin Owens, why he wanted to come to India, accept these challenges, because I've been an athlete for 56 years now in India and have not found very many positive things. But here is Martin. And I also had a German coach, a world champion from 1926, who came and was the first national coach of Indian athletics. As always, foreign coaches do not get along with the ministers and the bureaucrats. He fell out and came to modern school and started coaching a bunch of youngsters and totally mesmerized us. And so I'm still into athletics. And the story now goes to Martin Owens, the challenges he faces, why he wanted to come to India, and the excellence that he has already produced in the form of Animesh Kujur. To put him into context, most of you all must know Usain Bolt ran 20.61 as a junior world record. And Kujur, already a young boy, has run 20.62. So we are on the track, and Martin is going to tell us more about the future.
Namaste. Thanks for that lovely introduction, and also the inspiring last speaker, Nidin. It makes me want to get off my chair and actually walk 10 minutes to start with. Yeah, really inspiring stuff. Why India? My question always is, why not? It is a athletic powerhouse waiting to be woken up. It's a sleeping giant of athletics. The government of Odisha, where I work, is fully behind sport. As you all know, they hosted 2 World Hockey Cups, and they built us a fantastic stadium at Kalinga in Bhubaneswar. We have South Asia's first indoor facility. We have fantastic backup and support from sports science teams, from our own physiotherapy team, our sports scientists and nutritionists. We have a wraparound support that you'd have to be a super elite athlete to get in most other countries in the world. You'd have to be on the podium. So I am very privileged. I'm very privileged to be here, and also I get access to raw talent like Animesh, and get the chance to be part of their story on their journey to hopefully greater things. So yeah, that's why I'm here. I'll try not to fall out with any ministers or governments. I'll do my best, but I promise nothing. So yeah.
Okay, Martin, then coming to how did you discover the talents that you are now coaching? Was it by mere accident that the children were coming to the place where you went, or you went out to do a talent search?
There's so much talent here. There's just so much talent here. Competitions normally, you see people running, you see people jumping, you see people throwing, you can spot the talent. You don't need to do talent searches, it's like everywhere. I'd like to say that, you know, I saw Animesh run and I thought there's a champion in the making. But what really happened was he came up and pestered the living daylights out of me for me to coach him. And luckily I said yes. So, yeah, so but there is a lot of talent in India, a lot of talent. We just need to continue things like the Odisha government are doing in putting high performance centers together, developing Indian coaches. I think that's really important. It's something that Reliance is committed to. And we just need to develop an ecosystem that's really supportive of all athletes. A better competition program, but I'm racing ahead there. But there's a lot of, you know, I was telling the other guests last night over dinner that Bapi Hansa, who I coach, he was in the wrong event. Everybody I meet tells me it was their idea to change him to the 4 hurdles. Everybody. So yeah, there's a lot of talent. Some of it's in the wrong events, and some of it just needs good coaching, good support. Yeah.
Okay, so good. And Animesh, how long have you been running before you discovered Martin? Pestered him, start coaching you?
I started my to do in athletics or not. In 2020, I passed out from army school. Then there they used to give us ragadas and all every time for, you know, right, how we used to be in army school. So there I came to know that, okay, I'm having career in this. Then that time COVID came in 2020. So my parents never stopped me running and playing. So I always used to go play, running, I will run everything. Then on 2020 November time, my state was state meet. So that time my teammates, they just told me, I used to play football in army school. So my teammates told me, just go and run, you are having a good future in running, just go and participate in that competition. I went, I selected for national. I don't even know that I selected for national. I got call that you are selected for nationals. Then from there in January 2021, I went for my first national, junior national. So there I ran 11.17 in 100 meter and 22.58 in 200 meter. So that time I am at the 5th rank in both finals, 100 and 200. So that time I thought that if all the athletes were doing training and not able to compete, then I'm having future in this athletics. So I thought that, okay, if I do preparation, if I prepare for this for this sports, then I will go ahead. So I went to Hyderabad first. That was my first coaching center in Hyderabad. So from there, I did after training there, I did 21.12 in 2021 September. That was the first under 23 meet in Delhi, this Jalen Stadium. So that time I did, that was first under 23, sorry. In second under 23, it is in my state. I did 21.12 in 200. So there I met with Coach Martin. I directly went and I asked him, Coach, I want to join Reliance. Will you accept me or not? He said, yeah, come join. I will train you. I will make you a world-class elite athlete. So from there, I joined Reliance Foundation High Performance Center. I am training under him since 2 years, 2023 and 2024. I joined Reliance in 2022 December. So from that time, he is giving me training, and from 22.5 to 20.6, he is having a big role. I want to thank him. And in 100 meter, when I joined Reliance, that time I stood 10.8. Now he made me to 10.27. Thank you so much, Coach, for this thing.
That's all right, it's a pleasure.
So Mark, just a small, let's not go deep into this because the myth has been exploded. They used to say sprinters are born, not made, and they'll be always dominated by the US or Jamaicans. We know now that's not a truth. How much do you believe in that an Indian can also stand on the podium to begin with, I hope, through the relays like the Japanese and the Chinese have done, and then perhaps an individual gold medalist also?
Well, everything's possible. Everything's possible. It just takes the right person and the right support. Winning an Olympic gold medal is hard. Winning two is very, very hard, because it comes around every 4 years. If you're not on your game on that day, so we are really privileged today to have a double Olympic champion with us. But yeah, I mean, he'll tell you how hard it is. It makes it look easy. It isn't. He did struggle to beat me over 200 meters yesterday in a run, but we'll put that behind us. There's 1.4 billion people here. It should be possible. It should be possible. It should be possible. There's a diverse gene pool. Yeah. There's an incredible talent pool. It's just about putting lots and lots and lots of other things right.
So can we say Animesh Kajur is a sleeping giant woken by Martin Owens?
You could say that. I don't think, yeah, he certainly sleeps a lot.
That is my recovery thing.
Yeah, he trains hard. I mean, yeah, we've got a good bunch of young sprinters in India coming through, and they're pushing the standards higher. When I first came here 2 years ago, 10.5 would get you a medal at the national championships. And now the guys are running 10.3s for second. So that doesn't sound much, but if you're into sprinting, 0.2 is a massive, massive improvement. So the standards are creeping up, and it's like with the javelin. You've got a lot of good javelin throwers now because Keisha has led the way, and a lot of people want to aspire to that. The jumpers, the horizontal jumpers, there's a good crop of young jumpers who have pushed themselves to world class. A lot of countries would rip their arm off for the 4, 5, and 6 in Indian javelin. You know, that's the standard that is high. And we just need the same with sprinting. If we keep pushing and keep pushing. First of all, Asia. Let's get up with the Chinese and the Japanese, as you said. You know, the Japanese and Chinese are running really well. And you wouldn't put them as traditional great sprinting nations. We were talking about the history of sport, and I think I would struggle to think of a good Japanese sprinter or Chinese sprinter before Lee.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So why not an Indian?
Absolutely.
Why not an Indian successful relay team? Why? And it's got to come like that. But it's exposure. Animesh was lucky. He went to Europe last year. Would you say that was a useful trip?
Yeah, you will, if you will compete in European championships, then you will get so much experience, because in India that level is not there in athletics, which you will get in European championship. I experienced so many things that how how you will compete in international competition, because that was my first European trip. In May. In May I went for 1 month. I compete so many 4 to 5 competitions over there, and in Europe only I gave my personal best of 10.27 and 20.59. 20.59 I will not count because there's a wind. Yeah, that's why I will not count. So electric I did 10.27 and 20.62. So that was a very nice experience over there, and you will never get that type of climate which I got in Europe. I went to Germany, Belgium, Spain, Finland, and after that I went to BRICS Games, which is held in Russia. So I got bronze medal over there in 200 meter. So it was a very nice experience.
Yeah.
Martin, do you think more exposure, like he's saying, we rarely send 4x100 meter teams, even if we don't qualify? Should not we be sending more and more teams to compete? The 4x400 has done so well. I'm sure the 4x100 can also spring a lot of surprises.
Well, you're speaking to the wrong person, because I love relays. I'm passionate about relays. I think the 4x1 is possibly the best athletic event. It'd be really good. Again, we've got this crop of young, good sprinters that are all running 10.3 or quicker. And there's no reason they shouldn't be competitive. The Japanese won a silver medal at Rio with a team where nobody broke 10.1. And France did a similar thing, if you go back to 94, was it, when they won the Worlds with a team. So yeah, they should be. Yeah, we should be supporting the 4x1 team. Don't want to fall out with the AFI. Don't want to fall out with any ministers. But yeah, if the AFI is listening, let's send a 4x1 team.
Yeah, because now there's so much more than only Asians, Olympics. You have the Diamond Leagues, and I saw in one of the Diamond Leagues, which fortunately from this year is being telecast in India, a Japanese team won.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is scope for India, and with people like Martin and Animesh, I hope we are going to come up with a good prospect. To begin with, I hope 4x100 smuggling their way into the international competitions, and the results, like Martin, I firmly believe will come. So Martin, what more now? What is the future prospects, and how much do you divide your training? Because I find most of the sprinters in Delhi where I train are in the gym more than the track. What is your vision about how you distribute your training workouts?
We've got great facilities. I mean, we've got world-class gyms. We've got 3 tracks. Like I said, we've got South Asia's first indoor facility. We're spoiled for facilities. One thing I've learned since I've come to India is not to try and Europeanize the training, but to Indianize it. And the great thing you've got in India is good weather. Not here, I might add, but certainly in Bhubaneswar we've got great weather. And we can run high intensity all year, and we can lift well. We've got where we are. We're lucky. We've got the high performance weightlifting center, so they do our technical work for us. So when we're teaching new lifters to lift, new sprinters to lift, they can lift well. So we've got technical models there. We use strength training a lot, but that's not the reason we're so successful. I mean, if we look at the impact of the High Performance Centre, the Odisha Reliance High Performance Centre, we've gone from, at best in Odisha, 24 medals. I think we got 51 last year. We got 60 this year. And if we count the relay teams into that, so if we count like the 4 guys rather than as 1 medal, we're up to over 100 medals. medalists in Odisha. But it's partly the systems we do. We have a whole wraparound system. We have physios and weight training guys at the track. We have nutritionalists that are working with all the athletes. Like I say, we get phenomenal support, the athletes. But you can still do it on a dirt track. You can still do it. I saw some kids the other day. I was really inspired. There was some sand dropped on the side of the road, and they were doing a long jump. They were running down and just jumping into this pile of sand. So there's passion there. I mean, yeah, there is the opportunity there, but it's putting everything together. I think one of the key pieces of the jigsaw that's missing is competition. Animesh got the chance to run in 5 meets in Europe in 4 weeks. You can't do that in India. So we need more competition right across the board, and that's really should be driving it. What are the kids coming to do? They want to compete. They don't want to train for 11 months and just compete twice. If you're a good youth, you could be doing the youth championships in March and then the junior nationals in November. We need more and more competition, and that's probably got to come down to the state associations and the states to put on more meets. The advantage we've got in Odisha is that we put on individual competitions to prepare our athletes. So we're going into the junior nationals in 2 weeks' time. We have a meet on today. If you keep seeing me looking at my phone, it's because the results are coming in, and an Amazon delivery. But we've got competitions on at the moment, the guys are racing today, they're making the mistakes today that they won't make in the championships. Other athletes haven't got that opportunity. They will make mistakes in the championships which they could be eradicating if they were competing more frequently. We need more competitions. That's one of the big missing jigsaw puzzles pieces.
I agree with Martin, and in fact, a lot of people may be wondering, how did Milkha Singh run 45.6 way back in 1960 Olympics? It was because my coach was then the Indian team coach, Dr. Otto Pelzer. He took him to Germany in 2 consecutive years, 59 and 60, prior to the Olympics. He ran 25 races on that European circuit, and that's why Milkha performed well. So that's the exact essence of the future of all competitions in India, and I feel a lot for the sprinters, because unlike the distance runners who are getting marathon events where they can earn money, unlike the cricketers who get the lucrative IPL contacts, it's a hard job. And Martin Owens, Animesh Kujur, hats off to them to go through in this grueling event, which as of yet I don't think gets the kind of exposure in comparison to the hard work they've done. Like Usain Bolt rightly pointed out, everyone thinks I run 19 seconds and win gold medals, and the marathon runners run hours and hours and hours. But even he trained hours and hours and hours to get to that 19 seconds, like Animesh is probably doing to get to his sub 20 and sub 10, which we hope will happen in the future. Martin, your comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hard work, and there's a lot of hard work that Animesh puts in. There's a lot of hard work the team around him. I mean, I get a lot of the credit, but there's a whole team around Animesh there that supports him. You know, there's the physio team, there's the sports science team. Running sub 10 and running sub 20 is really, really difficult, and it's a long-term project. And I think there's too much of a desire for short-term gains, and we've got to, you know, it might take another 8 years. It might take another 2 Olympic cycles, but it will be worth it when it happens. It might just, you know, it might happen this year. It might happen in 2025, but you cannot predict it. It's a slow, gradual process. You can't just want it. You've got to work for it. And we're all working hard. And Animesh is just one, you know, yeah, it's nice that he's lauded, but he's just one of a lot of young sprinters that are coming through. He's got to work hard to keep ahead. they'll be pushing hard to get in front of him next year. We already know that James's group in Mumbai are training hard to do harder, and there'll be athletes across India doing that. It's not just the foreign coaches. Need good Indian coaches developing their athletes as well. Yeah.
So Animesh, last question: are you ready for the hard work?
I'm always ready.
Yeah.
In every track session, he will kill me.
But you're still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we hope Owens and Animesh are a group of people which will raise Indian standards and get you all to clap when they go below 10 and 20.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Animesh is certainly a talent to watch out for, who can bring us a lot of medals for India. Okay, we have a question here from the audience. Please go ahead.
It was a great session. Thank you so much. My question would be for Martin sir. I wish to ask that there is a lot of infrastructure that we are building to facilitate all the sports that is upcoming. However, how many more years before we meet the global standards?
If I knew that, I'd be winning the lottery numbers, and it's like I was saying, it's not just about the infrastructure. You need a good competition structure. You need to develop the coaches. You need to develop the support, and you need to give athletes the opportunity to race outside and throw and jump outside India. Get all that right, and like I say, this sleeping giant will crush many nations. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And I can add to that, if we have good coaches like Martin in all the thousands of schools in India, that's it. We don't need any infrastructure. It's just this coaching inputs that the young kids need to make India. What do they have in Kenya to produce so many outstanding runners year after year? It started with one, who was that Christian missionary coach? Yeah. And look at what happened. And then came Kim McDonald and all those agents who took you up to the world stage, and a boom. So, agents, look out for Animesh Kujur.
We have one more question. Yes, please go ahead. Can we?
I have a question for Animesh. Animesh, we've seen photographs of you minus your t-shirt, and with your 6-pack, 8-packs, I don't know how many packs you have. You've already been compared to Usain Bolt. Is that a pressure or a motivation?
I will take it as a motivation, because everyone will compare me with Usain Bolt, and whenever I will see him, I used to get motivation that okay, I built like him, so if he did that records and all, then why can't I?
It's better that Animesh takes his shirt off than his coach does.
Okay, we have another question from the lady behind you, so we'll take your question next. Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning to all panelists. Thank you for this very insightful session. Mr. Owens called India the sleeping giant of, sporting. I wanted to ask you, is there any other geography that we should look out for and study when it comes to their sprinting prowess or potential?
Sorry, I missed that question. Can you?
In addition to India, is there any other country that we need to look out for or study for its sprinting potential?
If I was India, I would be looking at the Japanese model and the Chinese model. I see what they're doing. But it's like I say, when I came here, I had to relearn a lot. The European model didn't fit. I had to adapt what I was doing and Indianize it. And I think there's often a little bit of just accepting what everybody's doing. And I think what you've got to do is you've got to make India proud of itself and proud of its athletes, and find an Indian way of doing things. Taking all the sports science and just Indianize it. There's a massive cultural difference here between India and other countries, and I think you've got to value your culture and use that culture to make it a a non-slumbering giant. I think you've got to Indianize it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I just want to ask you, Mr. Howard, is the kind of the kind of investments, are they all right in India for athletics? Because it's an expensive business at the end of the day, and you need, of course, as you said, you need infrastructure, you need a whole lot of other aspects as well. How do you look at it?
So basically what I ask is the infrastructure enough in India?
Well, yes, infrastructure and the investments that come for the infrastructure, are they adequate?
Well, as a coach, I'm going to say no, of course not. I need more tracks, I need more weights rooms, I need more plunge pools. You don't necessarily need fantastic infrastructure, but it helps. It makes it easier. The infrastructure, I think, is always developing. It's always good, but you need to know, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with all that infrastructure? And it is expensive. I think if you look at the cost to like the UK government for their medals at the Olympics, it works out as I think it was 1.3 million sterling per medal. So yeah, if you want to be successful, you've got to spend money. But it's no point just spending money. It's got to be targeted, it's got to be sensible, and it's got to support the whole process. The interesting thing is, when you start putting sport compulsory into schools, that will have the biggest impact. It won't happen straight away, but it'll happen 15 years, 20 years after that. It's got to be, and I think the public's got to value sport more. There's still a little cultural thing here that it's either academics or sport. I think you can do both. I mean, you did both. You went to Loughborough, and ran, and you saw what happened there. Back in the UK, my best academics were my best. I coached at University of Birmingham. My best academics were also my best athletes. The skill sets swapped over very well. So I think. So yeah, as a coach, I'd like to see more investment. I'd like to see more tracks across the country. I'd like to see more competitions put on those tracks. But it's not the silver bullet. I think you need other things as well. You need good coach education, good coach development. You need competition. Medals. And you need training facilities. I sat on a conclave 2 weeks ago, and it was all about building big stadiums for putting on big competitions. But you need also training facilities. You don't. It's like the kids with the sand in the road. You don't need a 50,000-seater stadium to train. You need training facilities to train. You need the big ones. You need them for your big competitions. But ultimately, you need training facilities.
Yeah. We have one last question. Yes, please.
Hello. Hi. So my question's for you, Mr. Morgan. So what's one thing that you keep in mind when you're cultivating raw crop like Animesh? Because especially when they're about to reach that stage of stardom or when they're starting to accomplish goals, because there's a lot of places where things can go awry. So what's something that you keep in mind?
Individually, you've got to treat every person individually. There is no secret way. So the way that Animesh handles pressure is different from other athletes we've got on the program. Animesh is very good, very robust. He's also he's a gentleman. So he's very civil and handles people very well. He's a very people-orientated person. So he's actually quite easy. But the other ones that get nervous, sometimes you've got to give a lot of time to. I try to make my athletes independent, so I'm not always going to be there. I'm not going to be at every meet. So it's trying to build an independence and what we call in education scaffolding. So you give a lot of support at the beginning, and then you keep pulling that away. The good opportunity is to get the athletes young competing at like the Asian youths, the Asian juniors, so they're exposed there before they get to the bigger stage and the greater pressure. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming here. And Animesh will be cheering for you, looking out for you, and always, we would want you to win more and more medals for India. Thank you, Rupinder sir, for asking wonderful questions, and thank you, Martin, for putting in all the efforts. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Animesh.
Well, now let's move on to our next session, the chess revolution, understanding the power of an ancient game in the digital age. Acclaimed chess journalist Peter Doggers has flown in from Amsterdam to talk about his book, The Chess Revolution, that explores chess as a cultural phenomenon from its influence on popular culture, the arts and science to its biggest stars and most dramatic moments. Today, India is dominating the world chessboard with 3 Indians in the world's top 10. Joining him on the panel is Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan, who is the former coach of prodigies like Grandmaster Nihal Sareen and Arjun Erigasi, and Women's Grandmaster and International Master Divya Deshmukh. Moderating the session is Indian Express Assistant Editor, Sports, Amit Kamath. Amit has consistently delivered insightful and engaging coverage of the chess world, bringing the intricacies of the game to a wider audience. And gentlemen, I welcome you on stage.
Sorry, it's working.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for attending this session. We are really excited to have you join here for a conversation about chess. I know it's cricket season in India, but it's also chess season because in 2 days from now, an 18-year-old boy is going to make a bid, a very audacious bid, I might add, to become the youngest ever world champion in chess. It's something that has not been done since. It's never been done. And we've had the World Championship happening since 1886. So to talk about chess and how it has evolved, we have Peter, who's as mentioned, he's flown in all the way from the Netherlands, and we have Srinath, who's I think becoming an expert on AI and chess, because just yesterday he was in Bangalore talking about AI and chess as well. So thank you so much for doing this. Srinath, before I come to Peter, Srinath, just wanted to understand from your perspective. Indians have been doing well in chess for a while. I know the world over, everybody is fascinated with this idea of India as a sleeping giant. In football, we are sleeping giants. In athletics, I think I heard somebody ask if there are sleeping giants. Chess, I think we've woken up pretty early. Gukesh is, as Kasparov said, there's an Indian earthquake that is happening in chess. In a couple of days, we'll see the latest tremor of that earthquake when Gukesh plays in the World Chess Championship. I wanted to understand from you, what are the factors that went into making him that good, that early? I mean, a teenager doing something that Kasparov hasn't done, Carlsen hasn't done, Fischer hasn't done.
Firstly, I wanted to make this point, as you pointed out. In India, we have the advantage of numbers. We have this advantage which no one else in the world has. And whilst in a sport like football or athletics, it's a lot more challenging to get that infrastructure on par. To build stadiums or to build track and field places, it's a lot more challenging, a lot more expensive. Whereas chess is a lot more accessible. All you need is a mobile phone these days and internet, which a lot of our population is catching up with. So it's a lot easier to access. The accessibility is much more covered, and I think that is one thing which gives India an advantage over the rest of the world. We simply have better numbers and more people can easily take up to chess. Talking about Gukesh in particular, I think in the last 10-15 years we have had a crop of incredibly talented young kids coming up from India. I think this has been over a period of, the result of a period of first being inspired by Vishy Anand. Vishy came into chess. In the 80s and 90s, he showed us that it's possible to be a world beater. Coming from Chennai, coming from India, it's possible for someone to be a world beater, and he was a pioneer. And it's really important to have this pioneer, to have this belief that you can do it. This, I think, came in the 90s. And then more people started taking up chess. More people became grandmasters. These grandmasters became, coaches. And it kept going from generation to generation. We had a very talented crop of generation. Gukesh was among them. He became, I think, a grandmaster at the age of 11 or 12, which is incredible. Which is when a lot of people even start taking up a sport or start. A lot of people don't even think about what careers they are going to be involved in. And Gukesh already became a grandmaster, which a couple of generations ago was like a lifetime aim for a lot of people taking up chess. But for this generation, that was the starting point. And what makes him special? I think you have a lot of common characteristics. First, you need to win the genetic lottery. You need to have this incredible talent, aptitude, which itself is a filtering process, I think. And apart from all those generic things, at some level, a lot of super talents gather, and this is where they start competing. And one thing which I felt sets apart Gukesh is how quickly he learns and changes. In my experience, especially post 2019, post 2020, at that time we had maybe like a group of 10-20 super talents across the world. But the way Gukesh took off post-pandemic was incredible. The way he was taking on new challenges and learning and adapting on the go. And in my own experience, when I captained him in the 2023 Asian Games and the 2024 Olympiad, how much he changed based on the inputs I gave him. And in general as well, how much he was able to change and implement in his own play was not just his play, but also the way he prepared, the way he went about things. Everything was incredible, how quickly he could change. That set him apart, I think, even amongst the super talents of his generation. And apart from that incredible focus, discipline, he has a very set routine during the tournaments. He takes physical fitness very seriously, which not a lot of super talents do, or not everyone does. So that is one of the things that sets him apart as a chess player. His self-awareness, as Paddy Upton recently pointed out in some of the interviews. These are some of the top qualities which I feel sets him apart. But if I had to name one, it's his ability to adapt on the go and implement changes. And I think that is why he's been able to do it at an unprecedentedly fast speed. At 18, he's playing for the World Championship match. Younger than I think most of the other super talents in his generation, but still he has gone the farthest until now.
Srinath, you spoke about having to win the genetic lottery in a sense, but technology has also kind of played a role in all of these young kids getting tools that maybe 2 decades back they would not have had, or even more previously than that, right? Let's say a Gukesh and Arjun and all of these guys who were born maybe 2 decades back. Would they have gotten to these milestones as fast as they did? Would they have, you had somebody like an Arjun getting to 2800 rating at the age of 21. You had Gukesh earning a title shot at the age of 18. Do you think that would have happened 2 decades back?
We can't know for sure, but technology has certainly democratized things. Whereas pre-computer, pre-internet, access to information was extremely limited. And what information someone from Russia can access, someone from India can access, someone from USA can access was very different. And this itself made a big difference in who could be what. But technology, internet has made sure that it's much more of a level playing field. People can have their phones, people have internet, their computers. They have the same programs, the best player in the world and someone who's starting to learn to play chess. They have access to the same tools now. And this certainly makes a massive difference. I think two factors. One is how far internet has spread. This gave opportunity for someone like Arjun, Gukesh, all this generation to be able to play against the best player in the world at a very young age. They could play against someone like Magnus or Hikaru when they were like 12 or 13 years old or even younger. And with any sport, like we spoke about athletics in the previous segment, it's really important to have that exposure to competitions, exposure to play against the best in the world. And internet has made a massive difference in enabling that. I think that is one of the reasons why, you know, it's much easier for more talents to emerge. I'm sure we have always had an incredible number of talents scattered across India, scattered across the world. And this has improved accessibility. The technology has definitely improved their probability at becoming the best at the world because they have a better opportunity. It's still not a totally level playing field across the world. Not everyone has the same financial access and everything. But this has improved the probability and numbers by a massive margin. And now I think we have much more super talents than 20 years ago for this reason.
Peter, you know, in your book, The Chess Revolution, you try and bridge the gap between a sport that was invented here in India and is now like the technological advancements that have happened over the last few decades with neural networks coming in, AI, you know, changing the face of the sport as it is. Why did you decide to tackle 1,500 years history of chess in one book? You didn't think that it was too much of a wide landscape to tackle in a book?
Well, to be honest, it wasn't my intention from the very start to cover the whole thing, and also, to be honest, the book does focus mostly on the technological part of the last few decades, because that's where it all started. This general idea of describing how incredibly chess has changed. Srinath already discussed a few of those points, but in the last few decades, yeah, there has been a lot of changes in the sport, in the game. I felt it deserved to be in a book, actually, and that's where I started from. So I started writing about the large influence of the computer, and going back to the mid 50s and 60s, because the early developments of AI, what everybody's talking about these days, actually had a joint start with looking at chess, to be honest. So it was a very, very fascinating history to go through. I also wrote a couple of chapters about the big influence of the internet, and that's in combination with the computer. But the internet is sort of a separate topic, getting separate chapters, and that was sort of the broad idea of the book. But I have to admit that it was mostly the U.S. publisher. Because this is the World English edition, and separate rights were sold to America, and they have their own version. And that publisher really pushed me to make the book a little bit broader and make it. She really wanted to have it to be the definite book on chess for the next decade. And she said we need more of the cultural impact and its history. So the first 4 chapters are on that, and yeah. So in the end, I do start 1,500 years ago, where we had the origins from the game Chaturanga, obviously coming from India, how it spread via Persia to Europe, in the Arabian period in Europe. And I also write a lot about the strong links that there are with literature, with art, with cinema, and a separate chapter on science, because science and chess also has a very strong bond. Yeah, and in the end, there's actually one sort of separate chapter where I talk about the biggest stars in the sport. So you actually mentioned them already: Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov, and Magnus Carlsen. And talking the ever interesting debate on who was the greatest of all time, I talk about it as well.
Who was the greatest of all time according to you?
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult to be giving a personal opinion always for me as sort of trying to be a neutral journalist here, right? I do think that Magnus is playing the best chess we've ever seen, but Kasparov has been at the top for longer. So Kasparov has shown a longer dominance among his peers than Magnus has. He just needs to go on for a few more years, and we do hope so. Although he has given up playing for the World Championship, he is still competing in a lot of other events, and he is still dominating, as we just saw yesterday in an event, and the week before in an event here in India, in Kolkata, he was also winning very big. So yeah, Magnus is still dominating, but he needs a few more years. And to be honest, I also give arguments for Fischer in the book, because Fischer did something that was probably more ahead of his time than the other two. He reached a higher difference of level compared to his peers, and he reached in 71 and 72, his performance rating was similar to 2800 ratings these days. Yeah. So in that sense, maybe all three of them did something special that earns them this GOAT title.
You know, chess is a sport where technology has always been, I don't know, I wouldn't want to say meddling, but it has always influenced the way players think. At this point, how much of what chess players play is the man or the human, and how much of it is the machine, basically?
I think that kind of depends on what type of event we're talking about, because in chess, well, there's sort of three major time controls. So just like you have the 100 meters and the 200 meters and the 400 meters, well, in athletics we have many more of them until the marathon maybe can be compared to the classical time control, which we will see in the coming 3 weeks in the World Championship. And they get usually about 2 hours for 40 moves. So the first 40 moves they need to finish in 2 hours. They check after 2 hours, did you make it? Yeah, they make it, then you continue the game. The next hour, another 20 moves, so there's a quicker check. Another half hour is added, but often there is also, at every move they make and they press the clock, they get an automatic 30 seconds per move also. There's different variants of that time control, but in the end, games can last between sort of, well, very quick draws can last like 1.5 or 2 hours, but the longest games that often finish decisively can last up to 7 hours. So that's, by the way, why Gukesh also needs his physics, yeah. his form, so to speak, because you need to be fresh after 4 hours, after 5 hours and 6 hours. You need to be fresh. And Magnus himself won one of those long games in 2021, crucial game for the whole match, because after that he was cruising. And he definitely attributes this to his physics as well. And you have the faster time controls of 25 minutes per person per game, or let's say 5 or 4 or 3 plus 2. 3 plus 2 is like 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And to answer your question, the longer the time control, the bigger the influence of the computer. At least that's also what Magnus is arguing, and that's basically why he stepped out of the cycle. And the reason is, you can prepare a lot with the computer. Actually, they've probably been, Ding Liren and Gukesh Domraju, who are going to play, they've probably spent months preparing, like the others did in recent years, coming up with new opening strategies and actually memorizing them. That's the two things you need to do. And we will probably see some games that might have up to 15 or even 20 moves of what we call theory. So they will play it out very quickly. And before you know it, there's a position on move 20 on the board, and everything has been computer generated. Also, partly human practical generated, but at some point the computer took over, and between moves 10 and 20, it was all computer. And then they start playing, and they still have almost 2 hours. And sometimes the position might be already a little bit dry because the black player managed to equalize thanks to the computer. And then with so much time on the clock, it's almost impossible in such situations to create winning chances. So in this long time control, the computer will often create games that are hard to win, basically. And if you have faster time control, where you play more games on one day also, up to 9 games per day sometimes, the computer has a much smaller role because, well, the pressure on the clock will also make you forget easier what you prepared. You cannot prepare for 9 games at all. It's impossible to prepare for 9 games in one day. So you haven't actually prepared that much for all those games. And you start just playing more on your intuition and on your own thoughts earlier in the game. And because of the time pressure, you're going to make more mistakes. Your opponent is going to make more mistakes. So the whole thing is much more of a human battle in that sense.
Right. You know, Peter, everybody in the world right now for the last few years has been figuring whether AI will take over their jobs, right? I think there's a church in Switzerland right now which has basically outsourced the work of God also, because there's an AI bot where you can ask your questions and it will give you sermons and solutions and things like that. So somewhere up there also the gods must be feeling slightly insecure about their own jobs. But in chess, you know, AI and engines kind of took over the work of preparing for a game many decades back. Did you ever see a phase where you know, trainers and players were kind of vary whether what it meant for them? Were chess coaches, chess trainers kind of trying to figure whether they are going to be redundant at some point, because a player can just sit in front of an engine and have everything told to them and they just have to learn it by rote?
To be honest, I also think this is a question for Srinath, who is actually a coach. And I think if this has been the case, it must have been of a very recent period, because only the last few years, last 4 or 5 years, all the top grandmasters are agreeing that the suggestions from the strongest engines are almost are close to the absolute truth. So only since 2018, 2019 maybe, when we have the engines available that are based on AlphaZero, which we might talk about later, it's going to be very difficult to actually argue with the moves that are being suggested. But that whole period between when the engines actually arrived and were strong enough to help humans, which was roughly from 1995 to, let's say, 2017, there was a lot of room for how to deal with them, and sometimes they would suggest strong moves, but sometimes they would still be the margin of error was much bigger. There's a lot of examples where things went wrong. I can give you the first time that a human used the computer successfully at the highest level was Garry Kasparov against Vishy Anand in '95 in New York, game number 10. When Kasparov sacrificed a full rook, he just gave it away, and he was going to play the next 10 or 5 or 10 moves without a single rook. And he ended up winning the game, and afterward he admitted that even though it was a human that suggested the idea, he had checked everything with the program called Fritz at that time, and he could check it. He could check his homework, and he could be certain enough to actually try it out. Everything worked, and he won that game. It was at the very highest level, but only 9 years later, so still 2004, there was a giant error based on the computer in a world championship. This was Vladimir Kramnik against Peter Leko, and it was a very sharp position, and Kramnik made a decision on the board based on his preparation from his seconds that had worked all the night with the computer. He made a very risky decision, and he played on, and Peter Leko was not prepared for this, but he spent a lot of time on the clock and thinking, and in the end, at the board, the Hungarian Leko actually refuted Kramnik's preparation. And how is that possible? Well, the computer could still not check all the possibilities, and later it was found out that if they had let the computer calculate for 30 more seconds in a certain position, it would have found a solution, and Kramnik would not have lost that game. So, and that's 20 years ago now. So that was still a period where the computer was not always reliable. By the way, if you put the same position in today's modern engine, it will take a second roughly to find the solution, not 30 seconds. Yeah. So that's how much faster they have become and much better they have become. So now, yeah, so there's been this whole evolution of the computer came, was weak, got stronger. At some point it was a good helper, but not very trustworthy. And as the years went by, it became more trustworthy and stronger. And at the moment, yeah, as I said, almost all the moves it suggests in almost any position is very close to the truth, sort of the truth.
Right. Srinath, as a trainer, how has your role kind of evolved with the advent of engines getting stronger, neural networks kind of taking over?
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of an evolution of journey. I do remember, so in 2017 there was this program called Alpha Zero, which was, which could learn to play chess by playing against itself. And in about 10 or 100 hours, it was stronger than any human ever who could play chess.
It was 4 hours?
Yeah,
it
eventually
played
it became
against
4 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
And at that time, I do remember feeling almost worthless. You know, I've done this all my life, and in 4 hours, this thing could do what I couldn't do in 100 years much better.
And it was, I think, just taught the basic rules. Nothing more than that. It was just taught chess rules, and it started playing against itself, and 4 hours later, I mean, obviously there's an asterisk over that because there were hundreds of computers playing against each other, things like that. But then, sure, please continue.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was, I do remember feeling this way. But, I mean, it's been 7 years since, and what has actually happened is AI has not replaced humans, computer has not replaced humans, but it has just modified their roles. And I think we started having really strong computers around 2010, when a computer called, or maybe 2006, when a computer called Ripka was already becoming stronger than the best human. And this is, I'm talking about commercially available softwares for an average person. Not the Deep Blue that defeated Gary Kasparov in 1996, but something which is accessible for everyone. Around 2006, it was, I think, already stronger than any other human. And at that time, it was like a new technology. We were all fascinated by it. Kind of like how we are fascinated by ChatGPT and other programs right now. And initially, yeah, it was, we were following the computers, I think, almost like it was a god. But at one point, the information was exploding like crazy. And also, a lot of things which the computer generates, it's based on perfection. And a lot of it is actually not quite relevant to how we humans think or play with each other. So I think one thing that has changed from, let's say, 2016 to 2024, and these things are actually changing really fast in how we are adapting. But one thing that has changed with the youngest generation is they don't look at computers as God. They look at it as a tool and something that is helpful, but something which they can also disregard. And actually, I think there is more value and more importance for human output today than it was maybe 8 or 10 years ago. Because we have kind of understood that whilst the computer generates absolutely crazy and brilliant things, one is, of course, your opponent is also going to look at that. So you need to find ways to take your opponent out of their familiarity. But secondly, a lot of it is also not quite relevant to how other humans think. And ultimately, we live in a world where we play against other humans, we interact with other humans. So we are not looking at perfection, but we are looking at the human imperfection, which again, when I generate things out of ChatGPT for writing something, or when I read something generated out of it, to me, although it looks perfect, it also feels artificial and fake. And I much rather enjoy human writing something with inputs from computer to help it a little bit. But we still need that human creativity. And I think it's similar to how the role of a coach has changed. It has modified what humans have been doing. It has made something simpler, but overall, the attention has gone to different things.
Peter, from your decades-long experience as a chess journalist, did you ever see that insecurity coming in players as well? Because computers were getting stronger. At some point, were players starting to think that, you know, at some point people would just want to watch two computers take on each other and chess players will become, I guess, redundant?
Yeah, well, I think only a short period after Kasparov lost to Deep Blue, he actually won the first match against Deep Blue in '96, and then he lost the second one in '97. That was a period briefly where some people were thinking, is there a future for chess if the computer is better anyway? But that didn't take that long. As soon as people invented cars, we didn't stop with the athletics. I mean, we still want to see humans compete against humans. That's still more interesting. Actually, there is a very high level world championship competition held throughout the year, actually online these days, where they put the strongest engines against each other. But the regular fans don't watch the games really much, and the only thing we kind of watch sometimes is if a human who follows it. There's a British grandmaster, Matthew Sadler, who I also speak to in the book. He has a YouTube video channel, and he picks the cherries out of those games from those computers, but also always with a human eye, and he always finds remarkable things that the computers come up with, and that might be interesting to humans. But just a lot of those games being played between them are incomprehensible at first, and second, often quite boring also, because they have perfection. And as we tend to say, beauty lies in imperfection. So we prefer to watch human games. Yeah.
All right. I wanted to know, in your book you also quoted Grandmaster Anish Giri, where he says that, the internet in a sense has become a democratizing force in chess. Somebody like Arjun, who came from Warangal, he could not have gotten access to, top level trainers, things like that at such an early age, like the rest of the world could have. But now because of internet it is possible, because of engines being accessible to everybody. Can you just talk about how that last mile has been kind of bridged because of internet and technology?
Yeah, well, I can probably best explain it by comparing different periods before the internet and now, of course. Until the early 90s, when the internet came up, all the information in chess was shared with books and magazines. And there were actually certain types of books fully dedicated to grandmasters, basically, or strong players. They were very thick books. They were called encyclopedias, or actually those were annual volumes, but there were multiple volumes published per year that were called Chess Informant. Actually, they are still being published, but also in digital formats these days. And they look like phone books, basically. And they're full of chess games played by grandmasters in different tournaments. So if you were playing for a big tournament and you were a grandmaster in the 70s or 80s, your suitcase, the contents was a fight between how many books you could bring in your suitcase and how many clothes you would bring. And the suitcase, sometimes there would be a second suitcase full of books, and very heavy, of course, because that was the only way that you could bring information about your opponents with you. And then the internet came, and I devote a segment about one person in particular from Britain whose name is Mark Crowder. He launched in 1994, he launched an internet magazine, which still runs, by the way. It's incredible after 30 years, where every single week he comes and collects all the games played all over the world and puts them in one single file, and people can just download it for free. And that really revolutionized the spreading of information. He's still doing it, and it's getting easier and easier for him, because nowadays almost everywhere in the world tournaments are being played on digital boards. Yeah. So the boards actually automatically record the games. They are automatically published on the internet, and so now it's easier to find. But still, he's the only one who actually brings all those tournaments together in a single file. And that development is combined with a development in the computer. Computers is not only about engines, it's also about database. Since 1987, there is a software that creates a database of games, and the top players, they have databases of more than 10 million games, I believe. And there's no other way. I mean, you can now store it. Books like that are just a file of a very small file on your computer these days. So players can bring so much more information to tournaments with them. And on top of that, the internet has also led to more and more online tournaments. They actually play tournaments on platforms these days. The strongest players play for money also online, not just at the board. Those tournaments, as Anish was explaining also, lead to many more games. He's now playing like 700 games a year that end up in the database. Before, he only played 100 a year maybe. Since the pandemic, because now there's also, for example, every single week on Tuesday, there is a tournament on chess.com called Title Tuesday, where the strongest players, including Magnus and Hikaru, are playing every week, once or twice, because it's two times.
And sometimes in the middle of physical tournaments, they're also playing titles.
Yeah, sometimes they play a normal game during the day in Europe, and then they go to their hotel room and they play another tournament online on their laptop. Exactly. So the spread of information and the increased flow of new information is just unbelievable, and that is a huge difference with earlier. Yeah.
All right, just one last question before I throw open the floor to the media, to the people here. You spoke about AlphaZero. We've discussed how it was scary that it could basically teach itself chess and become better than the rest of the world. But, from thinking about how humans will start thinking more like machines, you mentioned in the book how AlphaZero almost had intuition. It had a playing style like humans do. Yeah. It is very aggressive like Kasparov or Mikhail Tal. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Just a little bit of background on AlphaZero. It has been developed by DeepMind, and DeepMind was purchased by Google in 2014. One of the co-founders of DeepMind, by the way, Demis Hassabis, won this year's Nobel Prize for Chemistry, because everything he's been doing, one of the most important research that he did was on protein folding, and that's why he got the co-winner of the Nobel Prize. But yeah, in many cases with AI and with all this technology, it starts with looking at how it works with chess, right? First, with the new technology, they want to look at chess, so first, they actually started with the game Go, the even more older and even more complicated board game Go. So there was AlphaGo, and AlphaGo learned Go by looking at a database of human Go games and the rules. Then came AlphaGo Zero, and AlphaGo Zero did not even look at human games. It only got the rules, and it played against itself, and it learned to play Go on a very high level, and it beat the strongest players in Go. Then you got AlphaZero, and Alpha was because they wanted a single algorithm to play multiple types of games. So AlphaZero could play Go, Shogi, chess, and one other board game, I believe, on the same conditions. Only the rules and playing against itself. Then you got Mu-Zero by DeepMind. Mu-Zero did not even get the rules input. So it just looked at other games, I believe, but I don't know exactly how it did, but some basic parameters on chess, and it just started figuring out how to play it itself. And it's an amazing development that eventually leads to technology that is also used in, for example, Gemini, Google's version of AlphaZero. To be honest, I forgot your exact question about this topic, but it's an incredible development that I wanted to stress.
It was about AlphaZero and how scary it is essentially, but then it also has a playing style. It is now
the playing style, exactly, the playing style. So what was very nice, because it all started with a paper in 2017 from Google, where it actually revealed that it had played 100 games against the strongest existing computer engine, which was Stockfish. And it played 100 games, and it won like 28 times, and it was like 72 draws and no single loss for AlphaZero, which was absolutely incredible. And then the games were super interesting. So there was a whole book written also by Matthew Sadler and Natasha Regan, where they dissected the actual style of AlphaZero, and it had this very interesting concept. Very typical is that it was running with the pawns on the side of the board, so the A or the H pawns, it would run up the board very much. It would also play positions where the king looked very unsafe, but in reality the king was actually safer than it looked. And in the very next year, in 2018, Magnus Carlsen himself started playing a bunch of games, trying out those ideas. and he was also successful with it. So the best human player in the world could change his style a little bit, and learning from the best AI. So to summarize your earlier point of being afraid AI taking over the jobs, I think what I'm making a point also in the book is that in the chess world we have quite a nice example of how we have adapted to AI, and we are working with it, and we are also adapting ourselves, and we are using it to our benefit. There are downsides. We don't have much time anymore to talk about the downside of AI in chess, which is that it's much easier to cheat in chess these days thanks to AI. But that is, in my opinion, a small downside compared to the benefits we have gotten from working with them. So maybe it's also a positive message for the greater world, how to deal with, how to work with AI.
All right. Questions, anybody? Yeah, right behind.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to the panel. How has online chess accessibility affected competition between players from resources-rich and resources-scarce countries?
Yeah, incredibly. As Srinath explained, for up-and-coming Indian grandmasters, it has become the way to meet with top players. It really sped up since the pandemic, because in early 2020, when the whole world was shut down, that was the time where a lot of new top-level tournaments started to being organized on the internet for good prize money. Yeah, the best players, I mean, Praggnanandhaa got to play very early on and actually managed to beat Magnus Carlsen, I think twice even, do you remember? So he got in the news here in India for beating the world number one online. Other players started to join Arjun and Gukesh. So at the top level, for sure, but also at lower levels. I mean, the chess.com as a platform has now, I believe, more than 170 million members. There are millions and millions of games played every day, and you look at in big cities in Europe, in airplanes or in the metro, you would always see at least one person on his phone with a chess board playing a game. So yeah, it's the later part of the book. It's part of the chess revolution that playing online has really exploded, so basically.
Hello sir, good afternoon. So my question is, what are your predictions for the World Championship between Gukesh and Dingley?
I give this also to Srinath, even though I'm sure he's going to root for one of the two. Yeah, no, Gukesh is among the experts. He's definitely the favorite, simply for the fact that he's shown better chess in the last 1.5 years than Ding Liren has. And also, Ding Liren has now been quite open about the fact that he's not been in a good mental state, up to the point that he even mentioned the word depression, which is of course very sad, and we really hope that it's not going to be the case the next 3 weeks. So in my personal opinion, it really depends on how the first 2 or 3 games will be going, because it's going to be all about Ding Liren building up new confidence. If he's going to play a good game, he's not going to lose early on and maybe even win an early game, then that could be a very big boost for him, and then we're going to see a very close match, I believe. If it's going to be going wrong early on, then yeah, it might actually be a wipeout. But what do you think?
Yeah, completely agree with Peter. I think Gukesh is a very strong favorite, and right now he seems to be in better shape. But of course, in sport, just being stronger doesn't mean that it guarantees a win. And I think he still needs to do a number of things right, a number of things well, and it's the first time he's going to be at the stage at the World Championship match. So a strong favorite, but I think it will be game on.
By the way, what was your biggest advice that you gave him?
I didn't have to give him any advice, because I think I could see that he knows what he's doing. So I think in many cases, just not doing anything or not saying anything is the best thing to do.
Yes, one last question here.
Peter, I want your opinion. I just want your opinion. My friend Ranjit and I, we go back a long way, and so we were speaking about the Fisher versus Spassky match in 1972, the movie on Fisher. In your opinion, was Bobby Fischer the greatest of them all, with his genius, with being such a maverick, trying to do so many different things, disappearing from the face of this earth, and a quick rider? Did Kasparov later pay a price for being too political?
The second one is a hard one, because, yeah, Kasparov was also during his chess career, he sometimes, well, he wasn't reacting too much yet on the world politics, but he was involved in chess politics, and not always in the best way. So Garry Kasparov, for example, was, of course, together with Nigel Short, he stepped out of the FIDE World cycle in 1993, and he started his own organization, Professional Chess Association, and his match with Vishy Anand in 95 was also under the other umbrella. But he has admitted that he sees that as one of his biggest mistakes in his career, that he actually did that, because for many years we had a very difficult situation in the chess world with different types of world champions. So he admits immediately right now these days that that wasn't a great what he did. Bobby Fischer, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, his special thing was that he was way ahead of his time in the performance that he showed in 71 and 72. I think he went to like 20 games in a row that he won. I think he won the last 8 games in Palma de Mallorca 71, and then he won 6-0 against Bent Larsen and 6-0 against Mark Timonov, which still nobody has ever done yet since then. It's absolutely incredible record. And you also have to add, what I'm also mentioning is he did it in an era without a computer. So it was in the area where it was difficult to get information, and he had to learn, teach himself Russian to be able to access Soviet chess magazines. He had to go to different libraries everywhere in the world to find all the books on his opponents. He brought the big famous red book with all the games of Boris Spassky with him to Reykjavik to study Spassky's games in his hotel room, which would be crazy to bring books to a world championship. Well, maybe they bring a few books, but I'm not sure they even bring a single book to Singapore, actually, because they don't really need it. So Fischer, and apart from that, he also did not work too much with a team. He had some trainers, but very small. He did a lot by himself. I think both Ding and Gukesh have several, even though there's computers, there still are at least 3 or 4 human players who also help, either on site or via Zoom or Skype from home. Fischer was, in that sense, also fairly unique in doing a lot by himself. And we had like 5 or 6 Soviet world champions in a row between 1937 actually, because the last Western world champion before Fischer was my compatriot Max Euwe from 1935. So between 37 and 72, there were only Soviet world champions. And then suddenly there was this lone American warrior defeating everyone. So it's still one of the greatest stories in history of chess. I agree.
Well, any more questions? Okay. Yes, please.
Thanks for a very insightful session, and all the comments were really appreciated. I don't know if you've seen the Netflix documentaries on tennis with breakpoint and with sprinting called Sprint, and they've kind of popularized a lot of the non-mainstream sports with the generation today. Do you think there's something on the anvil for chess, and do you think something like that is probably what's going to take chess to the next level, given the internet boom over the last few years?
Yeah, well, actually I can reveal that there will be something. I believe in April or May 2025, there will be a Netflix documentary on chess. It is a series. I struggle to remember the
Queen's Gambit.
No.
Netflix, in fact, okay.
Sorry, yeah, no, of course, obviously the Queen's Gambit has helped a lot in popularizing the game, but that was a dramatic series based on a novel, but a real sports documentary type style thing will be out in I believe April or May. It will actually be focusing on the cheating scandal that we had in 2022 between Carlsen and Niemann, but I'm sure it will also take a bigger perspective. Yeah, I struggle to remember the actual title. It's part of a series. I remember. It's called Untold. untold. And every episode is about a different sport and a special story in that sport that, according to the producers, hasn't been told yet. And I know that some of my colleagues in chess.com are speaking in the documentary. Apparently they're going to say a few things about the scandal that haven't been said before. So yeah, looking forward to that. But in fact, as I'm also writing in the book, chess is everywhere when you watch Netflix, to be honest. If you can, and television, you can watch Friends or Seinfeld or The Wire or The Crown. Every single big series on Netflix you watch will have chess at some point. So you don't need to wait for it.
Yeah. Apart from the documentary mentioned, I know of a few other documentaries also coming up. One about the chess cheating scandal that Peter pointed out, but also others which chronicles the journey of the current generation of super talents that we have right now. Arjun, Gukesh, Praud, Nihal, and some of them. So I think we have quite a few different documentaries coming out on chess.
In fact, I wanted to ask this question, that the Netflix series, The Queen's Gambit, maybe 10 years back, did you think that this series like Queen's Gambit, which is one of the top most watched series on Netflix, it could captivate the wider mainstream audiences? The interest that it made, and it was actually one of the top most, till date, it is one of the top most series on Netflix.
I think it would have been almost as successful 10 years ago, to be honest. If not, I mean, at that time, Netflix wasn't that big yet. Streaming in general wasn't that big yet. So it would have been on television probably. But the other main thing about it is that it was released 6 months into the pandemic. So if you look at the popularity of chess, that got a real explosion in the last 4 years. The first big wave was March 2020, when the pandemic started globally. Chess was played much more, and many more people registered on chess.com. 6 months later, Queen's Gambit made an even bigger wave. To be honest, the biggest third wave was late 22, early 23, for a number of different reasons that it's too much to get into. But yeah, Queen's Gambit combined with the pandemic was a brilliant moment for our game, because it led to so many new people getting introduced and getting fascinated about it.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for conducting such a wonderful session. And we can see that India has truly cemented itself as the future of chess, and the future is certainly now. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Please, if you could stand together for a photo op here. Thank you so much. And we'll take a quick 5-minute break to fix a technical error, and we'll come back for the 4th session with the very gorgeous Shireen, and we'll see you all in 5 minutes. Well, I would request everyone to take their seats because we are starting with the next session. I would request everyone to please take their seats because we are starting with our session now. So now we all would agree, with the second largest population in the world, India should have no shortage of world-class athletes. Over the years, there have been several initiatives from the government to set up sports infrastructure. However, there are still challenges that need to be overcome. We have a high-powered panel featuring Mr. J. Meghanath Reddy, Member Secretary, Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Ravindran Sankaran, Director General and CEO, Bihar State Sports Authority, former 2004 Olympic captain and now Hockey India President, Dileep Tilki, and twice Olympic captain and current Punjab MLA, Pargat Singh. And facilitating the session is Shireen, who is a senior journalist and presenter. Can we please check the mic here?
Is the mic working?
Yeah,
it is. Mr. Shankaran actually could not be here. They've just finished hosting a very big hockey tournament, so I think he's a bit caught up with that. I'd actually like to thank all my guests because it's been very difficult for them to come on a day when there are lots of weddings happening and not else happening. So thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to begin with Mr. Reddy. One of the things that we are now perhaps reading more about is how every state is trying to improve its sports infrastructure, trying to announce a lot of schemes, and this is beyond what the center is doing. Is this like something new, or is it something that we're getting to know about now?
One of the mistakes, that we have always done and doing from a sports administration perspective is, we see a sport completely from either a government of India perspective or a state government perspective. So assuming there is an Olympics and you win medals, you either credit state government or the central government, and there's a lot of fight. But what we have not, properly looked at is last 2 decades particularly, the way India has undergone a lot of socio-economic churn. One of the sectors that has benefited from that is sports. So there is this community at large, Indian society at large. For the first time ever, generation of parents which started taking to sports. That somehow we missed. So we have not seen that there are many private academies which have come up, that there are schools which encourage a lot of sporting talent. For example, Srinath was here. You'll be surprised to know that almost every GM that comes out of Chennai comes from the same school. They all study in the same school. It's no coincidence that the school takes it up. And another example I can quote is 4 Paralympians won medals for Tamil Nadu in the last edition. None of them come from the major cities. One of them comes from a small town called Salem. The other one comes from Kanchipuram. The other one from Tiruvallur. The other one from a small town called Hosur. So somewhere Indian society has been witnessing that churn, that change from a sporting perspective, and which we fail to look at. And I'm glad that we are looking at that. So that churn was always there. And the reason why the states are in focus now is a credit should go to some of the states. I must credit Orissa largely. They've changed the narrative that a state looks at sports. We were for a large part of time were complacent. We were looking at central government for funding and other measures, but Orissa changed that, and then now Bihar is doing it. Tamil Nadu has started doing it. So states have realized that there is this potential that they can tap into and show to the world that states can do a lot from a sporting perspective.
My next question is going to be for Pargat. Pargat, when you were the sports director of Punjab, I remember you would go to people and say, cricket bat de deo, hockey sticks donate kar deo, paise nahi chahiye. And that was like such an unusual thing. You were not turning to the state, you were not turning to the center. What was your experience, and does the strategy now need to be different?
See, Shireen, मेरे को लगता है कि इस कंट्री में बहुत कुछ करने की ज़रूरत है, लेकिन unfortunately neither any government, most probably, nor any bureaucratic system, they are supporting the sports. क्योंकि एक हमारे जहन में आ गई कि ये सब कुछ लास्ट करने वाला है, और एक स्पोर्ट्समैन को बनने के लिए ऑलमोस्ट 10 से 15 साल लगते हैं. ही इज गोइंग थ्रू वेरियस सिस्टम, स्कूल, कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटीज, बट हमारे ऐसा कोई सिस्टम नहीं है. ये ठीक है कि हम कहीं कहीं ठीक करते हैं इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे। 119 वी पार्टिसिपेटेड इन दिस लास्ट ओलंपिक्स एंड 140-45 करोड़ का देश है, इसका मतलब 1 करोड़ के पीछे एक भी नहीं। क्योंकि हम सिर्फ इसको इस तरह से देखते हैं कि क्योंकि नाउ आई एम इन पॉलिटिक्स, बीइंग ए ब्यूरोक्रेट, बीइंग ए स्पोर्ट्समैन, क्योंकि जो पॉलिटिशियंस हैं वो इसको ये सोचते हैं कि यार एक बार ना दिखा दो हमें, रेसलिंग करके दिखा दो, खेल के दिखा दो, पर उनको ये नहीं पता कि इसके पीछे कितने साल लगे हुए हैं और उसकी जो कंटिन्यूटी है। एंड जो ब्यूरोक्रेट, मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि उनके लिए लास्ट प्रेफरेंस है टू बी ए स्पोर्ट्स सेक्रेटरी और टू बी ए डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि उनके लिए ये कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है कि वो इस साइड को लीड करना चाहते हैं। तो उड़ीसा इज एग्जाम्पल कि इन्होंने पिछले समय में हॉकी को सपोर्ट किया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी प्रोडक्शन यूनिट नहीं है, क्योंकि हम उस लेवल की बात कर रहे हैं जहां हमें मेडल आ रहे हैं, हमें ग्लैमर दिख रहा है, लेकिन उससे पहले बहुत कुछ करने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि जो जितनी मेरे को समझ है कि 3 साल से जब बच्चा शुरू होता है उसके फिजिकल और मेंटल पैरामीटर जो फिक्स जो है वो 3 से लेके 8 साल के बीच में हो सकते हैं, लेकिन हम 8 साल के बाद सोचना शुरू करते हैं कि हाँ भी इस पे हमने क्या करना है। और उसके क्योंकि हमारा स्कूल्स में कोई ऐसा नेटवर्क नहीं है, कॉलेजेस में ऐसा कुछ कंटिन्यूटी नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर जो लीडिंग कंट्रीज हैं हम इससे असेस कर सकते हैं कि हमारा जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज का टोटल बजट है वो कभी कभी 0.7% होता है, 1000 के पीछे 7 पैसे। एंड गुड कंट्रीज दे आर स्पेंडिंग 10 to 15% ऑफ देयर टोटल बजट ऑन ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज, क्योंकि वो सोचते हैं कि हम इंसान को बनाएं, लेकिन हम सोचते हैं कि हम बिल्डिंग बनाएं, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग तो जब भी जैसी जरूरत होगी इंसान बना लेगा, लेकिन जब उसको चाहिए क्या कि हम इस इंसान को कैसा बना रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए एजुकेशन और स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि दीज आर 2 मेजर पैरामीटर्स जिसने इंसान को आगे लेके जाना होता है। सो ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम जो है वो हमारा जो बजट भी है, कई बार डिस्कशन में आता है कि भाई चाइना इज डूइंग सो मच। मैं कह यार सी द गैप ऑफ व्हाट वी आर स्पेंडिंग ऑन द यंगर जनरेशन।
लेकिन प्रगट इसी पे मैं एक आगे पॉइंट पे आऊँगी। कम्युनिटी, जैसे यूएस को माना जाता है कि सबसे बड़ी स्पोर्टिंग एक पावर है। दिलीप, आपको क्या लगता है, जब आप खेल रहे थे और आप दोनों बहुत सुपर अचीवर्स रहे हैं हॉकी में, ओलंपिक्स खेले हैं, मेडल्स जीते हैं, उस वक्त इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे जोर नहीं था, उस वक्त खुद आप एक एफर्ट करते होते थे। कम्युनिटी और स्कूल्स कितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं स्टेट को अलग रखते हुए?
सबसे पहली बात तो पहली बार प्रगट भाई साहब के साथ बैठने का मौका मिला। आप सब जानते हैं कि प्रगट सिंह वर्ल्ड के एक लेजेंड रहा है। जब आपने कहा, जब 25-30 इयर्स बैक के बाद मैं कहना चाहूँगा, उस टाइम स्पोर्ट्स को लेकर मेरे ख्याल से एक लेवल पे अचीव करना, ओलंपिक्स में मेडल लाना, वर्ल्ड कप से मेडल लाना, मेरे ख्याल से उस हिसाब से, उस सोच विचार के हिसाब से हम बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिस ध्यान नहीं था। जबकि हमारे पास क्वालिटी बच्चे थे, हमारे पास बच्चों में इंटरेस्ट थी, लेकिन हम उस हिसाब से उसको मोटिवेट, उस हिसाब से हम सिस्टम में नहीं ला रहे थे। हम कम्युनिटी की बात करें, कम्युनिटी में बहुत सारे ऐसे कम्युनिटीज डिफरेंट अपने हिसाब से स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी करते थे। जैसे मैं सुंदरगढ़ की बात मैं करना चाहूँगा, वहाँ पे बच्चे मेरे ख्याल से 1000s बच्चे पागल हैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, हॉकी के लिए, लेकिन उस टाइम उसी से सिस्टम काम नहीं कर रही थी। स्कूल में ट्राइबल बच्चे स्पोर्ट्स के लिए रनिंग करते थे, दौड़ते थे, हॉकी खेलते थे, लेकिन उस हिसाब से ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम नहीं थी। हाँ, जैसे रेड्डी साहब जी ने बोला कि प्रगट भाई साहब भी अभी कुछ सालों में मुझे भी दिख रहा है, जब गवर्नमेंट सामने आ रहा है स्पोर्ट्स को थोड़ा आगे ले जाने के लिए, और कुछ स्टेट में अभी मेरे ख्याल से अभी थोड़ा हलचल तो अब दिखने को मिल रहा है। उड़ीसा ने एक, चलो मैं फॉर्मर सीएम नवीन पटनायक जी का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा, उन्होंने एक प्लेटफॉर्म शुरुआत कर दी और उसको फॉलो अभी कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। उड़ीसा से स्टार्ट हुआ, तमिलनाडु बहुत अच्छा अभी काम कर रहे हैं, अभी बिहार में आपने देख लिया, पंजाब में मेरे ख्याल से कुछ साल पहले कई सारे एकेडमिक्स स्टार्ट, प्रगट सिंह जब थे हॉकी स्टिक मेरे ख्याल से डिस्ट्रीब्यूट से स्टार्ट किए थे, टर्फ छोटे छोटे टर्फुल से टर्फ लगाने मेरे ख्याल से पैसा नहीं थे उतने, इसलिए हाफ साइज टर्फ लगा के एटलीस्ट प्रैक्टिस किया जाए, वो स्टार्ट किए हुए थे। कुछ राज्यों में जब शुरुआत किए, इसमें से हॉकी की मैं बात करूं, तब जाके अभी उसका मैं कहूँगा अभी अब रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है। और आज के तारीख में गवर्नमेंट के सपोर्ट से, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मदद से आज एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है कि हाँ हमारे बच्चे इंटरनेशनल इवेंट में हम बेटर कर सकते हैं। आज देख लीजिए, हम हॉकी की बात करें, हॉकी 50-5 सालों में जो अचीव किया है, मेरे ख्याल से हम 80 के बाद कभी कर नहीं पाए थे। इसके कई सारे रीजन हैं, कई सारे हॉकी इंडिया तो अभी काम कर ही रहे हैं, और हॉकी इंडिया अभी फोकस कर रहा है कि अभी टेक्निकली कहाँ कहाँ कमी है, कहाँ कहाँ पहले नहीं होती थी, कहाँ कहाँ करने से प्लेयर्स और टीमों के इम्प्रूव है, उस पर हम लोग अभी ध्यान देने बल दे रहे हैं।
I think one round of applause, please, if anyone doesn't know. Dilip has played with Palgat as his captain, and today the two of them have actually come together. Two Olympians who have done outstanding work. Today they are here in their official capacity as President of Hockey India, and Palgat has done so much work. He's now a politician, but let's never forget they're sports people at heart, and they really feel for the sport. Mr. Reddy, one of the things that keeps coming up is that state is supposed to look after sport. Sport is a state subject. So why should the centre have schemes like Khelo India and TOPS schemes? Do you feel that there needs to be better coordination between the state and the centre?
I mean, we'll have to understand something, that creating a sports person or a sports culture or bringing out champions, it's not like, it's a duty of a state or a centre. It's a continuum. For example, state succeeds in spotting a talent, an athlete talent or a hockey talent. Probably till his, grade 10 or, junior level, he'll be with state. But after that, the center takes over. You'll have center of excellence or something. From a state perspective, what I have understood is, states have been, complaining that enough funds have not come, enough focus has not come. That's a different story. I mean, I don't think it's right to, at least for me, to get into that. But being with Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu for the last 2 years, 2.5 years, what I have understood is, if financing is a question that, states say, we don't have finances, I think we are probably having wrong priorities or wrong targets. I remember most of us do create a lot of, furore when we see that there is a budget announced and there is, budget allocations come down for health and education. That's something we read in newspaper. Issal, health budget has come down, education budget has come down. None of us question any state government that what is your sports budget. No one knows, how much do they allocate. And let me tell you, it doesn't cost at all to, make sports your priority sector in a state. All you would need is, in my experience, probably some 200-300 crore, which is very minimal from a state's budgeting perspective of 1 lakh crore and 2 lakh crore. You give education some 15,000, 20,000 crore, and what's wrong in giving some 300 crore, to a sports sector? All that probably you could do is create some hostels, centers of excellence in every district, which is very easily doable. Create some tracks, create some mini stadium at each constituency level or a block level, and all this wouldn't cost anything. And even, from a sports person's perspective, I'll just give you 2 examples which comes fresh to my memory. There's a girl from North Madras, which you can call as Old Madras, who is a carom player who has been literally doing on her own. Suddenly approached state government, said there is a World Cup of carom happening in USA, where 18 countries would participate, and all she needed was 2 lakh rupees to fly to US. We have a foundation in Tamil Nadu called Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, which given a chance would elaborate a good practice. Three of the players came. We immediately sanctioned. What did it cost us? Some 8 lakhs, 3 players and 1 coach. The girl came back as world champion yesterday. She is the women world champion of caroms, defeated another Indian. And all the 3 girls that we sent, with just costing us, 6 lakh rupee, came back with medals. And there is an interesting story. I don't know whether Srinath is around here. There is an interesting story behind Gukesh going to candidates. Srinath approached, our state development authority, saying that Gukesh has this one last chance through the FIDE circuit to enter candidates, and we need one tournament. They said, can Tamil Nadu, do a tournament for this? There are some 8 guys which would come around for the competition. Gukesh has every strong possibility to win this tournament and go to candidates. It costed us 1.7 crore. Honestly, not much from a state budgeting perspective. A seminar like this would cost 50-60 lakhs. So we hosted it. Gukesh won that tournament. We call it Chennai Grandmasters. Went to candidates, won the candidates, and is now on the verge of becoming world champion. I mean, just 2 small examples from a state's perspective. It did not cost us anything, but the kind of inspiration that would churn. If Gukesh goes on to win, I'm sure, we'll find another 10 Gukesh in the next 10 years in this country, and probably 5 from Chennai itself. So that's where, states will have to set its priorities right.
दिलीप, आपने बहुत कम बात की कि आप खुद अपने इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे सुंदरगढ़ में क्या कर रहे हो हॉकी के लिए और किस तरह से वो वहाँ की इकोनॉमी को बेनिफिट कर रहा है. आप एक हैट पहनते हो हॉकी इंडिया प्रेसिडेंट की, ऑफिशियल हैट है, फेडरेशन क्या कर सकती है. एक आप एज एन इंडिविजुअल अपने रीजन के लिए क्या करते हो. दोनों को जब आप देखते हो तो क्या आपको लगता है कुछ इंडिविजुअल्स जो इन्फ्लुएंशियल इंडिविजुअल्स हैं, फॉर्मर प्लेयर्स हैं, फॉर्मर कोचेज हैं, आपको क्या लगता है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को उनको ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए या वो अपने लेवल पे कुछ और काम कर सकते हैं? और वो सुंदरगढ़ के बारे में कुछ बताइए प्लीज़.
देखिए, आज मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कोचों की कमी है. हमारे खिलाड़ी हैं, जितने भी खिलाड़ी हैं, रिटायर्ड होने के बाद कोचिंग में या सोशल प्रोग्राम में, सोशल एक्टिविटीज़ में या स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटीज़ में उतना इन्वॉल्व नहीं होते हैं. मेरे ख्याल से डीपली इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आखिर मैं ये समझता हूँ कि मैं आज हूँ तो हॉकी के लिए ही हूँ और हॉकी के लिए मुझे जानते हैं. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ करना चाहिए. तो कई सारे एक्टिविटीज़ हम हॉकी को बढ़ाओ. उस टाइम मेरे ख्याल से गवर्नमेंट आने से पहले, मेरे ख्याल से उस टाइम इसका शुरुआत नहीं हुए थे गवर्नमेंट की ओर से. उस टाइम हम लोग कोशिश किए थे कि रूरल एरियाज़ में हम लोग भाई हॉकी स्टिक दे के, उनको टी शर्ट दे के, सब दे के इंटरेस्ट बढ़ाया जाए, इवेंट कराया जाए. इसलिए क्रेज़ कैसे आएगा, क्योंकि हमारे वहाँ पे उड़ीसा हॉकी मतलब रूरल हॉकी है, गांव की हॉकी है. उनको हम जब तक बढ़ावा नहीं देंगे, बच्चों को हम इक्विपमेंट नहीं देंगे, उनको इंटरेस्ट हम उनके पास नहीं जाएंगे तो इंटरेस्ट नहीं. इसलिए हम लोग कोशिश किया कि बहुत एक इवेंट हम लोग कराया, हम लोग ने ऑर्गेनाइज किए थे. 1458 टीम्स पार्टिसिपेट किए थे. वाइस प्रेसिडेंट अंसारी जी आए हुए थे, सीएम आए हुए थे उद्घाटन के लिए. और उस दिन हम यूथ, जितने भी यूथ हैं, उड़ीसा के यूथ, छत्तीसगढ़ के यूथ, झारखंड के यूथ आके सेलिब्रेट किए थे. मेरे ख्याल से 22,000 हॉकी स्टिक उड़ा था उस दिन, जस्ट हॉकी पॉपुलर करने के लिए. उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट ने वहाँ पे हॉकी को प्रमोट करने के डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में टर्फ लगवाए, सिंथेटिक सैंड टर्फ. मेरे ख्याल से 17 ब्लॉक हैं, 16 उसके संबलपुर में 2, जाजपुर में, हमारे ब्रह्मपुर में. ऐसे करके काफ़ी 32 या 30 फुट टर्फ अब तक लग चुकी है हॉकी प्रमोशन के लिए. कोचिंग, ग्रास रूट कोचिंग प्रोग्राम को अब स्ट्रेंथनिंग करने जा रहे हैं. वहाँ पे जितने भी हॉस्टल है, एकेडमिक से कमी रहा, हमारे जो कोचेस और सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ, उसको कैसे मजबूत किया जाए, उस पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं. हाई परफॉर्मेंस सेंटर अभी उसको ध्यान, मेरे ख्याल 8 से 10 खेलों का, जिसमें हम फ्यूचर में मेडल आ सकता है, या ओलंपिक्स खेलों को काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट दे रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट. और वहाँ पे बेटर कोच, बेटर ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा रहा है. मॉडर्न स्पोर्ट्स साइंस सेंटर जो बेस्ट फैसिलिटीज है वर्ल्ड में, उसको वहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश किया गया है. न्यूट्रिशन को, बेस्ट न्यूट्रिशन वहाँ पे हायर करके वहाँ पे लगाया गया है. सो इस लेवल पे अभी उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट अभी काम कर रहा है.
पर आपके ट्विटर पे ना एक पिंड ट्वीट है जिसमें आपने डाले हुए बजट्स कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का कितना है इस वक्त. एंड आई एम गोइंग अकॉर्डिंग टू द लोकसभा वेबसाइट एंड खेलो इंडिया, द 2 states that have taken the maximum budget are Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh. आपके ट्वीट का ये मानना है कि अगर किसी का बजट 400 crores है, it does not necessarily mean that they will produce 400 Olympians. Is that what you're saying? Can you elaborate on that?
देखिए, जो मैं इसको विजुलाइज करता हूँ कि ये सिर्फ मेडल्स की बात नहीं, हमें दुनिया को ये दिखाना है कि हमारी जो यंगर लॉट है वो कितनी हेल्दी और प्रॉस्पेरस है। आज की स्पोर्ट्स दुनिया में यही दिखाती है, लेकिन उस नज़रिए से हम काम नहीं करते। इफ़ यू लुक एट चाइना, देयर आर 3 tier ऑफ सिस्टम। वन इज स्पोर्ट्स फॉर ऑल, स्पेशलाइजेशन एंड सुपर स्पेशलाइजेशन। अगर कंट्री में आप ऐसे काम नहीं करोगे और उसकी कंटिन्यूटी नहीं होगी तो हमारा देश ठीक है, मतलब कभी 1 आ गया, 2 आ गया, 3 आ गया, 4 आ गया, बट इससे ज़्यादा हम कुछ ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि पिछले 30 साल में चाइना की ऑफिशियली नेशन की 2.5 इंचेस हाइट इंक्रीज हो गई। दे रिड्यूस्ड 50% ऑफ देयर टोटल हॉस्पिटल्स टू प्ले ग्राउंड, बिकॉज विद द थिंकिंग कि जिनके ग्राउंड भरे होते हैं उनके हॉस्पिटल खाली होते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हॉस्पिटल्स की लाइन लगी हुई है, लेकिन ग्राउंड जितने हैं वो भी, हमारी जो थॉट प्रोसेस है उसको चेंज करने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि मैं जब पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को देखता हूं तो मेरे को बहुत से ऐसे लोग मिलते हैं, क्योंकि दे हार्डली डिस्कस ऑन दीज इश्यूज, और ब्यूरोक्रेट, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली ये सारा सिस्टम, क्योंकि टेक्नोक्रेट्स को तो ऑलमोस्ट इन्होंने बाहर कर दिया, क्योंकि टेक्नोक्रेट्स तो ये फेडरेशन में कभी लड़ गए, कभी किसी में लड़ पड़े, क्योंकि वो एक अदर स्टोरी है। क्योंकि हमारे जो कंट्री में सिस्टम जो रन हो रहा है वो एक अदर स्टोरी है कि जो हमारी जो जितना ओलंपिक चार्टर है, क्योंकि जब चार्टर की बात आती है, जब परफॉर्मेंस की बात आती है, हम कहते हैं कि ओलंपिक चार्टर है। जब कभी कोई फंड्स की बात आती है या कुछ करने की बात आती है तो वो कहते हैं कि हमारे देश को करना चाहिए, लेकिन हमारी कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कहीं नहीं, क्योंकि बहुत साल कलमाडी जी ने निकाल दिए, उसके बाद बत्रे ने निकाल दिए, उसके बाद बहुत से ऐसे जोकर आते हैं। मैं रियलिटी ये कहूँ कि बहुत से ऐसे लोग आते हैं कि जो स्पोर्ट्स को एक ऐसी फील्ड समझते हैं जिससे वो कहते हैं कि हम ग्लैमरस तो हों लेकिन हमारी कंट्रीब्यूशन कोई ना हो। क्योंकि मैंने ब्यूरोक्रेसी में भी देखा है, सॉरी टू से, कि व्हेन आई वाज ए डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स, मेरा ख्याल है कि कोई इंसान लास्ट पोस्टिंग चाहेगा ब्यूरोक्रेसी से कि मेरे को डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स या सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स लगा। ये बेसिक मानसिकता है, क्योंकि 3 काम है। पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम ने इसको सोचना है कि हाँ भाई कहाँ हमारा देश कहाँ जाना चाहिए, और ब्यूरोक्रेट्स ने इसको बेसिकली इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के ऊपर ले जाना है, और टेक्नोक्रेट्स ने इसको ये देखना है कि टेक्निकली हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं। और जो 4th पिलर है वो मीडिया बेसिकली उसको कैसे उसको लेके आगे बढ़ेगा। वैसे तो आजकल मीडिया का भी यही हाल हो गया, क्योंकि ज़्यादा कई बार ना सच्ची बात बोलने से कई बार तकलीफ हो जाती है।
मीडिया वाले बहुत हैं।
नहीं, मेरे बहुत से दोस्त बैठे हुए हैं, मैं समझता हूँ, और इनको भी पता है। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि जो मीडिया हाउसेस की बात मैं करता हूँ, क्योंकि जब पॉलिसी मैटर पे हम उतने फेयर नहीं है, क्योंकि करैक्टर बिल्डअप करना, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स जो है वो एक करैक्टर बिल्डअप करती है कि यार हाँ मैं हार गया, मैंने मेहनत की, लेकिन उससे आगे बढ़ना है। और लेकिन ये अगर करैक्टर हम बेसिकली उसको कंप्रोमाइज कर लेंगे, हमारे देश के जो बेसिक पैरामीटर्स है वो खराब हो जाएंगे। क्योंकि आज जहाँ जिस तरफ पॉलिटिक्स जा रही है, जिस तरफ हमारा सोच थॉट प्रोसेस जा रहा है, वो स्पोर्ट्स में कभी मैंने देखा नहीं है। मेरे को कोई नहीं है कि अगर कोई कहे कि यार ये हिंदू है, ये मुस्लिम है, ये मेरे को तो एक अच्छा स्पोर्ट्समैन होना चाहिए। ये टर्की भाई और मैं इकट्ठे खेलते रहे हैं। सो अल्टीमेटली इफ ही इज ए गुड प्लेयर देन अल्टीमेटली ही इज ए बेटर टीममेट, एंड दैट इज व्हाट द सोसाइटी इज। मैं इसको इस एंगल से भी देखता हूं कि सोसाइटी ये कहती है कि यार टर्की मेरा भाई है क्योंकि ये अच्छा स्पोर्ट्समैन है। ये किसी जात से, किसी धर्म से आता है, मेरे को क्या लेना देना। लेकिन अगर हम इस कंट्री को जो बेसिक पैरामीटर है हम किसी डिफरेंट एंगल पे लेके जा रहे हैं, हमारी जो वो स्पिरिट है, जिसको स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट कहते हैं, वो डिफीट कर रहे हैं, जो कंट्री के बेनिफिट में नहीं है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली इज द कंट्री इज द बिगेस्ट एसेट.
I'll interrupt you a bit. Dilip has to catch a flight, but before he goes, there's one last answer, Dilip. मुझे चिट मिल गया कि आपको जाना है, तो आपके जाने से पहले मेरे को एक सवाल पूछना है. जो हॉकी इंडिया लीग है, जैसे इस तरह की लीग, चाहे वो हॉकी में हो या किसी और गेम में हो, कितना कंट्रीब्यूशन वो गेम को बढ़ाने में कर सकती है, पॉपुलैरिटी में, और जो बात हो रही है, जो प्रगट कह रहे हैं, ऑफ प्रोड्यूसिंग बेटर एथलीट्स, बेटर स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, प्रोड्यूसिंग अ बेटर स्पोर्टिंग कल्चर, वो कितना कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता है?
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि इंडियन स्पोर्ट्स में सबसे पहला लीग शुरुआत हुई थी हॉकी से, PHL प्रीमियर हॉकी लीग. उसके बाद क्रिकेट और बाकी खेलों में स्टार्ट हुआ. लीग काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है, जहाँ वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट खिलाड़ी आके खेल रहे हैं, और इंडियन स्पेशल इंडियन के जो यूथ खिलाड़ियों के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा एक्सपोजर के लिए प्लेटफॉर्म बनती है. और ये हमने देखे हैं 2013 में जब स्टार्ट हुआ, बहुत सारे आज के मनप्रीत, मनदीप, मेरे ख्याल से अमित, रोहित दास से लेके बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी हैं जो कि आज जो स्टार हैं, लीग का ही देन है. और मैं समझता हूँ जो हॉकी इंडिया लीग होने से, जिसके साथ देखिए, जिसके साथ एक महीना जितने टॉप क्लास, हर एक टीम में मेरे ख्याल 8 टॉप क्लास प्लेयर हैं, और वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट प्लेयर हैं एक टीम में. सो एक टीम में हमारे जितने भी यंग खिलाड़ी हैं, उनके साथ प्रैक्टिस करने से, उनके साथ प्रैक्टिस करना, उसके साथ रहना, उनके साथ मैच खेलना, उनके एक लेवल बढ़ जाएगी. सो फ्यूचर में जो ईयरली एज में जो एक्सपीरियंस गेन कर रहे हैं, फ्यूचर में उनको हेल्प करेगा, पहली बात. सो लीग तो ऐसे ही पॉपुलर हो ही रहा है, लोग सब पसंद कर रहे हैं. दूसरी बात, हम लोग फोकस कर रहे हैं ग्रास रूट हॉकी काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है फ्यूचर हॉकी के लिए. तो इसलिए हम लोग कोशिश किया है, हॉकी इंडिया ने अंडर-17 इंडियन टीम बनाने जा रहे हैं, बना चुके हैं. अंडर-19 इंडियन टीम, अंडर-21 हमारे पास है, सीनियर हैं, और एक डेवलपमेंट टीम बना रहे हैं. अंडर-21 के बाद एक डेवलपमेंट टीम भी बन रही है. इसलिए जब तक हम यंगर खिलाड़ियों को, सब जूनियर बच्चों को जब तक हम रेस्पेक्ट नहीं देंगे, जब तक हम इनको इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं देंगे, जब तक हम रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं देंगे, जब तक हम उनको अच्छे कोच के अंदर में कोचिंग नहीं देंगे, अच्छा ट्रेनर के अंदर में हम फिटनेस नहीं दिलाएंगे, तो आगे बढ़ नहीं पाएंगे.
पर इसका मतलब फिर दिलीप यही हुआ ना कि अगर 100 है तो उसमें से 70 स्टेट की ही कंट्रीब्यूशन होनी पड़ेगी अगर किसी एथलीट ने बढ़ना है, कि ये उल्टा रेशियो हो सकता है कि एथलीट की कंट्रीब्यूशन 70% है और स्टेट की 30%.
देखिए स्पोर्ट्स तो स्टेट में, मेरे ख्याल से स्टेट के गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट के सरकार को ध्यान देना चाहिए. मेरे ख्याल से जैसे मैंने कहा कि पहले बिल्कुल नहीं थी, हमें मालूम है, कुछ जो प्राइवेट एकेडमिक्स थे, कुछ कोशिश किए थे भाई प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम किया जाए, लेकिन अभी ध्यान दे रहे हैं. जितने भी कई सारे जो 4 स्टेट हैं, 5 स्टेट हैं, उसमें ध्यान दे रहे हैं कोचिंग प्रोग्राम को करने के लिए. और जो खिलाड़ी हमें दिख रही है, जितने खिलाड़ी जो उभर के आ रहे हैं, सब जूनियर लेवल में जो इंडियन टीम बन रही है अभी, मेरे ख्याल यही 4-5 स्टेट के ही प्लेयर्स हैं, जो जहाँ एकेडमिक्स हैं, जहाँ हॉस्टल हैं. तो जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल से और भी स्टेट हैं, उनको भी ध्यान देना चाहिए ताकि वहाँ से प्लेयर निकल के आएँ. और सेकंड बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा, देखिए आज के तारीख में मैं बार बार कहता हूँ कि आज के तारीख में जिसके पास वर्ल्ड क्लास प्लेयर हैं, वही वर्ल्ड हॉकी को डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, वही वर्ल्ड कप, ओलंपिक्स जिता के ले जा रहे हैं. जैसे अलेक्जेंडर हेंड्रिक्स जब फॉर्म में था 2018, 2021 ओलंपिक्स, 2018 वर्ल्ड कप जिता के ले गया, हाईएस्ट गोल स्कोर करके. देखिए गुंजालो, जब अर्जेंट कहीं नाम निशान नहीं थे, 2016 ओलंपिक गुंजालो जब फॉर्म में आया, जब गुंजालो में फ्लिक करके स्वर्ण जिता के लिए. सोलह बस जब फ्लिक कर रहे थे, उस टाइम पाकिस्तान को डर रहे थे सब. हॉलैंड की बात करें हम जहाँ जिसके बाद लॉम्बी की बात करें हम, और जब हमें आज मेडल मिला है 2021 में या 2024 में, रुपेंद्र पाल और हरमनप्रीत दोनों मिलकर 10 गोल दिए हैं टोक्यो में, और सिर्फ हरमन इस ओलंपिक 10 गोल किए, और भी गोल कर सकता था, मिस करे सेमीफाइनल में और कर सकता था. तो इसलिए शॉर्ट कॉर्नर काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है मॉडर्न हॉकी में, इसलिए हम शॉर्ट कॉर्नर स्पेशलिस्ट भी हम निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. इसलिए हम लोग एक फ्लिकर का एक ग्रुप बना दिए हैं, गोलकीपर लोग एक ग्रुप बना दिए हैं, हॉस्टल अकेडमी में जाके हम कोचिंग प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट कर दिए हैं ईयरली एज में, 15-16 एज में, ताकि हम फ्यूचर में हम बेटर फ्लिकर निकाल सकें। तो इस एरियाज में हम लोग अभी फोकस करें ताकि फ्यूचर में और बेटर प्लेयर हमें मिल पाए।
Dilip has to go, so please one big round of applause for Dilip.
और इससे जाने से पहले कहना चाहूँगा, थैंक यू सो मच। आपको मालूम है कि 95 में जब पहली बार मैं सीनियर इंडिया में खेला तो भाई साहब को पहली बार खेलने के लिए मौका मिला और राइट फुलबैक मैं राइट फुलबैक खेलता था। जब परगट जी आए तो मैं लेफ्ट फुलबैक खेला और मुझे एक बात कहते थे, यदि खेलना है तो कॉन्फिडेंस से खेलना चाहिए, कॉन्फिडेंस आना चाहिए खेलने में, बस कॉन्फिडेंस आना चाहिए। और कई साल तक साथ में खेले, 96 ओलंपिक। उसके बाद मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि मेरा रोल मॉडल जब रहा, जब मैं डिफेंस खेला तो परगट सिंह ही मेरा रोल मॉडल रहा। और दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा, मैं पहले फॉरवर्ड में खेलता था, फॉरवर्ड मैं राइट इन राइट आउट खेलता था। जब हॉस्टल में आया तो यहाँ बैठे हुए ए.के. बंसल जी द्रोणाचार्य हैं साई में। बेस हाई स्कूल में जब पढ़ता था उस टाइम जब सीनियर थे तो मुझे फॉरवर्ड में खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था, है ना। एक दिन एक फॉरवर्ड तबियत खराब, एक डिफेंडर की तबियत खराब हो गया तो बंसल कोच साहब ने मुझे कहा कि डिफेंस खेलोगे? सर खेलूंगा। तो उसी दिन से मैं डिफेंस हो गया। सो कोच साहब का ऐसा डिसीजन था। सो थैंक यू सो मच आप लोगों को। सो थैंक यू सो मच। मैं निकलता हूँ। थैंक यू।
हमारे क्वेश्चन से बच के जा रहे हो।
Can we throw it open for some questions? Actually, while that is happening, I have one question, both for Mr. Reddy and for Pargat. Today, do you see sports being used as a political tool? Like Odisha government actually, in terms of managing the event, in terms of managing the whole persona around the state, used sports and used it very effectively for 10 years. Do you think the other states are taking a leaf out of that?
I mean, I don't know whether we can call it a political tool, but as I said before, probably states have realized that there is so much of potential that they can, bring forward in sports, and that they can connect to their broader public or electorate, if you want to use the word electorate. Because sports, what I have felt is why Odisha, has done it and why Tamil Nadu is doing it now is such a low-hanging fruit. I mean, our Deputy Chief Minister is a sports minister. I mean, after he took over, there's so much of attention towards this, for the simple reason that on a daily basis, he keeps meeting some or the other sports person who goes to participate in some event or who goes to win some event. So what's happening is it's an easy way to connect to your people. It's an easy way to show to the world and to your people that this is what we're able to do. We're able to create champions on a daily basis. You go to his Twitter feed almost on a daily basis, he's meeting some champion or the other. So I think that's where few states have understood that, yes, there's lots that happening in sports sector and lots that happening in each state and in this country. Why not utilize it to reach out to the larger public?
Pargat, at the ground level, sports, just as you were saying, that it improves a person. As a human being, it improves you. But at the same time, the states contribute to an extent. We just saw some graphics. Tamil Nadu has the best Olympic level infrastructure. But that hasn't really meant that we are producing very solid champions. You also made a point that sirf champion produce karna enough nahi hai. It is more about produce. From your time to now, do parents still want their children to take up sports other than cricket?
Shireen, मेरे को लगता नहीं है. Most of the parents, they wanted they should go to the schools, but not to the grounds. That is the biggest problem with the parents, because मेरे को कभी बहुत कम लगता है, क्योंकि if you count the numbers, क्योंकि अगर हम कहेंगे कि 119 हम वही 140-45 करोड़ में से ओलंपिक में पार्टिसिपेट करने चले गए, वो नंबर नहीं है. क्योंकि नंबर तो वो है कि अगर हम अपनी हेल्थ एंगल को इम्प्रूव करें और सुपर स्पेशलिटी के थ्रू हम दुनिया को दिखाएं कि हमारा यूथ कितना हेल्दी और खुशहाल है, क्योंकि वो माइंडसेट हमारा नहीं है. और मैं कहता हूं कि स्पोर्ट्स को यूज करना चाहिए, मिसयूज नहीं करना चाहिए. मैं इसलिए कहता हूं क्योंकि ये जो आज की हॉकी टीम भी है, मैं कभी ये नहीं कहता कि मैंने कुछ किया, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है कि मेरी जिम्मेवारी थी कि मैं कुछ करूं, क्योंकि इससे मेरे को बहुत कुछ मिला है। ये जितने पंजाब के प्लेयर हैं, ये 2005-6 के 7 की बैच के प्लेयर हैं। ये प्लेयर एक दिन में नहीं बनता, एक साल में नहीं बनता, इसको 10 से 15 साल का समय लगता है। क्योंकि अगर हम आज भी 2036 ओलंपिक की बात करते हैं तो टाइम इज नॉट सफिशिएंट टू गो एट दैट लेवल, क्योंकि बहुत से कंट्रीज जो है वो 2040 की, 2044 की ऑलमोस्ट देयर इन प्रोसेस, लेकिन हमारे पास कोई इतना पूल नहीं है। मैं तुर्की की इस बात से सहमत नहीं हूं कि एक 100 प्लेयर को लेके अगर आप कहो कि हमारे पास बहुत बड़ा पूल है, क्योंकि जितनी देर हमारे पास, क्योंकि देखो चाइना ने 9 करोड़ बच्चे से शुरू किया, एंड स्पेशलाइजेशन इज 9 लाख एंड सुपर स्पेशलाइजेशन इज 9,000। हमारे पास कितने होंगे? 200, 300, 400 सुपर स्पेशलाइजेशन में। क्योंकि अगर हम कंट्री के एंगल से देखते हैं तो उस एंगल से हमारा बहुत ही हमें काम करने की जरूरत है, टेक्निकली भी, ब्यूरोक्रेटिकली भी और पॉलिटिकली भी। क्योंकि अगर हम इन सब एंगल्स को नहीं करेंगे तो अल्टीमेटली हम वो अचीव नहीं कर सकेंगे जो हमें अचीव करना चाहिए। क्योंकि बजट तो मतलब नॉट ओनली इन स्टेट्स बट एट द सेंट्रल लेवल ऑल्सो, क्योंकि ये कोऑर्डिनेशन है, एक देश को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। ये जब देश की बात आती है तो स्टेट ऑटोमेटिकली उसी में आ जाती है। क्योंकि जब मैंने शुरू किया था पंजाब में, व्हेन आई वाज डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स, देयर वाज हार्डली एनी बजट। मैंने कहा यार हॉकी के लिए क्योंकि मैंने 20 लोग जो हर गेम के टॉप लेवल थे, मैंने उनको कहा कि यार आप आओ, आप हेल्प करो, आप अपनी अपनी गेम को देखो कि कहाँ कहाँ हमने इम्प्रूव करना है। और मैं देखता हूँ कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे, कोचेस कहाँ से आएंगे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे। और मेरे को याद है कि एस्ट्रोटर्फ, मैंने एक शिवाजी स्टेडियम से सेकंड हैंड एस्ट्रोटर्फ bought it for 5 lakhs, make it to 5 pieces and make 5 grounds, 6-a-side grounds. तो मेरे को उस टाइम भी जो हमारे स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर थे मनोज सिंह गिल, ही सेड कि यार प्रगट तेरे कोल कित्थों पैसे आए? मैं कहा जी फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग मैं कहा जी पजामे चो ना कच्छे बना देते, क्योंकि एक बड़ी ग्राउंड से 5 छोटी ग्राउंड बना देती। एंड आई पुट इन दोज विलेजेस वेयर बेसिकली द एक्चुअल टैलेंट वाज देयर, क्योंकि वो बच्चे वहां नहीं आ सकते, शहर में नहीं आ सकते, कहीं दूर नहीं आ सकते। सो अल्टीमेटली वी हैव टू पुश लाइक दिस। और उसके बाद अल्टीमेटली, क्योंकि ड्रग्स की बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, मैं समझता हूँ पंजाब में भी है और अदर स्टेट्स में भी है, और उसकी बेस्ट रेमेडी है जो हमारे बच्चों को स्पोर्ट्स में मैक्सिमम नंबर पे जाना चाहिए, सो दैट कि आने वाला समय जो है वो जो खास करके हमारा जो मेंटल एबिलिटी है, क्योंकि बहुत से बच्चे मैं देख रहा हूं कि दे आर हार्डली गोइंग टू एनी ग्राउंड्स, दे आर ऑन गैजेट्स। और आने वाला समय जो मेंटल हेल्थ का बहुत इशू होने वाला है, उसके लिए हमें एज ए कंट्री ये चाहिए कि हमारा हर बच्चा जो है ग्राउंड को टच करे, अल्टीमेटली ही शुड फील इट। क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूं कि बच्चे बहुत इंडिविजुअलाइज्ड हो गए, क्योंकि फेसबुक पे उनके 5000 दोस्त हैं, अदरवाइज प्रैक्टिकली एक भी नहीं है। उनकी फीलिंग जो है वो अल्टीमेटली एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर रही जो उसकी बॉडी चाहती है। सो उसके ऊपर हमें एज ए नेशन हमें काम करना चाहिए। इसी स्पिरिट से हमें नेशन को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए।
All right, I know we're running out of time, but if there are any quick
questions, yes,
otherwise
please. The gentleman in black, yes, please. Can we please pass the mic to him?
I think I may be the senior most over here. I'm senior to Pargat also. I played 78 Asian Games and won the medal. That's the one thing. Second, I may be the well connected till this date because in the last month gone to play a Masters World Cup hockey and won the bronze medal also there also. As he said, a lot of questions have come and are asked to the state governments to tell it. Hockey India roles comes in the last, but the states comes the first to take care of everything. For example, what I feel in none of the school in India till this date do a talent hunting programs. None. So the state should make mandatory to all school colleges to run the talent hunting programs so that you should know what talent is with you. That's first thing. Second, the turf grounds. So many turf grounds in the states which has not been used rightly. The reason is only the state coaches do the training programs there. 25 kids in the morning, 25 in the evening, that's all. 7 crore worth of the turf ground which will last only 7 years. Whether you play or don't play, it will vanish. It had to be used extensively. Then, as Tirki was telling it, none of the master, maybe other than me, are coming to the ground. They have not been given any programs, they have not been welcomed, they have not been paid money, so that you come on a ground, bring your children, run the academies and produce. State coaches cannot produce because they themselves are not the great players. They cannot demonstrate, they cannot teach it. So the state governments has to take initiatives to run the program in such a manner where the talent hunting should happen, field should be used rightly, the budget should be used rightly. Otherwise, Hockey India comes in the last to do it. They cannot do it unless the state gives them. As Odisha started this, they have running the centers, they are doing it. Again, he is also telling, we are not getting the coaches. Why we are not getting the coaches? State are as responsible. Every coach in a state have a salary level of 40 to 50, 60,000. But when there's any masters who plays for India, he is getting a salary of 1.5 or 2 lakhs. So if you will not create the post, 4 or 5 posts in a state, where the salaries be given 2 lakh plus, none of the good player are going to become a coach and to come forward. That's the basic problem. And when they will not come forward, the junior coaches will not learn what exactly hockey should be. So eventually what's happening, all grassroots at the hockey level is going to the people to learn the hockey who don't know the hockey by themselves. And none of the senior is going to ground because neither they allow them nor they welcome them. So how you can run the hockey? Second is the role models. Like Mr. Pagat, Mr. Tirki. You tell me in India, who is the role model for the hockey? Other than Dada Dhyan Chand, we show one small photograph. If you go to any hockey stadium, even the state hockey stadiums, you will not find how many people from a state who have played for a country have got a photographs in the stadiums. So you are not showing a role models to the players who want to know who have played them. So these are the basic fault of the state. They have to come up to do the hockey in such a manner, or in any sports, not for the hockey, that the children should have to be told who are the role models. Mr. Pragat walked down in the Punjab, few people will remember. But if properly role models has been done, it has to be done. So basically these are the states who have to take care of it. Hockey, Mr. Tirki has gone, so a lot of questions were to him, but then he had run away from here, so it's better for him. Thank you very much.
Well, quite a few suggestions from Sir. Sir, if you like to answer the question, please.
You can at least speak on the talent hunt which states can do. Talent.
I mean, most of the states are doing talent hunts. States have started their own centers of excellence. We call them hostels, centers of excellence. We do have, for example, in Tamil Nadu, we do World Beaters Talent Scheme. Every year we run this scheme, scout talent and put in our hostels. We run around 38 hostels spread across 24 disciplines. Hockey is one amongst it. And as he rightly said, we do put this 7 crore, 8 crore pitches. Sometimes we don't create any training facilities. We had similar situation in Chennai where we created a facility for training facility for girls to ensure that there are people to train on the facility. Coaches, yes. States have to invest in good coaching programs, no second thoughts on that, and many states are doing it. I mean, at least we are utilizing the services of past champions. For example, Mohammad Riaz, a legendary player from our state, is one of our expert coaches. We have got a foreign coach for hockey. One Mr. Eric is engaged with us for the last 1.5 years as a foreign coach. So I think states are doing it, but yes, there's always room for improvement.
Any more questions, please? Hanji.
जी सभी को नमस्कार। मैं राजेश चौहान हूँ और जैसा टिर्की भाई ने बताया कि उनके कैप्टन प्रगट सिंह वैसेव रहे हैं, तो मैं भी बताऊँ कि मेरे जो वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहले वाइस कैप्टन थे वो दिलीप टिर्की थे, और जब इंडिया की तरफ से मैं पहली बार खेला तो प्रगट भाई साहब मेरे कैप्टन थे। और मैं खुशकिस्मत हूँ कि प्रगट सिंह भाई साहब भी यहाँ पे हैं और वाइस कैप्टन भी यहाँ पे थे। और मेरे गुरु जिन्होंने मेरे को भारत का कोच बनाया, जो तुर्की के भी कोच रहे हैं, लेकिन वो भी यहाँ पे हैं, श्री के बंसल जी। और जो स्कूल में मेरे जैसे बहुत से प्लेयरों को इंडिया खिलाया, ओलंपिक में भेजा, वर्ल्ड कप खिलाया और ओलंपिक में मेडल जो लेके आए हैं अभिषेक, उनके गुरु भी हमारे पीछे बैठे हैं और उन्होंने कभी हॉकी नहीं खेली है। वो श्री शमशेर सिंह जी हैं, वो पीछे बैठे हैं। मैं उनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो हिंदी के टीचर हैं स्कूल में। उन्होंने कभी स्पोर्ट्स नहीं खेला, कभी हॉकी नहीं पकड़ी, लेकिन यहाँ बैठे हैं बहुत सारे लोगों को मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि वो बैडमिंटन इतना अच्छा खेल सकते हैं, टेबल टेनिस इतना अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। वो स्कूल में हमें देख के सारी चीज़ें सीखी उन्होंने। तो जैसे प्रगट सिंह भाई साहब ने बोला पहले कि हमें इंसान बनाने चाहिए। जब डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स थे प्रगट सिंह भाई साहब, तो मैं चंडीगढ़ इनके पास जाता था, तो मैं इनसे बात करता था कि हॉकी कहते हैं कि सबसे मुश्किल खेल, लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ कि अगर आप खेलेंगे तो दुनिया में आप कोई भी गेम खेल सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो झुकता है वही ज़िंदगी में ऊपर उठ सकता है, और जो ज़िंदगी में सबसे ज़्यादा झुकता है वही लंबी छलांग लगा के ऊपर उठ सकता है। तो मैं खुशकिस्मत हूँ कि जब इनसे बात होती थी, जो इनका सपना है और जो दिलीप भाई का सपना है, इनके रहते जो ओलंपिक में मेडल आ रहे हैं, तो जब डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स थे हम बात करते थे तो नशा इस देश से कैसे दूर हो, पंजाब से कैसे दूर हो। तो जब डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स थे तो गांव में जहाँ जहाँ नशा ज़्यादा होता था वहाँ पे स्पोर्ट्स के, सिर्फ हॉकी नहीं, हर स्पोर्ट्स के जो इक्विपमेंट थे उन गाँव में भिजवाते थे। और जो सपना इन्होंने देखा है कि भारत को सिर्फ हॉकी में नहीं, वर्ल्ड लेवल पे सशक्त कैसा बनाया जाए स्पोर्ट्स में और इंसान में, इन्होंने वो सपना देखा हुआ है। जैसे दिलीप भाई ने भी सपना देखा है, जब से वो बने हैं हॉकी इंडिया लीग स्टार्ट हो गई है, और जो सपना देखा है कि अंडर 17 का, अंडर 19 का, अंडर 15 का, हम रात दिन बातें करते रहते हैं इसी के बारे में, वो सपना पूरा हो रहा है। और प्रगट भाई साहब ने जो एक लाइन छोड़ के दूसरी लाइन में आए हैं, मैं कहता हूँ कि सभी को आना चाहिए और देश के लिए जो कर सकते हैं। और बहुत सारे, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि श्री शमशेर सिंह जी हिंदी के टीचर रहे हैं, और वो ऐसे कोच हैं कि वो हॉकी के भी कोच भी हैं, डाइटिशियन भी हैं, टर्फ पे ले जाना है या ग्रास पे प्रैक्टिस करवानी है, वो सब कुछ टूर्नामेंट खिलवाना है, किस प्लेयर को बुला के अपने ग्राउंड पे प्रैक्टिस करवानी है, वो सब एक इंसान ने पैदा कर दी हैं। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य है कि हमारे जो जितने भी द्रोणाचार्य अवार्डी हैं या अर्जुन अवार्डी हैं, बिल्कुल ठीक कहा कि वो ग्राउंड पे नहीं आते हैं, तो उनको भी ग्राउंड पे आना पड़ेगा। हम सिर्फ दूसरे को ये करते रहें, ब्लेम करते रहें, तो उनको ग्राउंड पे आना पड़ेगा और हमें अपनी जो जिम्मेदारी है वो लेनी पड़ेगी। मैं ज़्यादा ना बोलते हुए भाई साहब को दोबारा कि ये आज MLA हैं और दिलीप भाई हॉकी इंडिया के प्रेसिडेंट हैं। जो सपना इन्होंने देखा है दोनों ने, वो सपना मैंने भी देखा है, और आप लोगों को ये विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि वो सपना जल्दी से जल्दी पूरा होगा। और आप सब लोग अपने घर को छोड़ के ग्राउंड पे जिस दिन आएंगे, चाहे वो पत्रकार हैं, चाहे वो मीडिया वाले हैं, चाहे वो पॉलिटिशियन हैं, जिस दिन ग्राउंड पे आएंगे उस दिन वो सपना पूरा हो जाएगा। क्योंकि जब मैं जूनियर वर्ल्ड कप में था, सेमीफाइनल खेल रहे थे जर्मनी से हम भाई साहब उस टाइम सीनियर इंडिया के कोच थे, जर्मनी में गए थे।
थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत ही बेहतरीन सेशन था, बहुत मज़ा आया, इंसाइटफुल था, एंड सब बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट जो है रूम में पैदा हो गया। हर कोई ये चाहता है कि ब्यूरोक्रेसी और पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर स्पोर्ट्स और एथलीट्स रहे, और यही हम कामना भी करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर, एंड इफ यू कैन कम टुगेदर, विल टेक अ फोटोग्राफ।
You can also join.
Thank you so much. That's very sweet. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll break for lunch, and I'll see you all in half an hour at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Very well-known football writer Simon Hughes, who's joining us all the way from Merseyside. He's a senior football writer for The Athletic, and his new book, Chasing Salah, about the great Liverpool footballer Mo Salah, is already being talked about a lot. A very warm welcome to you, Simon. My first intriguing question would be why Mo Salah, and what were the challenges that you faced in piecing this book together?
Well, the two questions are linked in a lot of ways. Mo Salah has obviously been at Liverpool since 2017, gives very little away about himself. And despite a lot of people across the world seeing him on a regular basis, you know, he's always available for the team, very rarely gets injured. we know very little about him. You know, he's arguably I think he is the most famous Muslim footballer in the world. And despite his performances, despite his achievements, we only see him through a very narrow lens, really. And that has always interested me as to why that is. I think, you know, there is a reason why he gives so little away about himself. So I thought, you know, it was about time somebody actually did a book about him, because he's, you know, of the profile of somebody who should have more written about him, about his life, about the forces around him. And I wanted to try and understand him better.
Simon, as long as Jurgen Klopp was with Liverpool, it was said that it is he who brought out the best out of Mo Salah, mentored him, kept him in cotton wool at times and looked after him. Now that Klopp is gone, would you say that the curtains are coming down on Mo Salah's career at Liverpool? And how far, how deep, what kind of impact did Klopp make on Mo Salah's career?
Well, the reality is, obviously, Jurgen Klopp had an enormous impact at Liverpool, and a defining impact. I mean, without Jurgen Klopp, the team, I think, you know, doesn't scale the heights that it reached. You know, winning pretty much every trophy there was to win in a relatively short space of time. But the reality is, at any football club, there are people who challenge one another. Despite the perception of Liverpool being a very happy place, which it was by and large, there was big personalities at the club, big egos. Not everybody got on all the time. And I think the perception on the outside was that, you know, that Mohamed Salah joins Liverpool and starts scoring goals and suddenly becomes a very different player to the one that a lot of people saw when he was at Chelsea, when he struggled for game time. And the reason for that was Jurgen Klopp. Well, the reality was Mohamed Salah and Jurgen Klopp were never really that close over the period of time they worked together. I think that the best way of putting it is that the best instincts of Klopp didn't harness really with the things that Mohamed Salah needed to perform. He joined Liverpool off the back of a recommendation from the club scouting department, who pushed really, really, really hard to get him. Jurgen Klopp was initially really interested in trying to sign other players, and Jurgen Klopp needed to be persuaded to sign Mohamed Salah. Mohamed Salah signs for Liverpool, scores on his debut, and then just does not stop scoring. So it's not like Jurgen Klopp has sort of had to work with him and tried to had to be patient with him to produce results. So straight away, really, Mohamed Salah feels a sense of place at Liverpool. And the best way of describing their relationship ever since was it was a professional relationship. They were never at each other's throats, but there wasn't that closeness that maybe Jurgen Klopp had with other players. You know, players who maybe had a few more insecurities about their own sense of place. And this might come as a surprise to some readers, because, you know, let's face it, we live in a world now where if a team is doing well, it's viewed that everybody likes each other and everything's going really, really well behind the scenes. The reality in any football club is, you know, a lot of success sometimes is achieved despite the relationships that exist. So lead on to speaking about Sadio Mane, who he played up front with for a long time. You know, they never really got on. They were competing against one another, but that competition drove the team on, and occasionally it would cause one or two problems. But by and large, I would say that Jurgen Klopp's skill within that framework was to be able to manage both players and also understand, you know, that Mohamed Salah, okay, he might have not been his best mate, they may not have had a relationship, but he was still able to work with him, and he was still able to put a team together that allowed him to probably flourish at his best. But Mohamed Salah always thought, you know, that the coach that had the most profound effect on his own career was Luciano Spalletti at Roma, who obviously subsequently achieved similar things to Jurgen Klopp by winning the Serie A title with Napoli. So, you know, that's not saying Jurgen Klopp's a bad manager. It's just saying Spalletti, who is an absolutely fantastic manager, you know, has a really profound effect on his career. Who somebody who's now the Italian national team manager, and is outstanding at his job.
The longest race inside the secret world of abuse, doping, and deception on Nike's elite running team. That's the book written by well-known athlete Kara Goucher, and it's been written with Mary Pilon, who is a former New York Times sports reporter. The book caused quite a stir as it chronicles Kara's journey as an athlete and a whistleblower. In the book, she exposes the truth about the Nike Oregon project and once celebrated coach Alberto Salazar. Kara went on to become a crusader for female athletes, and she was a key witness helping to get Salazar banned from coaching at an Olympic level. With me today is Mary Pilon, who's joining us from the US. It's nighttime there for her, but Mary, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to begin by asking you to just summarize Kara and the entire experience of writing this book, which, as I understand, took over 4 years for you.
When Kara reached out to me and I read about this in the introduction of the book, I was kind of ready to like brush her off and say, you know, I don't really want to write about USADA and doping. And Alberto at that point, it seemed likely he was going to be banned for a while. And as soon as we started talking, she was talking a mile a minute. And it was clear there was a lot that I didn't know, including about the inside abusive culture at the Oregon Project. That conversation, you know, as she kept going, I realized this isn't just an article. I think originally she was kind of trying to tip me off to writing a story. And I realized there was a lot more to her story. And, you know, a lot of these stories, especially about abuse, they're often about the person perpetrating the abuse. They're seldom focused on the survivor. And in Kara's case, she was a pariah when we were talking. She was pretty outcast from sports and running. And she was putting everything on the line to come forward about this. So I was really curious about who she was, and one thing led to another, and we started working on the book. We really wanted to figure out what is the story that we want to tell, and how do we want to tell it? What are our non-negotiables? What are the things that are really important to us? And that rigor was actually really a key part of it, because one of the things that I asked Kara to do is I said, you know, as we're putting together this proposal, go to a bookstore, bring your son, take a look around, and see what books really jump out at you. See what is out there that really draws your attention. And she came back and said all of the sports memoirs were about men. They were kind of the same type of book. They were about men, and they were these glory memoirs. They didn't talk about what it was really like to do. You know, being a pro athlete is a very specific lifestyle. It's a very specific calling. And we knew we had really strong feelings about where we didn't want this book to live. We wanted men and women to read this book, and we wanted it to really also grab people who might not be interested in running, who might be in, you know, anybody who's faced an obstacle, which is all of us. I think we'll find something in this book. We wanted it to have a broader appeal. Simon & Schuster knew that there were other groups that were going to be vetting Kara's account. There were going to be depositions, there were going to be legal documents on top of her archive and her material and the access we were going to have to other people at the time. So the process of putting together a book like this isn't dissimilar from putting together a case. You're not putting the entire weight of the story on one person. You're looking at a lot of different pieces of evidence. And I had a lot of experience as a reporter, first with the Wall Street Journal, then the New York Times, and then freelancing at a variety of places. You know, just because you're writing about a big company doesn't mean you don't tell the story. You just have to be really sharp about how you're reporting it, what your facts are. And it's really journalism 101. It's the who, what, where, when, how. And all of that was, you know, put into the proposal. When we were putting this book out there, we were making it really clear, like, this is how we're going to tell this story. This, you know, these are the people we're going to talk to. This is, you know, what our methodology is going to be. And I think that that helped a lot, that it wasn't just Kara versus Nike. There were all these other pieces to it too. And interestingly, since the book has come out, other people have come forward. And, you know, beyond Kara, Allison Felix, who's the most decorated sprinter of all time, she's talked about Nike canceling her pay when she was pregnant. Mary Kane just settled a lawsuit based on how she was treated by Alberto and Nike when she was a teenager at the program. Amy Begley, who was a training partner of Kara, she's come forward. So I think that's also something with these stories you're thinking about, is how does someone fit into a bigger pattern? And I think it's really powerful that there's now this chorus of people who are standing up and saying, you know, this isn't okay.
A very warm welcome to all of you on season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest. And I have the absolute pleasure of reviewing and speaking to a highly gifted writer, Michael Sexton. The book is on Harry Hopman. So those of you who know tennis would know about him, one of the most celebrated coaches from Australia. And he went and coached some of the biggest names. A very warm welcome to you, Michael. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. And what a thrill to be back involved with your festival. Congratulations on it, and thank you for inviting me. The title, The Fox, was perfect. It was a nickname given to him by the American Davis Cup team in the 1950s. And it was Tony Trabert. And Tony Trabert was beaten at Kooyong by Ken Rosewall and Lou Hode, who were both 17 years old at the time. And Trabert said at the end of that, he said, I've lost a lot of tennis matches, but I've never lost to 2 babies and a fox. And the sense was that Hode and Rosewall were fantastic young players, but there was this character, this Hopman, who was this foxing character who was able to play all the mind games to prepare his players perfectly. And the New York Times quote about him being a one-man dynasty is interesting too, because we tend to think of sporting dynasties as based around a particular player. You know, you might, and during tennis, there have been great dynasties, the French, the British around Fred Perry, the Americans around Bill Tilden. But what separated Harry Hopman was that all the parts were changing all the time. So he had 7 or 8 great teams, and he kept moving through new players, and the dynasty never fell over. They just kept dominating the sport. Hopman had made a name for himself in Australia being a really strict disciplinarian. And that included the behaviour of his players, the way they carried themselves on and off the court. That was his number one priority with them. In fact, Roy Emerson once said, he said, you know, we were told never celebrate a point. If you win a big point in a match, you never celebrate it because you might embarrass your opponent. And there were times where Hopman would give points back, something you'll never see now. But if he felt that the umpire was perhaps giving him a couple of, you know, advantageous calls, he might deliberately serve a double fault to give a point back to his opponent so that all was square. He was very, very big on this. Now, his great luck was that when he arrived in America, there was the tennis boom in America in the 70s. We know that, you know, Jimmy Connors and Chris Evert and Billie Jean King, they really created tennis. And tennis became wildly popular in America in the 70s. And Hopman came over and landed at the right time. And he went to a place called Fort Washington in New York, which was a small tennis academy. And there was a woman who brought her son along, and they lived in Queens in New York, and they said, he's a left-handed, he's got big hair, he's got a bit of a temper, his name's John McEnroe, and he really wants to play tennis, okay? In 1954, the Davis Cup final was in Sydney at White City, and there was a 12-year-old kid called John Newcombe who was captain of his school rugby team, he was captain of his school cricket team, and he was captain of the school tennis team. So he was a brilliant young athlete. Hopman sent him tickets to the Davis Cup, and for him and his parents. When they arrived at the Davis Cup, Hopman met them, and he said to Nuke, come out the back, you can have a hit with Hode and Rosewall. He's a 12-year-old kid, and he goes down, he's hitting on a back court having a practice. Well, at that point, tennis just won him. So he got rid of cricket, he got rid of rugby, and we know what John Newcombe became. Now, that wasn't 8 or 9 years later before he played Davis Cup for Australia, but Hopman had already been watching him back there and encouraging him. And the number of players who said, oh, when I was 14, 13 or 14 or 15, I would receive a postcard in the mail from Wimbledon, and it would be from Harry just saying, I hope you're going well, things are good here at Wimbledon, you know, blah, 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 just saying encouragement. So the cherry picking was also about him building up and finding them. He used to hold these tennis coaching clinics in Queensland, mass productions, you know, get every kid down there. Now, I don't know how much of this has become folklore and news, but there's a little kid running around with red hair who's left-handed, and he said to one, he said, that kid's going to win Wimbledon one day, and that was Rod Laver. So he had a very good eye for it, but he also had an eye for developing it. And once he had his favourites, he would very much stick to them. So therefore, a lot of people are probably not that thrilled with his legacy and the way he treated people, but he was ruthless about success for those guys at the top. Now, Hopman's behaviour with the players who turned pro was really disgraceful, to be honest with you. You know, these young players who he had coached, he had taken them on world tours. They had won Wimbledons, they had won Davis Cup. They had been his, you know, they had shared so much joy together. And when they turned professional, Hopman just dismissed them. There's a story about Frank Sedgman playing cards at Kooyong under the grandstand with some mates. And somebody came in with a message from Hopman saying, "You're not welcome in this club. You're a professional. Get out." And he was the godfather of Lou Hode's daughter. But as soon as Lou turned professional, he barely saw her. You know, he had this incredible cold heart in many respects for the way he treated people. But he also, at the same time, you know, he really sort of craved the professional life and the money, and he constantly belittled. He said, "Oh, nobody cares. Professional tennis is no good. It's rubbish." But at the same time, he wanted to be involved in it.
Hello and welcome back to Ekamra Sports Literature Festival. And today we have a special guest, Mr. Kit Holden, who has written a book called Played in Germany. We'll be discussing his book today, so let's get started. Hi Kit, welcome to Ekamra Sports Literature Festival.
Hi there, thanks for having me. In Germany, many people are happy to see Bayern not winning because Bayern win so much. But I think if you ask most German football fans, they'd also say, if there's anyone we want to win less than Bayern, it's RB Leipzig because of their story with Red Bull and the fact that a lot of German fans really don't like the way that club is run and what they represent. In many ways, it's part of German football culture that you have that strong fan culture, and it's not just in Cologne, it's at many other places as well. You know, you look at Schalke, for example, is still selling out a 60,000 seater stadium, even though that it's a small town effectively in the Ruhrgebiet, and they're now in the relegation zone of the second division, which for Schalke is terrible. You know, in many other countries, I think a lot of fans would be deserting them. In Germany, fans do tend to stick by their team. Tickets are cheap, so you can, you know, it's easier to do so. But you do have that very, very strong fan culture everywhere. I think with Cologne, it's a classic one club city. So, you know, compare it to Newcastle in England or many cities across Europe. This is a place, it's a big city. It's one of Germany's biggest cities. On the top of my head, I would imagine it's in the top 5, or at least the top 6 or 7 in terms of population. Culturally, it's hugely important. The capital of West Germany, Bonn, is just down the road from Cologne. A lot of the national media, a lot of the national conversation has traditionally been part of, or gone through Cologne or sort of been based out of Cologne. So it's a very, very important city in terms of German culture. And I think the club, you know, they had this hugely successful period in the 1960s and 70s, which in terms of kind of football history is often a period where if a club has success in that time, then they kind of establish themselves in the national psyche in a certain way. So all those things come together. And then, of course, as you say, this very fierce local pride, singing carnival songs, singing in local dialect. Cologne is one of many places in Germany which has its own dialect, and they're very proud of that linguistic kind of singularity, and they work very hard to maintain it. And football is a way of doing that as well, of keeping that dialect alive and teaching it to people who maybe don't speak it in their daily life, but you know, will learn it through the songs of FC Cologne. So I think all those things come together: the history, the fan culture that there is generally, and then, as I say, this kind of very strong identity that people in Cologne have, and as you said, the sense of fun. You know, they lose, but they have a party anyway, and you know, it's not about winning; it's about being with your people and supporting your team. And it's interesting that the discussion that happened when Klopp joined Red Bull recently as head of global soccer, and I think a lot of Dortmund fans were quite disappointed with that, because the way they saw Klopp was as a football traditionalist, as a romantic, as somebody who you know, believed in that kind of emotional tie, and Red Bull for them represented the complete opposite of that. And the reason I mention that is because I think that in some ways Jurgen Klopp has almost become romanticized beyond what he actually was at Dortmund, because of the success he had, and because of the, you know, and you talk to people there, and they say it was also the way he made them feel. And you know, it's a similar thing to when you talk to people in Liverpool. I think he gave people the idea that you could have success and also have somebody you could relate to managing your football club, and you could feel that, you know, okay, these were millionaires playing on the pitch, but they were also normal people who were being managed by a normal guy who and you could support them, and so it felt kind of a little bit more wholesome and a little bit more, Dortmundy, if you like, than if you have any given coach who's earning X million amount of euros and any given players who are staying there for a couple of years and then moving on to Manchester City or Real Madrid. If Cucurella's handball had been given as a penalty, then maybe we'd be talking about Germany having won the tournament. I think most people in Germany were, albeit very disappointed at losing to Spain. I think happy, and I would include Julian Nagelsmann in that. I think, broadly speaking, there was a lot of worry because Germany have had so many troubles in the last few years, in the last 10 years really, and not a lot of success at major tournaments, certainly by German standards. There was a concern that hosting their own Euros, they were going to crash and burn and go out in the group stage again, and it would be very embarrassing. And Nagelsmann's job was effectively to stop that happening and create some good feeling around a team which hadn't really had any good feeling around them, which had only really been kind of in crisis and criticised and a point of aggravation for a long time. And I think he did that very well. I think he did get people behind the team. I think he picked players who clearly were very, very motivated to play for their country, who people could relate to. He created a kind of vibe and a mood where suddenly people were supporting the national team again because they felt that these weren't kind of spoiled brats who had won it all and were now giving 60%. They were people who really, really wanted to bring some happiness. I mean, he talked a lot before that tournament about just bringing happiness and entertainment back to the national team and it being there to entertain people.
Season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival is just a couple of weeks away. And as a run-up to the festival, we are speaking with authors from across the globe whose books have made an impact. With me today is former Olympic silver medalist and multi-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist swimmer Sharon Davies. Sharon has recently published her book, Unfair Play, The Battle for Women's Sport. Sharon, thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us.
Absolutely.
I would like to begin with the fact that your book is a very searing and difficult read. You're a published author. This is not your first book. Was this a real challenge for you to write?
It's something I'm really passionate about, women's sport and the fact that we're losing fair sport for women at the moment. I was competing during the 70s and the 80s, and then my last Olympic Games was 92. So I've covered a lot of Olympics. I've raced in 3. I've worked for the BBC. On all the others. Paris was my 13th consecutive Olympics, so I've been involved in elite sport now for over 50 years. And I've seen how much of a battle women have had in sport to get equality, which we have nowhere near equality. So women get about 4% of the sponsorship dollar across the world. That means that men are getting 96%. And to now not be able to have even fair competition, or in some cases safe competition, I felt I couldn't stay quiet because I competed during that East German era, where we were racing against young East German girls that had been filled full of testosterone through no fault of their own, but it meant that the East German state totally dominated women's sport for about 20 years. And I had many friends that lost out on medals, which would have changed their whole lives because of cheating. And I didn't want to see another generation go through that. So it covers all of the challenges that women have had in sport throughout, the last 100 years. Obviously not the one that, just the one that we've got right now, but that is the one that right now I tend to be speaking about the most. So what we were able to show was that the average female could be improved by 9%, which means that you could take an average female athlete and make them world record holders very easily. So if somebody just said, I don't want to do this, they would just move on to the next one, and these poor girls really had very little choice in this whole process. And many of them have become extremely sick. In fact, most of them have become ill, and many of them have actually died because of the drugs that they were given. So there were 2 huge victims. There were the athletes that were cheated out of medals, like myself and my friends, but there were also these poor young girls that were not protected by the IOC in particular to scrutinize and to out of season test and to understand and to do something about what was going on. And when the war came down, there were court cases. And even then, there were some fines going on and there was some reprobation money that came out. The majority of people that did this to these young girls got away scot-free. you know, throughout history, women's sport has always been treated badly, whether that's trying to get into the first Olympic Games, whether it's getting parity in the Olympic Games with the same amount of opportunities, you know, whether it's getting the same sort of exposure or sponsorship money, attention, you know, it's always been the weak partner. And I just felt that the IOC were waving this massive flag about gender equality during the summer and parity. And in fact, if gender is anything you decide it is, if anyone can decide to opt into the women's category because they say I'm a woman, there is no gender parity, you know, because sex really affects, biological sex affects physical performance. Sport is all about physical performance. And the difference between male and female performance is huge. In some events, like boxing, for example, a male will hit 160% harder than a female. So putting a male into a boxing ring with a female is negligence. You know, a lot of what the IOC does is, what's the right word for it? It's kind of gaslighting. You know, they're saying that they have athletes, you know, commissions, but those athletes commissions have to toe the IOC line. They're not independent athletes commission who can turn around and stand up to the IOC. You know, what I want to see the IOC do is to have proper sex equality at the Olympic Games, sex screening so that we can protect the female category, but I want them to center the athletes, not the IOC members. You know, the Olympic Games should not be about the 100 members that have first-class accommodation and 5-star hotels and 6-star meals and, you know, are driven all over the place. It should be about the athletes who are the people that center the show. They're the important ones. And they don't do that. And I think that we need a real game change with the IOC moving forward. You know, so, and I would love to see the corruption that I think is very deep with regards to where all of this money is going to and why they have their ridiculous expense accounts when they're supposed to be volunteers. You know, it's, yeah, I think we just need to be much more transparent about the Olympic Games.
Welcome to season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest. It will be held in Delhi. The important point today is that we are reviewing a very interesting book called I Have the Streets. It is on Ravichandran Ashwin, one of India's most brilliant spin bowlers ever. And it has been co-authored and written by Siddharth Moga, who works with ESPN Cricinfo.
He thought he could do with some professional writing help, and he called me up. And I happened to ask him, as in terms of, you know, how routine sports autobiographies have become, I was not, as he has said on the launch before that, I was not very keen at first, but then we had a chat about it and he told me what he wanted to write about, and I was actually very excited that, hey, this is going to be a refreshing, honest book. So from then on, I was very keen, and we got along on this. I think he said in one interview that I had been very stinging in some criticism of his earlier, so he thought, okay, why not ask him to write about me?
What role do you feel his parents played? Because he praises them a lot, and they hold a lot of meaning in his life.
Not just the parents, his aunt, his grandfather, his friends. It, like, he even as a child, once he was 14, 15, 16, he became conscious that his cricketing career is the sole purpose of the lives of everyone around him, which you can take as a lot of pressure, or you can take it as a blessing. He took it as a blessing, and he moved on. But from the whole day used to be centered on his activities, and he was the only child. So, you know, his father is going to drop him to the school when he was younger, before he started taking the bus. Then his granddad would go to pick him up from the school on a bicycle with that gunny sack on the back, on the carrier, and you know, bring him home, feed him some biscuits and milk, then take him to his coaching. Now, depending on how long the coaching will take, his granddad would either wait there or come back. Once the granddad is back in the evening by 6 o'clock, his father would go there and pick him up, and then take him to tuitions, take his notes from the intelligent kids in the class, to the extent of giving him mock exams, timing him in mock exams, creating that, so that, because if they're like, we have chosen a tough life for him, let's prepare him for that life by doing everything that we can. And he was always very conscious that there's so many people around me who have given it their all for this cricket career. The talent was, he was a good batter, but it was not that great. He was not such a great athlete. In fact, he always had athletic shortcomings from childhood, from his pneumonia. What did he have? He had a child TB from when he was little, to always having some issue or the other. But there was this competitive streak in him, where if you remember, even in his gully cricket, he wouldn't like to play if the kids were not very competitive. He says he would love to throw in some bet money so that the kids become more competitive. He became infamous in the street for, how there's always this one kid who, when he gets out, he wants to run away and not complete the match. Ashwin became infamous for chasing them in their houses and bringing them out and completing those matches. So his competitiveness and the knowledge of cricket came automatically from the family, and the talent he kept working on. He's not like somebody like Tendulkar or Kohli or Rohit Sharma, whom people just saw and said, wow.
Yeah.
He was not that. It's a very cricketer. Raman sir is a very cricketer's cricketer. He's very practical, but like some coaches might know what's wrong, but they might not know how to correct it. Now, Raman will know what's wrong. He won't tell you what's wrong. He'll just say, why don't you try this today? Why don't you try to bowl at 80% of the pace? Why don't you run it at 80% of the pace that you were running in? It is making you think for yourself. First of all, the first step for you is to think, what is 80% of my running speed? Right? It's everything is not laid out on a plate.
Right.
So this is what makes you think a lot about your game, and you see, if I do this, what happens, and you can see the results. Ashwin can experiment on the spot with many different things and get different results. MS Dhoni told him, you should not give up on variation. I don't care if you bowl 6 different balls. You should have the right field for it, and you should not be loose. Which actually, because Dhoni was the captain at that time, it must have helped him a lot during that period. So it's good to, also as Indians, we have this tendency to protect what we have, because we get it with such great difficulties and struggle. We tend to protect what we have rather than, try to build on it and see what our ceiling is. This guy, he had the courage to find his ceiling.
Hello and welcome to Ekamra Sports Litfest Season 6, and it is our pleasure to welcome very well-known football writer Simon Hughes, who's joining us all the way from Merseyside. He's a senior football writer for The Athletic, and his new book, Chasing Salah, about the great Liverpool footballer Mo Salah, is already being talked about a lot. A very warm welcome to you, Simon. My first intriguing question would be why Mo Salah, and what were the challenges that you faced in piecing this book together?
Well, the two questions are linked in a lot of ways. Mo Salah has obviously been at Liverpool since 2017. Gives very little away about himself, and despite a lot of people across the world seeing him on a regular basis, he's always available for the team. Very rarely gets injured. We know very little about him. He's arguably I think he is the most famous Muslim footballer in the world. And despite his performances, despite his achievements, we only see him through a very narrow lens, really. And that has always interested me as to why that is. I think that, there is a reason why he gives so little away about himself. So I thought, it was about time somebody actually did a book about him, because he's, of the profile of somebody who should have more written about him, about his life, about the forces around him. and I wanted to try and understand him better.
Simon, as long as Jurgen Klopp was with Liverpool, it was said that it is he who brought out the best out of Mo Salah, mentored him, kept him in cotton wool at times, and looked after him. Now that Klopp has gone, would you say that the curtains are coming down on Mo Salah's career at Liverpool? And how far, how deep, what kind of impact did Klopp make on Mo Salah's career?
Well, the reality is, obviously, Jurgen Klopp had an enormous impact at Liverpool and a defining impact. I mean, without Jurgen Klopp, the team, I think, doesn't scale the heights that it reached. Winning pretty much every trophy there was to win in a relatively short space of time. But the reality is, at any football club, there are people who challenge one another. Despite the perception of Liverpool being a very happy place, which it was by and large, there was big personalities at the club, big egos. Not everybody got on all the time. And I think the perception on the outside was that, that Mohamed Salah joins Liverpool and starts scoring goals and suddenly becomes a very different player to the one that a lot of people saw when he was at Chelsea, when he struggled for game time. And the reason for that was Jurgen Klopp. Well, the reality was Mohamed Salah and Jurgen Klopp were never really that close over the period of time they worked together. I think that the best way of putting it is that the best instincts of Klopp didn't harness really with the things that Mohamed Salah needed to perform. He joined Liverpool off the back of a recommendation from the club scouting department, who pushed really, really, really hard to get him. Jurgen Klopp was initially really interested in trying to sign other players, and Jurgen Klopp needed to be persuaded to sign Mohamed Salah. Mohamed Salah signs for Liverpool, scores on his debut, and then does not stop scoring. So it's not like Jurgen Klopp has sort of had to work with him and tried to had to be patient with him to produce results. So straight away, really, Mohamed Salah feels a sense of place at Liverpool, and the best way of describing their relationship ever since was it was a professional relationship. They were never at each other's throats, but there wasn't that closeness that maybe Jurgen Klopp had with other players. Players who maybe had a few more insecurities about their own sense of place. And this might come as a surprise to some readers, because let's face it, we live in a world now where if a team's doing well, it's viewed that everybody likes each other and everything's going really, really well behind the scenes. The reality in any football club is, a lot of success sometimes is achieved despite the relationships that exist. So, lead on to speaking about Sadio Mane, who he played up front with for a long time. They never really got on. They were competing against one another, but that competition drove the team on. And occasionally, it would cause one or two problems, but by and large, I would say that Jurgen Klopp's skill within that framework was to be able to manage both players and also understand, that Mohamed Salah, okay, he might have not been his best mate, they may not have had a relationship, but he was still able to work with him, and he was still able to put a team together that allowed him to probably flourish at his best. But Mohamed Salah always thought, that the coach that had the most profound effect on his own career was Luciano Spalletti at Roma, who obviously subsequently achieved similar things to Jurgen Klopp by winning the Serie A title with Napoli. So, that's not saying Jurgen Klopp's a bad manager. It's just saying Spalletti, who is an absolutely fantastic manager, had a really profound effect on his career, who somebody who's now the Italian national team manager and is outstanding at his job.
The longest race inside the secret world of abuse, doping, and deception on Nike's elite running team. That's the book written by well-known athlete Kara Goucher, and it's been written with Mary Pilon, who's a former New York Times sports reporter. The book caused quite a stir as it chronicles Kara's journey as an athlete and a whistleblower. In the book, she exposes the truth about the Nike Oregon project and once celebrated coach Alberto Salazar. Kara went on to become a crusader for female athletes, and she was a key witness helping to get Salazar banned from coaching at an Olympic level. With me today is Mary Pilon, who's joining us from the US. It's nighttime there for her, but Mary, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to begin by asking you to just summarize Kara and the entire experience of writing this book, which, as I understand, took over 4 years for you.
When Kara reached out to me and I read about this in the introduction of the book, I was kind of ready to like brush her off and say, I don't really want to write about USADA and doping. And Alberto at that point, it seemed likely he was going to be banned for a while. And as soon as we started talking, she was talking a mile a minute. And it was clear there was a lot that I didn't know, including about the inside abusive culture at the Oregon Project. That conversation, as she kept going, I realized this isn't just an article. I think originally she was kind of trying to tip me off to writing a story. And I realized there was a lot more to her story. And, a lot of these stories, especially about abuse, they're often about the person perpetrating the abuse. They're seldom focused on the survivor. And in Kara's case, she was a pariah when we were talking. She was pretty outcast from sports and running. And she was putting everything on the line to come forward about this. So I was really curious about who she was, and one thing led to another, and we started working on the book. We really wanted to figure out what is the story that we want to tell, and how do we want to tell it? What are our non-negotiables? What are the things that are really important to us? And that rigor was actually really a key part of it, because one of the things that I asked Kara to do is I said, as we're putting together this proposal, go to a bookstore, bring your son, take a look around, and see what books really jump out at you. See what is out there that really draws your attention. And she came back and said all of the sports memoirs were about men. They were kind of the same type of book. They were about men, and they were these glory memoirs. They didn't talk about what it was really like to do. Being a pro athlete is a very specific lifestyle. It's a very specific calling. And we knew we had really strong feelings about where we didn't want this book to live. We wanted men and women to read this book, and we wanted it to really also grab people who might not be interested in running, who might be anybody who's faced an obstacle, which is all of us. I think we'll find something in this book. We wanted it to have a broader appeal. Simon & Schuster knew that there were other groups that were going to be vetting Kara's account. There were going to be depositions, there were going to be legal documents on top of her archive and her material and the access we were going to have to other people at the time. So the process of putting together a book like this isn't dissimilar from putting together a case. You're not putting the entire weight of the story on one person. You're looking at a lot of different pieces of evidence. And I had a lot of experience as a reporter, first at the Wall Street Journal, then the New York Times, and then freelancing at a variety of places. Just because you're writing about a big company doesn't mean you don't tell the story. You just have to be really sharp about how you're reporting it, what your facts are. And it's really journalism 101. It's the who, what, where, when, how. And all of that was, put into the proposal. When we were putting this book out there, we were making it really clear, like, this is how we're going to tell this story. This, these are the people we're going to talk to. This is, what our methodology is going to be. And I think that helped a lot, that it wasn't just Kara versus Nike. There were all these other pieces to it too. And interestingly, since the book has come out, other people have come forward. Beyond Kara, Allison Felix, who's the most decorated sprinter of all time, she's talked about Nike canceling her pay when she was pregnant. Mary Kane just settled a lawsuit based on how she was treated by Alberto and Nike when she was a teenager at the program. Amy Begley, who was a training partner of Kara, she's come forward. So I think that's also something with these stories you're thinking about, is how does someone fit into a bigger pattern? And I think it's really powerful that there's now this chorus of people who are standing up and saying, this isn't okay.
A very warm welcome to all of you on season 6 of the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest. And I have the absolute pleasure of reviewing and speaking to a highly gifted writer, Michael Sexton. The book is on Harry Hopman. So those of you who know tennis would know about him, one of the most celebrated coaches from Australia. And he went and coached some of the biggest names. A very warm welcome to you, Michael. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. And what a thrill to be back involved with your festival. Congratulations on it, and thank you for inviting me. The title of Fox was perfect. It was a nickname given to him by the American Davis Cup team in the 1950s. And it was Tony Trabert. And Tony Trabert was beaten at Kooyong by Ken Rosewell and Lou Hode, who were both 17 years old at the time. And Trabert said at the end of that, he said, I've lost a lot of tennis matches, but I've never lost to two babies and a fox. And the sense was that Hode and Rosewell were fantastic young players, but there was this character, this Hopman, who was this foxing character who was able to play all the mind games to prepare his players perfectly. And the New York Times quote about him being a one-man dynasty is interesting too, because we tend to think of sporting dynasties as based around a particular player. You might say, and during tennis, there have been great dynasties, the French, the British around Fred Perry, the Americans around Bill Tilden. But what separated Harry Hopman was that all the parts were changing all the time. So he had 7 or 8 great teams and he kept moving through new players and the dynasty never fell over. They just kept dominating the sport. Hopman had made a name for himself in Australia being a really strict disciplinarian. And that included the behaviour of his players, the way they carried themselves on and off the court. That was his number one priority with them. In fact, Roy Emerson once said, he said, we were told never celebrate a point. If you win a big point in a match, you never celebrate it because you might embarrass your opponent. And there were times where Hopman would give points back, something you'll never see now. But if he felt that the umpire was perhaps giving him a couple of, advantageous calls, he might deliberately serve a double fault to give a point back to his opponent so that all was square. He was very, very big on this. Now, his great luck was that when he arrived in America, there was the tennis boom in America in the 70s. We know that Jimmy Connors and Chris Evert and Billie Jean King, they really created tennis. And tennis became wildly popular in America in the 70s. And Hopman came over and landed at the right time. And he went to a place called Fort Washington in New York, which was a small tennis academy. And there was a woman who brought her son along, and they lived in Queens in New York, and they said, he's a left-handed, he's got big hair, he's got a bit of a temper, his name's John McEnroe, and he really wants to play tennis, okay? In 1954, the Davis Cup final was in Sydney at White City. And there was a 12-year-old kid called John Newcombe who was captain of his school rugby team, he was captain of his school cricket team, and he was captain of the school tennis team. So he was a brilliant young athlete. Hopman sent him tickets to the Davis Cup and for him and his parents. When they arrived at the Davis Cup, Hopman met them and he said to Nuke, come out the back, you can have a hit with Hode and Rosewell. He's a 12-year-old kid and he goes out, he's hitting on a back court having a practice. Well, at that point, tennis just won him. So he got rid of cricket, he got rid of rugby, and we know what John Newcombe became. Now, that wasn't 8 or 9 years later before he played Davis Cup for Australia, but Hopman had already been watching him back there and encouraging him. And the number of players who said, oh, when I was 14, 13 or 14 or 15, I would receive a postcard in the mail from Wimbledon, and it would be from Harry just saying, I hope you're going well, things are good here at Wimbledon, blah, 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 just say encouragement. So the cherry picking was also about him building up and finding them. He used to hold these tennis coaching clinics in Queensland, mass productions, get every kid down there. Now, I don't know how much of this has become folklore and news, but there's a little kid running around with red hair who's left-handed, and he said to him, that kid's going to win Wimbledon one day, and that was Rod Laver. So he had a very good eye for it, but he also had an eye for developing it, and once he had his favourites, he would very much stick to them. So therefore, a lot of people are probably not that thrilled with his legacy and the way he treated people, but he was ruthless about success for those guys at the top. Now, Hopman's behaviour with the players who turned pro was really disgraceful, to be honest with you. These young players who he had coached, he had taken them on world tours, they had won Wimbledons, they had won Davis Cup, they had been they had shared so much joy together.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So now we begin our sessions post-lunch with a very unusual book, which is a mix of a travelogue and sports. Gully Gully travels around India during the 2023 World Cup. With this book, author Aditya Iyer explored the profound impact of cricket on India, revealing cricket's role in shaping the nation's identity. This is his first book. Aditya writes travel, sports and human interest stories for Open magazine. He began his career with Indian Express and has covered several tournaments like Cricket World Cup, Tennis Grand Slam and Football World Cup. Leading the conversation is seasoned broadcaster Aroop Ghosh, whose love for cricket triumphs most things. So please welcome on stage Aroop and the author Aditya Iyer.
Okay, very warm welcome to everyone here, and thanks for staying on post-lunch. I had a very frugal one, just to stay awake. I read Aditya Iyer's book, Gully Gully Every Page. It's a terrific read, and it's a pleasure to have him here alongside. So, before I go across to Aditya, this book is about the ODI World Cup. We all know how it ended for India and the heartbreaks that followed. But what he has done very interestingly is that he has woven travelogue writing. He's written about every state or the city that the match was held. He speaks about Lucknow, which is my home state. It's very evocative. And what I want to begin is a quote of his which caught my eye. So it's from Mir Taki Mir. And he says, "Bahut arzu thi gali ki tari. So yahan se lahu mein naha kar chala." In English, it means I had a great desire to visit your lane, and now I return bathed in blood. Aditya, were you metaphorically or literally bathed in blood?
Yeah, pretty much literally bathed in blood by the end of it, because, you know, we saw how it ended. It was one of the great tragedies, right? Like, this is a team that went and destroyed absolutely everybody. But right at the very end, when, you know, we thought that we're going to have the perfect ending, and we did not get that perfect ending. So I think a lot of people felt like they were bathed in blood by the end of it. Players, fans, spectators, people in the press, everybody.
So are you a fan of Shero Shairi also?
Absolutely.
You are. What made you choose the travelogue format to do a book on cricket? Because quintessentially it is cricket in the forefront, but somewhere as you, let me say, as I started reading this book, the travelogue part started growing on me, which became more and more interesting because you are introducing a city, you're introducing certain characters. Did it come from you alone? Was it your publisher who was also involved?
No, I wish I could take credit for the idea. It's been done before. Cricket travelogues is the way, you know, people have gone for a long time. Rahul Bhattacharya wrote a fantastic one called Pandits from Pakistan in the 2003-04 tour, where he, you know, it's an Indian visiting Pakistan during a very historic test series, which India ends up winning, but he was more interested in the cities and the places and what makes Pakistan Pakistan while India travels there. And Mike Marcuse, of course, did it for the 1996 World Cup in a book called War Minus the Shooting. So these were my two great inspirations. So I'm not the first one to do it, but you know, the era is fresh, the team is fresh, our dominance is fresh. You know, we didn't quite play cricket like this in the 90s and the 2000s. And I just thought this will be a fantastic way, because in the very first press conference, Rahul Dravid spoke about how it's a khushiyon ka tyohar, you know, it's more than just a World Cup, it's a little team traveling from city to city, covering the expanse of India, and we're so many countries in one. And, it's kind of one of the only uniting factors. So I thought, why not use them literally as a vehicle to tell the story of a country?
Let's begin with Chennai, and we may not be able to hit each and every state, but this Chennai bit was quite interesting for me because he interviewed Sarvanan Hari, who is the Dhoni fan. You would have seen him painted in yellow with the headgear and all of that. And your narrative is about how Sarvanan Hari took to it almost by accident, then something happened, it worked, and he actually had access to Dhoni after a point in time, which is a remarkable story, which ends with his daughter being named by Dhoni.
Yeah, that's right. So, it was slightly tricky, right? So in each of these places, I kind of wanted a voice on the periphery of cricket who kind of represent that city, that state, that culture, while also telling the story of the city and being around cricket at the same time, right? So I was lucky enough to meet this yellow painted fellow. As you'd have seen him in the IPL, he's, he wears this big wig and like a mustache, and he's got Dhoni written on him. He's fully painted in yellow. And in many ways, I thought he was representative of the culture in Tamil Nadu, which, tends to idol worship. We know what happens before Rajnikant movies, or now, with Vijay or whoever these new actors are. This Pal Abhishekam, and they also make their superstars into their chief ministers. So I thought it was very representative of that culture in cricket, because, we do have a pan-Indian guy in Sudhir Gautam who travels with the team, the tricolored painted fellow, but I wanted someone who speaks about that particular culture in Tamil Nadu, and Sarvanan was very nice, and and it's also slightly tricky because when you speak to him, you kind of see his fanaticism, and as a writer, you're not supposed to judge it, but when he says stuff like, I had a child, and my wife and this newborn were in a government hospital, and I texted Dhoni's manager to tell him that, I've had a child, and the manager says, do you know what, Mahi's actually in Chennai. So he abandons the wife and the child, and he runs to Dhoni, to the hotel. And at that point, when he's saying that, I'm like, what the, how's this even possible? But you can't let that come in the way when you're writing it, because it's a great story. So the story ends with him meeting Dhoni, and Dhoni telling him, Dhoni finding out that he has a child, who's a few hours old, and says, please go back to the hospital. And the guy falls on Dhoni's feet and says, I'm not going to leave till you name my child first, and has to start with M because of Mahi. So Dhoni quickly, or D, sorry, for Dhoni, and Dhoni quickly names the child so that he can go back to his wife and his child. So it's crazy. I mean, these are guys who really love their cricket, right? And often they're seen as lunatics or, people not like us. We know how to watch it, we go to stadiums, but everyone has a story to tell. And which is why I thought, if you kind of tell the story of cricket through its fans, while, the central narrative is, of course, cricket.
Sure.
You engage so many more people in the story of India, which is essentially what this book is.
Aditya, I always like to ask authors, particularly young authors like you, as to that your craft, is beautifully written book, is the travelogue part. Now, for a lot of budding writers in India, and this is the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest, so here the main purpose of the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest is to encourage sports writing, and this is what we've been doing now in season 6. I'm saying we, taking the liberty, because I have been playing a small part in it. But explain to us about the craft. You went in knowing that you're going to do a travelogue around this. How do you observe? How do you take notes? How much of it is mental retention? And can you, one of your strengths would be a strong mental recall?
Yes, of course. I mean, luckily, one of the good things about, me choosing this profession of writing is my memory is quite decent. So, you need to remember a lot of things, but if you don't have it, you have to take a hell of a lot of notes. So during this World Cup, the whole idea, I knew the cricket that I watch will be covered in so many match reports and stuff like that, but how can you write about the game differently from the way it's being reported fabulously in so many of these cricket websites now, right? Crickbuzz, Cricinfo, what are you bringing to the table? So again, I wanted to bring, the way I watched the matches was the way the fan in the stands would, right? So if he or she is having a problem with, getting into the ground, or what it feels like once you're in there, or like the madness of first seeing the bed of green and the great blue sky and like these specks of players in between who are going to dazzle you for the next few hours. So take the game from there. I mean, just chronicle it from there on. But I can't lie. My idea was always the travelogue and use something to tell the story of, this place that you traverse through. And nothing nicer than cricket for that.
So anyone who wants to be a travelogue writer should have two things. One is retention memory and the ability to take notes.
Or take copious amounts of notes. That really helps. Yeah.
And yeah, you can see that I've done a lot of my homework, stuck these little reminders in here, because what I want to do is there are some interesting small vignettes I want to just pick off and get Aditya's reaction. One is, of course, our Kedar Jadhav, well-known player for India, and his fascination for Salman Khan. Did the Dabang dance, and he later says that he stayed with Salman Khan. He was introduced by Dhoni to Salman. Then he stayed with Salman almost up to 15 days in his farmhouse. And here is an interesting quote which I want to share with you. Then we get Aditya. And he says, "They say don't meet your heroes, but I would like to tell everyone that if your hero is Salman Khan, then definitely go and meet him. He is a bigger hero in real life than he is on the silver screen." Before you react, मुझे थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा लगा.
But that's Kedar. I mean, he's honest enough to say it. So I was lucky enough to be on that tour of Zimbabwe when, the second string team went in 2015, I think this was, led by Ajinkya Rahane, and Kedar got his first ODI 100 there, and there was no other reporter. And I remember standing with two Zimbabwean journalists, and we saw Kedar drop his bat and do a dance. And I'd completely forgotten about it. And Tristan Holm, this other journalist at the press conference, goes like, "Can you ask him about what he was doing?" So I was like, "Kedar, wo kya tha? Kya kar rahe the?" And he was like, "Aapne dabang nahi dekha? Ye to dabang dance hai." So he basically just inserted his thumbs into his trousers and did the dance, right? And it became big. Now, because we reported on
Not the trouser, the belt.
But you don't have a belt in cricket, unlike in baseball. So
Okay.
So he did that, and then I think it was picked up back home, and his Salman love was known, and he told Dhoni about it. And when he was telling me that he actually met Salman Khan, it's like when normal people meet cricketers, right? Like he froze a little bit. I think he was kind of playing back those 15 days in his Panvel farmhouse with Salman. Means a lot. I mean, whatever floats your boat, but Salman certainly floats his.
Let's hop across to Rishi Dhawan. He also played for India, and you met him in Dharamshala. So he tells Aditya, over and above all the discussions that they had. So here's the quote, which is initially in Hindi. हमारे यहाँ एक कहावत है, क्रिकेट एक ऐसा गेम है जो हंसाता कम है और रुलाता ज्यादा है. In English it means there's a saying that goes, cricket is a sport that makes you sad a lot more than it makes you happy. It's a very intelligent one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it strikes a chord in two ways. Like A, you don't score 100 and take a 5-4 every day. So most of the days in cricket, you're basically going through the motions failing in the conventional sense. And hence when you actually get your landmark score or help your team win, it means so much more to you. And B, this is the story of Indian cricket, right? A lot of these players, 95% of them, aren't from any kind of affluence. The entire family kind of designs themselves around making this one guy or one girl, now hopefully, make their dreams come true. And to do that, the entire family sacrifices. I was talking earlier today, where I was told that, even things like, you take my extra roti, right? So the guy, it's a double-edged sword, it can cut both ways. The guy either succumbs under this pressure to, this big dream of making it for India, or it really fuels him. And someone like Rishi Dhawan, who's the only person to make it from the state of Himachal, which now has so much infrastructure because of Anurag Thakur and, the money being pumped into the HPCA, has still only produced one male cricketer. I do know there's a female cricketer too, but one, right? And this stadium and this infrastructure was built in 2003. So what does it take for a guy like him to make it to the Indian dressing room? And he was very, very honest about it. He said it basically just takes junoon, it takes passion.
Let's hop across to Lucknow. Ravikant Shukla in the under-19 team, he captained people like Rohit Sharma, and some of the big guns, like there are one or two other names anyway. So he says that he never made it, despite the fact, Shikhar Dhawan, and that I was selfless and didn't care for individual glory as much as winning. Now the moment you hear that, it hurts a bit that the guy didn't make it despite being the captain. But then under 19 captains, there are many such cases of them getting lost. It's very unfortunate.
But none before or after, you know, because before him it was Rohit Sharma who made it. Before that it was Kaif who made it, you know, who won the World Cup just like Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli was immediately after Ravikant Shukla, also won the World Cup. Both of them went on to play for India and had like fantastic careers. Him more so than Kaif.
Unmukt Chand disappeared.
Yeah, that was 12, just after Kohli. But yeah, so this guy was kind of an anomaly at that point, and it was crazy, right? Like, he has captained Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma has come to his town, has come to Lucknow as a guy who's going to go and, at that point, looked ready to win the World Cup for India. And nobody even recognizes him. And he used to captain Rohit when he first played a World Cup for India, right? And as luck would have it, because I was wondering how to broach this subject, and the two of us are standing outside a chart house, and as does happen, this is not even serendipity, because the World Cup's going on in India. In Lucknow, a guy rides by with Rohit 45 written on his back, and both Ravikant and I look at that shirt, and then I look at him, and I don't even have to say anything.
Yeah.
And he goes like, I know what you're trying to ask, we'll talk about it. So, and he does, with a lot of honesty, you know, about how, yeah, I mean, he doesn't remember those times as an under-19 player when he captained Rohit. He only does when people remind him, they say, you know, you were his captain, what does it feel like? So he says, every day when I see Rohit's success, I'm not jealous. But when you guys come along and you remind me and you ask me, what did that feel like? You promoted Cheteshwar Pujara up there. You could have gotten the runs. And then I feel a pinch. I think, you know, I didn't make it, but at least I have my life now, and I have a life of cricket.
I'll ask you a cricket question purely, which is that when we look at those who didn't make it, and there are many, but if you're talking about UP, and Ravikant is from UP, so you have Suresh Raina, you have Mohammad Kaif, you have RP Singh, and so many others who made it. But if you look back in time, then there was the very strong Bombay club, and then the Karnataka club, which came in when Dravid and all these other, there were 6 of them. So was it about, what gives them a push? Is it all about mental aggression as sort of projected by a Virat Kohli in recent years, brutal aggression on the field? What about temperament and all this selflessness chat should be just flushed out?
No, I think it's a bit of all of it. Like, you know, it usually takes one kind of a leader to come out of a system, and then he draws everybody else either towards him or the route that he took to make it to the very top, right? As you rightly said, in Bombay, we had our Vengsarkars and our Gavaskars, and they, of course, caused everybody else for so long, all the way into the 90s, with Tendulkar and Manjrekar and Agarkar, all of them to, like, you know, kind of like follow the same path, which is go to Shivaji Park, try and make it from there. Even if you don't meet Ramakant Achrekar, you have a coach like him. And the system kind of feeds itself. The ecosystem is all pushed and honed towards one thing. Then it happened with Karnataka, like you said, UP, then it happened with Delhi, right? Like with Virat doing so well, you had so many guys coming through immediately after. So yeah, I mean, it's self-belief, it's what that one, you know, the pioneer does for everybody else. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of everything actually. You can never really pinpoint one thing out, which is great again for when you're writing, because you're not giving solutions, you're just showing what things look like. I mean, what forms a cricket culture in a city or a state.
I'll hop across to Shreyas Iyer. He's a strange, magical figure. He can do a lot of stuff, but keeps on failing on the field. You've had a subtle dig at him, and I'll read that bit out. So this is Shreyas Iyer being asked in a press conference that he's unable to play the pull shot well. He got out to it many times. So this is his answer, which Aditya has put, that I know how to tackle it. He's obviously pissed off that he's been asked this question. So he says, I know how to tackle it. It's just that when I go to hit some shots, you're bound to get out, and sometimes it may work, sometimes it may not. And then I'll just shorten it. But in my mind, I know there's no problem. Then Aditya writes, after uttering that answer, riddled with statements in contradiction with each other, Iyer huffs out of the room. What do you make of Shreyas Iyer, a talent like that?
I mean, he scored nearly 400 runs in the 4 matches leading up to the final, right? Like, he proved all his detractors wrong. Like, there were a bunch of them in the press, especially in the beginning when he kept getting out to the short ball. But that was the first time he tackled it well. I think it was against Sri Lanka and Bombay, where he got to 70 or 80 or something like that, and he came prepared. I also know the BCCI media manager really well, and he's a close friend of a lot of ours. So he did tell me that one of the great things about the BCCI today, at least at the interaction with the media level, is there's a lot of transparency. So he told me that he was prepping all the cricketers with the tough questions that would come, and obviously the tough question about Iyer was going to be the short ball. So Iyer came in preparing for the question, quite like he was preparing for the short ball in the field, and he fumbled a little bit, as anyone would when there's so much glare and mics in front of you. But he proved his point, and then he got 100 and 180 and a 70. So yeah.
Okay, I've already got one signal to wrap this up. But before I do, there are two things. One is, you've mentioned about how Sourav Ganguly, when in one of the World Cups that I think the 2011 World Cup, or one of the trophies that India won. So he's standing there
at the Wankhede,
at the Wankhede outside the comp box, and he's very emotional. And then you asked him how he felt later in that interview, in your interview with him, and he says, yes, even though I had finished playing for my country, I felt that I was a part of it. These were my boys too. What is the kind of emotion you gauge from him, because he's usually known as a pretty cold fish?
Yeah. So he was very emotional when he was talking about this. I mean, I think I obviously might have softened him a little bit by talking about leadership and captaincy for a long time. So he was really into it. In fact, that interview was cut short in the middle. And it was cut short by Barkha Dutt, but he said please, she can wait for 15 more minutes, I want to finish this.
Yeah.
So he was really into it, and I did see him there by the boundary rope when I was standing next to this fantastic journalist, Sharda Ugra, and we both noticed that Ganguly looked just as emotional as say Tendulkar or Dhoni or Yuvraj on the field. So I always thought I should ask him that, and even when he was talking about it, he kind of showed me the goosebumps on his hand. So it was his team. These are the players that he fought for back in 2011 at least.
Aditya, I'll ask you to read out an extract, because all of you might enjoy him reading this out, because it's a very well-written piece, and coming from him, it would do justice. So over to you.
Thank you. So basically just a small build-up, the World Cup is over, and this is India's lost, and this is just a wrap-up of the travelogue itself. So anyway, the streets are desolate, the shutters of all shops pulled down, and there are hardly any vehicles on the road. The host city of the World Cup final is now a ghost town. The sight or sound of the promised firecrackers are non-existent. By the time I reach my Oyo room, a driver's rest house really, located on the shoulder of the highway leading towards Rajkot, it is very late. I pour myself a generous share of Kamlesh's Red Label, take a seat in the courtyard facing the highway, throw on my headphones and watch the trucks pass by. There is a shiver in the music, something of a crackle. When I take my headphones off, there is nothing but silence. Then I see it before I hear it, from the corner of my left eye. The glorious explosion of light and colors in the sky. Someone is bursting crackers. I forget about the fully exposed bottle of liquor in the courtyard of a dry state, and rush out onto the service road, following the intermittent bursts in the sky. A few minutes later, I reach them, a father and son, I assume, the older one in a long kurta and the boy in a knockoff India shirt with Virat written at the back, both of them firing rockets from a bottle. A large white polythene bag containing long boxes lies on the road. The bottle is hazy and smoke emits from its mouth. They look startled to see me, the man frozen in his position with a burning agarbatti in one hand and an unlit rocket in the other. I smile to end the tension. Are you celebrating Australia's win? I ask, and the man shakes his head and places the long neck of the rocket in the bottle. It slants. No, he says, without looking at me, playing with the base of the wick, or watt, as the timer thread is known in these parts. We bought these to celebrate India winning the World Cup. My son was upset, and I didn't want to store them for another occasion, so we're bursting them anyway. Then he holds his son's hand and aids him in lighting the watt. The object fizzles into the night and blasts into 1,000 burning fragments. I sit down on the dusty road and wrap my forearms around my knees and watch them for a while, meticulously going through the explosives in the boxes, one by one. All three of us craning our necks upward each time to watch the momentary fire illuminate a purple night, otherwise torched dimly by highway lamps and a waxing crescent moon. And I think to myself, this is how it ought to be remembered. This World Cup and India's sparkling run. Rohit, Virat and Shami, Bumrah and Iyer too, as something big and vivid, filling up the skies. They were indeed starlight or something astral, like a comet, dazzling then disappearing. The tears begin to flow just as a mongrel disturbed by the sounds emerges from a nearby gutter, circles a cozy spot on the service lane and lies down.
Excellent.
Well, that was an amazing conversation and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Though we are running a bit late, so we won't be able to take the questions on this session. But thank you so much, Aditya, and thank you so much, Arup, for coming here.
Pleasure.
And we really enjoyed the conversation, and Arup will need you again for the session. Now, before we move on to the next session, can you please stand together for a photo opportunity? Thank you. Thank you. A huge round of applause for Aditya and Arup. Now let's move on to our next session. Anaya Bangar, the child of former Indian cricketer Sanjay Bangar, gained significant media attention a few days ago after publicly sharing their journey as a transgender woman. Anaya's openness about their transition and the challenges faced by transgender individuals sparked important conversations about gender identity, acceptance, and inclusivity. For this session, we have with us Pinky Pramanik, a former track and field athlete who won the silver medal at the 2006 Commonwealth Games and the gold medal at the 2005 Asian Indoor Games and 2006 Asian Games. She won 3 gold medals at the 2006 South Asian Games, winning the 400 and 800 meter events as a member of the relay team. Joining her is Duti Chand, a prominent Indian sprinter who has made significant strides in the world of athletics. She is the current national record holder in the women's 100 meters event. In 2019, she became the first Indian sprinter to win gold at the Universe 8. She also won 2 silver medals in the 100 and 200 meter at the 2018 Asian Games. Duti Chand's journey has been marked by challenges, including a high-profile legal battle against discriminatory regulations. Also with them is Gopi Shankar Madurai, a very well-known activist who is an authority on the legal implications of this issue. Guiding the discussion is Anisha Ghosh, a multimedia journalist. Please welcome all of them on stage, please. Please be seated. He'll help you with the mic. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone here. Thank you for your patience. It took us some time to get the tech in order. And without good audio, as most storytellers would vouch for, and I know there are so many of them in this room, nothing kind of works. This is going to be, I think, something of a path-breaking session, not because I'm moderating it, hello, excuse me, but simply by dint of a rarity. I'm told, reliably, by the 2 women sat at the far end there, that this is the first time Duti Chand and Pinky Pramanik are sharing the dais in a public platform. Two of India's greatest track and field athletes. This is the 6th edition of the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, as we all know. And it might have dawned on a number of you, or the question might have cropped up in your head as to why are we discussing transgender participation in women's sport amid a literary fest where we are discussing books. There have been a number of books written on the subject already, and one of the best ones that I have started reading in the recent past is by Sohini Chattopadhyay, and it's a book called The Day I Became a Runner. So anybody who hasn't gotten a copy of that, which features both these athletes and Gopi Shankar Madurai here, do grab a copy as soon as you can. It's waiting for you to take a look at right outside this room. And the session is important. Well, thanks to Sandeep for coming up with this, because the issue of transgender participation in women's sport has gained somewhat renewed topicality in the past 1.5 months alone, because of not so much track and field in the Indian context, and I'm specifying Indian context because it has become more topical in India because of cricket. Surprise, surprise. And why is that so? I think most of us know, and for the uninitiated, former India men's cricketer and a prominent member of the Indian men's coaching staff, a former coaching staff now, who is also a very established coach on the IPL and Indian domestic cricket circuit, Mr. Sanjay Bangar. His child, now I've got to be careful with the linguistical facet of this session. His child, formerly a biological man, decided to transition from Aryan Bangar to now Anaya Bangar. So she identifies, they identifies as a trans woman now, and they played cricket earlier in Mumbai in India, and they want to play cricket in the country where Anaya Bangar is currently working as a professional, and that's England. But according to the rules laid down by the International Cricket Council, transgender participation in female sport, trans women participating in international cricket matches have been banned, and that ban came about in November 2023. There are various nuances that we're going to discuss thanks to the social media vitriol that Anaya Bangar has copped through posting about or expressing herself and her identity as a trans woman on social media. And subsequently, her father is also going through the emotional roller coaster ride and the taunts and jeers that you would expect of this age where social media takes precedence more than anything else, which is why we have 3 individuals who have far more authority of shedding light on the subject than I do. So for the remainder of the 40-odd minutes that I've been allotted for this session, I will try to give most of the microseconds to these 3 individuals. And who are they? First up, to my left is Gopi Shankar Madurai. Gopi is a multifaceted human being. They have worked a lot behind the scenes. Gopi is a gender activist and the first intersex statutory authority with the Indian government, and the co-founder of Asia's first intersex organization, which is currently based in Taiwan. And they work day in and out. I'm going to make this mistake, and it's a mistake where I'm going to perhaps mix up the pronouns, but it's important to admit those mistakes and get them right, because I'm not perfect either. And I'm learning, which is what I think the session is also trying to aim for, to engage in a conversation. And Gopi uses the pronoun they, and they have been incessantly and painstakingly at work trying to ensure that the rights of infants and children with intersex characteristics in India are safeguarded. Joining Gopi Shankar Madurai in this session is Pinky Pramanik. Pinky has literally run from the Delhi airport to the IHC. She is coming from Kolkata. Pinky is one of India's best former middle distance runners. She won gold at the Asian Games 2006 and followed it up with a silver at the Commonwealth Games and is currently working with the Eastern Railways in Shialda. Her life is a story too, and how the conflation of sex and gender and the lack of awareness. Hers is a classic case of how it can all go awry if the state, the media, the society doesn't care to educate themselves on this subject. And to my farthest left is somebody who was, I think, described as the Caster Semenya of India. Somebody whispered it in the audience when she was getting up on the dais. Raise your hand. You're right. And she's way bigger than that. Ruti Chand, a two-time Olympian, a trailblazer in Indian sport, in global sport, multiple Asian Games medalist, the fastest Indian woman sprinter in 100 meters, and with special emphasis, I've got to mention, the first openly gay athlete of India. It takes courage for all of them to be doing what they have done, and for all of them to be carrying all the identities that I spoke of, the affiliations. And without further ado, let's start off with something that's very basic. Hand on heart. I'm going to ask the audience to participate in this little exercise. Hand on heart, without Google, without AI, without Sam Altman, can you be honest and tell yourself you have crystal clear idea in terms of the difference between sex and gender? Can you raise your hand if that's a yes? Like, can you say with certainty, I know what the difference between sex and gender is? If you do, raise your hand. I know what the difference is, so I can confidently say. Did you find another hand, Gopi? Right there. Excellent. Cool. So roughly 80 odd people in the room, and 2. Well, I sort of educated myself in the past 1.5 weeks. Thanks to Sandeep inviting me to moderate this session. Otherwise, I was no authority or not even 50% educated on this subject. Gopi, why don't you tell us, where does India or the world stand when it comes to the perception between sex and gender? Because most people do not seem to know what that is.
Am I audible? Yeah. Namaste. Good afternoon and vanakkam. Actually, we don't talk much about sex identity in our country, but we do a lot of sex. But then, and we gave Kama Sutra and everything to the world. But then, and suddenly all the colonial notions here came up with everything. I think some children or.
Parental discretion advised? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah. So even the missionary position is male or female or partners penetrating them face to face is known as missionary position because missionaries approved it, and colonial British approved that particular position, and they said that anybody is not going to have sex face to face should be punished under this particular law called Unnatural Sexual Offences Law 377, which is stupidity. No other country, under British, I'd list the 63 countries where it is not just British. Portuguese ruled us, Dutch ruled us. Who didn't rule us? Everyone. So coming back to this particular topic, you must have watched Paris Olympics. You must have noticed Imane Khelif coming from a North African country, coming from a Muslim background. Most of her country women wearing hijab and all those things. She coming to that stage as a boxer it takes immense of courage and determination. It's not an easy joke. And Imane Khalif is assigned as female at birth. She was raised as female. There are a lot of female with XY chromosome. Even it is noticed that these female from Haryana and Rajasthan and many other states in India gave birth to children or babies. These women are with XY chromosomes. So what makes a woman? Chromosome. Like, women is different from female. First I need to get into it. Because all species in the world have sex identity. Only human beings have gender identity. Because animals don't tend to, oh, pink is for that girl and blue is for this boy. Or like, oh, all the elephants are, led by a female herd. So they don't question why we should be led by a female herd. The bees don't question why we should follow the queen bee, the Rani bee. Let me follow the Raja. There is no Raja bee, So, the question is that sex is common to everyone. The Constitution of India do recognize. Babasaheb Ambedkar mentioned the word sex in two senses. One is as a sex identity and another as a sex activity, as an activity. When it comes to gender, it's completely new term. It only evolved after 1950s. It got popularized. In the 1985, we started using it in the public policy and governance. Because sex identity, we cannot determine our sex identity. How many of you decided to be assigned or established as male or female at birth? Like that, I didn't decide to be assigned as or established as intersex at birth. Like when an infant is born, when infant is identified with the male-like reproductive system, we call it male. When an infant is identified with female-like reproductive system, that is with vaginal opening and the ovary and all those things, then we call it female. When that infant is not with the both male and female, characteristics, when you cannot fit them in the binary sex identity, then they are intersex. There are at least 40 intersex variation, 14 different chromosomal patterns are there. So when it comes to persons like Imane Khalif or Castor Samania or Shanti Soundarajan or many female athletes with us now, they all are female athletes, but they tend to produce somewhat excessive testosterone, or they may have attained puberty a bit late in their life. There are a lot of other issues also. Some may tend to have facial hair. It doesn't make them lesser than any other female, right? So in sports, only female athletes need to undergo sex verification test in a very pathetic way. All it started in Hitler's era, in Nazi Germany, and then it continues even now. So very recently we have Tudi Chand challenging such sex verification test policies in Court of Arbitration for Sports, for which the Modi government supported her to fight the case in Court of Arbitration for Sports. And also we have the case of Shanti and Pinky, who are very courageous female athletes who gave their everything for India, but this country gave them nothing. So I just want to stop it here, but before stopping it, I just want to make a clear differentiation between sex and gender identity. Sex identity, as I said, that's your birth identity. You don't decide it, right? So gender identity is something you consciously decide it. Animals don't have gender identity. For example, autistic children don't have gender identity. They have sex identity. Autistic children can be either a male child or a female child or an intersex child. They cannot go on recognizing or identifying themselves as a transgender person, or the term transgender is new. Yes, we do have indigenous terminologies like hijras, jogapas, kinners, and all those things. These hijras, transgenders, are not intersex people. Transgender persons are biologically established as male or female at birth. And here we have a different category of people who are female athletes with intersex traits. There are also male athletes with intersex traits. There are also intersex athletes, but some of the intersex athletes can reproduce. They can produce offsprings. So there are a lot of physiological differences and things, and now the world sporting body is working on special policies, and we are also assisting for the first time, at least more than 70 plus countries, including India and Pakistan together, voted for protecting the rights of intersex persons in the present United Nations General Assembly, which is a very landmark step, because it took us around 17 years of work to make them to recognize it, because even now intersex persons are not part of the census of our country.
And the last census, FYI, took place,
yeah.
Who can answer when? 2011. 13 years and counting. And in these 13 years, a lot has happened, right, Gopi, as you said, and there's so much to unpack from what you mentioned. And thanks for that very erudite and considered explanation of the difference between sex and gender. So, transgender and cisgender. So who are cisgender individuals? Cisgender is a term that is used for individuals whose gender identity corresponds with their sex identity. The sex identity they were assigned at birth. Whereas transgender individuals do not. A transgender woman, in Anaya Banga's case, she was born a male biologically, but she decided that her internal expression of gender is more aligned with a woman. Hence, she decided to undergo hormonal therapy, which she's still undergoing, and she's regularly posting about it on social media, and that's her personal choice, right? And that is the difference between transgenders and cisgenders. Keeping in mind the psychological nuances of the terms gender and sex, the political aspects of it, the scientific aspects of it. Gopi spoke of policies. It's a buzzword when this topic comes up at any time of the day. But often what we forget is the human aspect of it and how it often gets lost in the gray area that comes in the overlap of male, female, and the binaries, the idea of binaries. And it does happen ever so often that female athletes, as Gopi mentioned, are at the receiving end of unimaginable social vitriol, taunts and jeers, ostracization, so much so that the world forgets that they are a human being at the end of the day. I would want to take this opportunity to, before I go to Duti, to ask Pinky Pramanik, who in 2006 won 4 gold medals internationally, if I'm not mistaken. And then came 2012 when all of a sudden she found herself living through hell in the body of a human being because, and with Pinky's permission, I am sort of doing a recollection of that. Her live-in partner at the time in Bengal decided to level a set of allegations of Pinky raping that live-in partner in question, who happens to be a woman, and then started a media trial, a state trial like no other, and it ostracized and eventually shunted Pinky out of the love of her life, which was the track and the field. Just to give you a brief sense of what really happened, in a nutshell, Pinky was kept in a male ward of a prison in Kolkata. She was herded from prison to court, court to prison, innumerable times in the company of only, and I mentioned that again, only male police persons. And there were a number of random, completely arbitrary, absolutely inconclusive to this day, sex determination tests that were conducted on Pinky, and none of them found conclusively that, hey, the allegations leveled at her by her partner were true. They were not true. The case has been shut by the Kolkata High Court because, as I mentioned, the rape allegations were completely unfounded. One of the most inhuman things that can happen to a human being is when she was going through a sex determination test under in police custody, somebody decided to film that test and made an MMS. Remember the word MMS? It went viral, and there you have it. Somebody who was billed to be the next PT Usha of India started falling off the radar. पिंकी, एक सवाल आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगी, ये जो आई नो कि आपके लिए डिस्कस करना 2012 से जो आपकी ज़िंदगी में हुआ है इजी नहीं है, और मैं आपके आंखों में थोड़ा सा कुछ नमियाँ देख रही हूँ, और ये बहुत ही करेजियस एक डिसीजन है आपका कि आपने मुझे परमिशन दिया, एकमरा स्पोर्ट्स लिट फेस्ट को, संदीप मिश्रा को, उनके सब साथियों और कॉलीग्स को ये परमिशन दिया कि हम लोग आपकी कहानी इन ऑडियंस को बता सके, क्योंकि इनमें से बहुत सारे मिलेनियल्स है, जेनजी है, अल्फा है, स्ट्रीम हो रहा है, वो शायद पिंकी प्रमाणिक के बारे में नहीं जानते हैं, एंड शी इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड अ क्लासिक केस ऑफ हाउ state and media trial can kill the weak and the different in India. पहले तो ये मैं पूछना चाहूँगी एक सिंपल सा सवाल। एक पिक्चर मुझे याद है, BBC के एक आर्टिकल में निकला था, the BBC had put out an article with the lead image of 2 police persons, male police persons, groping Pinky in a police van. Has any of these police persons, क्या इनमें से कोई पुलिस वाले या फिर मीडिया वालों ने जो आपके अगेंस्ट काफ़ी ताने, अनाप शवाब, अपशब्द जो इस्तेमाल किए, आपका एक गलत इमेज उन्होंने क्रिएट किया, किसी ने आपको अपोलोजाइज किया, किसी ने माफ़ी मांगा आपसे? Is she audible? थोड़ा ऊंचा बोलेंगे?
माफी तो बहुत दूर की बात है, किसी ने आफ्टर दैट मुझे आके पास में मतलब बात भी नहीं किया ताकि मुझे तसल्ली मिले दिल को। माफी तो बहुत दूर की बात है क्योंकि ये जो घटना घटा उसके लेके मैं बहुत ही डिस्टर्ब हो गई थी उस टाइम, बट वो बात को लेके कोई आज तक मुझे आके थोड़ा देर बैठ के भी मुझसे बात नहीं किया ताकि मेरा थोड़ा दिल का बोझ हल्का हो।
Quickly translate, she says, forget about making an apology. Barely no one has come to me and sat next to me to share a word of encouragement or two, because since that incident, my life took a U-turn and it just veered off the track in a way that I had not imagined. And I remember I come from the same part of Kolkata that she does, and I used to watch a lot of evening sports bulletins. And, well, the media also owes an apology to the consumers of those news, including me. I never got one, but now that I work in sports media as a journalist, let me try and ask for that apology that the fraternity I am part of messed up that bad. मैं आपसे माफ़ी मांगती हूँ क्योंकि मैं भी अभी स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिज्म डॉक्यूमेंट्री प्रोडक्शन में हूँ। थोड़ा बताएंगे कि क्या हुआ 2012 से जब तक कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट ने आपका केस क्वॉश नहीं किया, किस तरीके का समाज से आपको ताने वगैरह सुनने पड़े, साइकोलॉजिकली, इमोशनली आपको क्या महसूस हो रहा था, और आपका करियर क्या हो सकता था आपको लगता है, और कहाँ पे अटक गया और ख़त्म भी हो गया?
एक्चुअली 2012 से पहले के बाद मैं बताना चाहूँगी। 10 साल में 2010 में मैं ओपन नेशनल इंटर स्टेट पार्टिसिपेट करने गई थी मथुराई। तो वहाँ पे मैंने हिट्स दौड़ा, हिट्स में मैंने फर्स्ट आया। टाइम भी बहुत अच्छा था, 11.07 जो अभी इंडियन रिकॉर्ड है उससे भी अच्छा टाइम मैंने निकाला था हिट्स में। बाद में मुझे जो फाइनल का टाइम हुआ तो जो हम लोग का सेक्रेटरी था एथलेटिक्स फेडरेशन का, उन्होंने बोला तुम नहीं दौड़ सकती हो। तो उस टाइम एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हो या कोई किसी का जो चीज़ करता होगा और उसको डायरेक्टली कोई अगर उस टाइम रोक दे या मना कर दे तो क्या बीतता है, एक मात्र सिर्फ वही जानता है। उसके बाद तो मैं वहाँ से फिर निकल गई, मुझे मना कर दिया तो ना मैं किसी से रो पाई ना किसी को बोल पाई। मुझे बोला, सेक्रेटरी ने खुद ही बोला कि तुम चले जाओ नहीं तो तुमको तुम्हारा लाइफ पूरा डैमेज कर देंगे। तो मैं ग्राउंड में हूँ, मैं जूता खोल के हिट्स में रनिंग किया, जब फाइनल में दौड़ूंगी तो मैं जूता ऐसे चेंज कर रही थी स्पेक्स रनिंग शू दौड़ने के लिए। और उस टाइम मुझे आके बोला गया कि तुम नहीं दौड़ सकती हो। आप लोग सोचते कैन यू थिंक्स क्या बीता होगा उस टाइम मेरा ऊपर। चलो कोई बात नहीं, बोला तो हो गया। उसके बाद में मैंने 2010 2010 से लेकर 2012 तक मैंने ड्यूटी किया ऑफिस में, क्योंकि उस टाइम मेरा उम्र था जस्ट 19 ईयर ओल्ड थी मैं उस टाइम, क्योंकि मैं उतना कुछ किसी से बता भी नहीं सकती थी, क्योंकि मैं उतना कुछ जानती भी नहीं थी। तो मैं किसी के साथ इस बात बारे में डिस्कस भी नहीं किया, डिस्कस नहीं मतलब मैं क्या बोलूं क्या नहीं, मैं खुद ही समझ में मुझे नहीं आ रहा था। तो मैं बिल्कुल चुप हो गई थी, और चुप होने के बाद में मैं फिर क्योंकि डिस्पोजल नहीं कर पाऊंगी, तो वो तो मेरा सपना था हमेशा का। फिर मैंने ज्वाइन किया डिप्टी ज्वाइन करने के बाद में मैंने काम किया 2010 से लेकर 2012 तक। उसके बाद में 2012 में एक्चुअली वो मेरा पार्टनर नहीं थी, मैं मीडिया में यही बात को सभी लोग बोलता था कि मेरा पार्टनर, बट वो शी इज नॉट माई पार्टनर। मेरा जो होम है, होम का बगल में वो रेंट में रहती थी विथ हर हस्बैंड एंड हर बेबी। तो मेरा उसका हस्बैंड ने उनको डिवोर्स देके फिर चला गया था कहीं पे। फिर मैंने उनको रेंट देने के लिए भाड़ा उड़ा नहीं था, तो मैंने उनको बोला कि ठीक है मेरा घर में आ जाओ, रह जाओ, और जब तक तुमको रेंट नहीं मिलता दूसरी जगह में तो तुम मेरा घर में रह सकती हो। ऐसा करते 2012 में 2-4 महीना रही। उसके बाद में जब मैंने बोला बहुत दिन हो गया, उसके घर से सामान भी बहुत चोरी हो रहा था, तो मैंने बोला देखो काम करो, तुम बाहर में एक तो मकान देख लो या रेंट में देख लो, मैं भी देख देती हूँ। जब मैंने उनको ऐसा बोला तो बोला नहीं, अगर ऐसा है तो तुम तुम्हारा घर मेरा नाम में लिख दो, और नहीं तो मैं तुम्हारा नाम में एक एलिगेशन दूंगी। उसके बाद में इतना सारा एलिगेशन मेरा नाम में उसने दे दिया। फिर उस टाइम तो मेरे 2010 से लेकर 2012 तक मेरा कोई बैड्स कमेंट मुझे नहीं किया था किसी ने, मेरा जो पड़ा पड़ोसन है कोई भी नहीं किया था। लेकिन 2012 जब हुआ घटना मेरा संग में, तो उसके बाद में रास्ते में निकलने के लिए भी मुझे सोचना पड़ता था, कहीं कोई इंसान कुछ ना बोल दे। बहुत सारी जगह बहुत कुछ कमेंट्स भी सुनने के लिए मिलता था, बट मैं उतना उसमें बैठ नहीं करती थी, क्योंकि इससे भी बड़ा तकलीफ मुझे लग चुका था एक बार जब मेरे स्पोर्ट्स से मैंने दूर हुआ। मेरे बार बार वही मतलब मेरा मन में आता था, मैं क्या बोलूँ उसके लिए, मेरा कुछ लफ्ज़ ही नहीं है मेरे पास बोलने के लिए।
और ये जो घटनाएं घटी आपके साथ, एक बड़ा कारण जो इसका रहा है, जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे थे कि सेक्स और जेंडर के बारे में कितने लोगों को आइडिया है, सब आपको बोलने लगे ये मर्द है, ये ट्रांसजेंडर है। और हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि ट्रांसजेंडर एथलीट्स का विमेन स्पोर्ट्स में कोई जगह होनी चाहिए कि नहीं। दूती, अगर मैं आपको इस विषय में लाऊं इधर, आपने देखा है, आपको कैंसरमैन ऑफ इंडिया बोला गया है ऑडियंस से, एंड आपने कैस तक जाके एथलेटिक फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया, AIFF, सभी इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉलिसी मेकर्स के साथ और उनको चैलेंज करके ये जो परसेप्शन है, ये जो कन्फ्यूजन क्रिएट होता है, आपने वो चेंज करने की कोशिश की है। आप अपने ज़िंदगी के कुछ घटनाओं को समराइज करके बता सकते हैं कि एक फीमेल एथलीट को अगर वो एक तरीके से बात करती है, चलती है, कुछ ज़्यादा तेज दौड़ने लगती है, उनको ट्रांसजेंडर कैटेगराइज करने का एक पेंशन होता है, एक टेंडेंसी होता है। आपने कैसे नेविगेट किया और अब तक कैसे नेविगेट करते हो, और उसके ऊपर आपने डिसाइड किया कि मैं ओपनली बोलूँगी, मेरी सेक्सुअलिटी के बारे में बात करूँगी। एंड आप एक बहुत ही कंजर्वेटिव फैमिली से आते हो, तो ये सब कैसे आपने इन सब चैलेंजेस को आपने नेविगेट किया?
बेसिकली 2014 में ग्लासगो कॉमनवेल्थ गेम जाने से पहले 3 दिन से पहले मुझे बोला गया कि आप टीम में नहीं जा सकते हो, आपका तबीयत बहुत ख़राब है, आप खेल नहीं सकते हो। उस टाइम में मैं पूरा फिट थी, मुझे कोई कमजोरी महसूस नहीं हो रहा था। तो सबका एयर टिकट आ गया था और मुझे बोला गया कि आप नहीं जा सकते हो। मैं जब इनको पूछा कि मैं क्यों नहीं जा सकती हूँ खेलने के लिए, कि इससे पहले मैं ये एशियन चैम्पियनशिप खेला था ताइपे में, इसमें 2 गोल्ड मेडल मार के आया था मैंने। और 2013 में पुणे में हुआ था एशियन एथलेटिक चैम्पियनशिप, इसमें भी ब्रोंज मेडल लिया था मैंने। और उसी 2013 में टर्की में हुआ था वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, उसमें भी हिस्सा लेके आया था, 4th पोजीशन लेके आया था मैंने। इससे पहले कुछ भी नहीं हुआ था, लेकिन जब कॉमनवेल्थ गेम के लिए सिलेक्ट हुआ उस टाइम में ऐसे बोल के आप टीम के लिए नहीं जा सकते हो। लेकिन जब मैंने क्वेश्चन किया कि मुझे टीम में क्यों नहीं ले, क्या तबीयत खराब, मुझे मेडिकल डॉक्यूमेंट दे दो, तो उन्होंने कुछ दिया नहीं। फोर्टिल हॉस्पिटल में मेरा सारा मेडिकल चेकअप हुआ था। वो मेरे जो डॉक्टर मैडम थे, कमलेश मैडम, तो उनको जब भी मांगा कि मेरा क्या टेस्टिंग हुआ था, मुझे रिपोर्ट दे दो, तो उसी हिसाब से मैं तबीयत ठीक करूँगी। तो उन्होंने बताया कि हमारे पास जो डॉक्यूमेंट है आपको नहीं दे सकते, वो पोस्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया वालों ने आपको डायरेक्ट देंगे, आप अभी हो सका तो घर चला जाओ। मैं बोला कि मेरा तबीयत भी ठीक है और कुछ आप रिपोर्ट भी नहीं दे रहे और बोल रहे कि घर चला जाओ, कैसे जाऊँगी मैं। तो उस टाइम में उस दिन इतना बात हुआ, नेक्स्ट डे को देखा कि सारा पेपर में ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आया कि द्युति का जेंडर टेस्ट हुआ था, वो लड़की नहीं है, वो लड़का है, इसलिए वुमेन कैटेगरी में नहीं खेल सकते और इसी में टीम में नहीं ले रहे, इंडिया टीम में। तो इसको देख के मैं पूरा हैरान हो गया, क्योंकि मैं बच्चा ही था उस टाइम में, 18 प्लस नहीं थी, 16 प्लस या 17 साल थी उस टाइम में। मुझे खुद को पता नहीं चला था कि एक्चुअली मैं क्या हूँ और क्यों मुझे ऐसा इतना ताना मार रहे, इतना ब्रेकिंग डाल रहे। सब मेरे को देख के ताना मारना शुरू कर दिया, मेरा जेंडर को क्वेश्चन करना शुरू कर दिया। तो बाद में 10-15 दिन के बाद मेरा जो एडवाइज़र थे फिर उस टाइम में पायसनी मैडम कोलकाता की है, तो उन्होंने आके मुझे समझाया कि रूल के बारे में कि स्पोर्ट्स में क्या क्या रूल होता है, क्या क्या टेस्टिंग होता है। तो मेरे उससे पहले मुझे सिर्फ इतना ही पता था इससे डोप टेस्ट होता है, लेकिन उसी में जेंडर टेस्ट भी होता है, हाइपोजन टेस्ट भी होता है और डोपिंग टेस्ट भी होता है। तो ये सारा टेस्ट मुझे उस टाइम में पता चला जब उन्होंने बताया। तो उस टाइम में रेगुलेशन वही था कि कोई भी महिला के अंदर में पुरुष हार्मोन मात्रा ज़्यादा रहेगा तो खेल नहीं सकता, क्योंकि इसको ज़्यादा एडवांटेज मिलता है, ताकत ज़्यादा मिलता है इनको। तो एक तरफ वो IOC बोल रहा था कि बाहर से कोई भी मेडिसिन आप इंजेक्ट करके शक्ति को नहीं बढ़ा सकते हो, लेकिन जो हार्मोन प्रोड्यूस हो रहा था वो मेरा नेचुरल था। तो उस टाइम में जब मैंने जाके बात किया तो सबने वही बोला कि आपका जो भी हो, लेकिन आप टीम में नहीं खेल सकते हो, आप स्पोर्ट्स में नहीं खेल सकते हो। उस टाइम में फेडरेशन, एथलेटिक्स फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के जो सेक्रेटरी थे CK भालसन सर ने, उन्होंने मुझे बैन का लेटर पकड़ा दिया कि द्युति तुम नहीं खेल सकते हो, दोबारा ट्रैक को मत आओ। लेकिन IOC के रूल के हिसाब से कोई भी फेडरेशन किसी को बैन नहीं कर सकते, जो उन्होंने मुझे बैन कर दिया था। तो इसी को लेके मैंने चैलेंज करने के लिए कोशिश किया, क्योंकि पहली बार भारतीय में पूरी वर्ल्ड में मैं एक ही लड़की हूँ जो रूल के अगेंस्ट में, मैंने IOC के अगेंस्ट में केस लड़ाई किया था स्विट्जरलैंड में, कोर्ट ऑफ आर्बिट्रेशन में। तो उसी में मैंने जाके फाइट किया और मैंने उनका वही सवाल उठाया कि इंसान जो पैदा होता है सिर्फ बॉडी लेके आता है, इसमें बॉडी में क्या ग्रोथ होगा क्या नहीं होगा, वो धीरे धीरे जब इंसान बढ़ता है तो इसके धीरे धीरे ग्रोथ होता है। तो उसी हिसाब से मेरा हार्मोन लेवल कितना बढ़ा है वो अभी तक मुझे पता नहीं, इसका अक्सर क्या पड़ता है अभी तक मैंने कभी फील भी नहीं किया है। जो एथलीट बिना मेहनत में कोई भी मेडल नहीं जीत सकता है, मैं इतना मेहनत किया इसलिए मैं मेडल ले रहा हूँ। काल के मैं 1 साल पोस्ट मतलब ट्रेनिंग छोड़ दूँगी तो नेक्स्ट टाइम आप बोलेंगे तो 11.2 में भागो, मैं नहीं भाग सकती हूँ, क्योंकि हर चीज़ के लिए मेहनत चाहिए और मैंने मेहनत करके इतना सफलता अर्जन किया है। लेकिन ये कि वार्ड से मुझे उन्होंने सारा बैन कर रहे हैं और पूरी दुनिया में मैं बदनामी हो रहा हूँ। तो मुझे दोबारा खेलने के लिए मुझे मौका दिया जाए और मेरे साथ जो अन्याय है वो इसका मुझे न्याय दिया जाए। तो फिर वो जॉर्ज मैडम ने इसको कोर्ट में केस दायर किया था, मेरा एक टीम बनाया था मैंने, और कनाडा के हॉस्पिटल कनाडा की कोर्ट के जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के थे जज कार्लोस और जिम बंटिंग और पैसनी मैडम, साइंटिस्ट टीम, सबको लेके मैंने केस अप्लाई किया था। उसमें वही मेंशन किया कि जो भी हार्मोन प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है वो नेचुरल था। मेरा उस टाइम में IOC बोल रहा था कि 2.50 होना चाहिए बॉडी में, लेकिन उस टाइम में मेरा 3.01 हुआ था, 6-7 मिलीग्राम बढ़ा था। तो इसी को लेके मुझे बैन करा गया था। लेकिन नहीं, सबसे बड़ा दिक्कत था उस टाइम में दुनिया को फेस करना, क्योंकि जो पड़ोसी लोग थे, जो फ्रेंड सर्कल, जो ऑफिशियल टीम, सब मुझे दूसरी नज़र से देख रहे थे। मैं बाहर निकल नहीं पा रही थी उस टाइम में, काफ़ी कष्ट हो रहा था, काफ़ी संघर्ष भी कर रही थी उस टाइम में। खुद को ऐसा महसूस हो रहा था कि मैं जी के कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि रास्ता में जाते तो सारे ताना माना शुरू कर देता। मेरा जितना सहेली थे वो भी छोड़ के किसी घर जाते तो वो मना करते थे कि हमारे घर मत आओ। तो इतना कंट्रोवर्सी हुआ था उस टाइम में, मैं किसी को फेस देखने के लिए लायक नहीं थी। तो काफ़ी संघर्ष किया उस टाइम में, लेकिन मेरा को सम्मान लौटा दिया कोर्ट ऑफ आर्बिट्रेशन स्पोर्ट्स ने। सिर्फ मेरे को नहीं, मैं केस जीतने के बाद मैं तो खेलने को मौका मिला मुझे, मेरे साथ कास्टर सोमेना को, पिंकी दीदी को, काफ़ी ऐसे एथलीट है जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के भी एक एथलीट है, सबको खेलने को मौका मिला। वो मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा संघर्षपूर्ण चैलेंजफुल था वो इस केस को जीतने का।
और यस प्लीज। And from that period of time, from 2012, 2014, when your eligibility as a woman competing in a cisgender women's events was being questioned, to today, when the IOC has reworked its framework of policies, and that happened in November 2021. So barely 4-5 months after the Tokyo 2021 Olympics, where Laurel Hubbard became the first transgender athlete to compete in the Olympic Games. Although transgender athletes were allowed to compete in the Olympic Games since 2004, but this was the first time that a transgender athlete did eventually take part. And Lauren Hubbard happens to be a weightlifter from New Zealand. And after that, the IOC came up with a revised framework, and eventually, though, it left the onus on the federations, on the global governing bodies of sport to draw up their own framework, which, mind you, as recently as November 2024, has been lambasted in no unambiguous terms by Lord Sebastian Coe, who's the president of World Athletics and is going to be likely the successor of Thomas Bach, because he's one of the 7 people in the running to assume office as the next IOC president. And according to Sir Sep Coe, there should not be any nebulous area between whether transgender athletes should be allowed to participate, transgender women should be allowed to participate in women's categories, because he feels it's a complete no. It's an outright disservice to women athletes and doesn't safeguard their interests or the integrity of sport itself. So 2014 से ये जो 10 साल का एक जर्नी रहा है विमेन स्पोर्ट्स का, जहाँ पे और भी अवेयरनेस बढ़ा है ट्रांसजेंडर एथलीट्स को. जब ईमान खलीफ के बारे में जब उन्होंने पेरिस में मेडल जीता, दूती आपने बोला कि नहीं होना चाहिए उन पे ये जो सवाल उठ रहे हैं उनकी सेक्सुअलिटी, उनके आइडेंटिटी पे, सेक्सुअल आइडेंटिटी पे ये नहीं उठना चाहिए. आप इस विषय में कहा हो कि ट्रांसजेंडर विमेन को विमेन स्पोर्ट में एक साथ compete करने का छूट देना चाहिए या फिर उनके लिए अलग कैटेगरी होना चाहिए?
मेरे केस के टाइम में जो रूल था तो बेसिकली था उस टाइम में कोई भी महिला है इनका अंदर में कोई भी हार्मोन प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है वो नेचुरल होना चाहिए. जेंडर चेंज करने से नहीं कि काफ़ी हार्मोन थेरेपी करना पड़ता है, काफ़ी मेडिसिन वगैरह लेना पड़ता है. तो रूल में ऐसा मेंशन है कि कोई भी बाहर से आप इंजेक्ट मेडिसिन नहीं कर सकते, तो आप करेंगे इसको डोप केस में आपको बैन करा सकते. तो इसी रूल के हिसाब से ट्रांसजेंडर एथलीट को खेलने के लिए मना है जो रूल के हिसाब से. लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से तो देखेंगे तो महिला के कैटेगरी में महिला खेलेंगे ठीक है, लेकिन जो जेंडर चेंज किया वो तो महिला होके ही आ रहा है. ये नहीं कि वो जेंडर चेंज किया मतलब लड़का होके फिर लड़की के साथ खेल रहा है. वो ऑटोमेटिक वो मेडिकल चेंज जेंडर चेंज करके महिला के साथ खेल रहे हैं. इसमें कोई गुनाह भी नहीं है, इसको खिलाना भी चाहिए. और जो लेवल का चेकअप कर रहे हैं हार्मोन लेवल का, तो इसको आप चेक करके महिला कैटेगरी में खेल सकते. जो रूल रखा है कि 2.5 से ज़्यादा होना नहीं होना चाहिए, इससे कम होने से आप खेल सकते हो, तो उसी हिसाब से अभी खेला सकते हैं, इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
देखिए आपके क्या विचार है इस बारे में? जैसे दूती ने बोला, आप उनसे उनका राय आपका राय सेम है या फिर आपको लगता है कि 2 अलग कैटेगरीज बनने चाहिए ताकि इंटेग्रिटी ऑफ विमेन स्पोर्ट जो सभी गवर्निंग बॉडीज़, वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक्स हो, अभी वर्ल्ड एक्वेटिक्स, इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट काउंसिल हो, सभी बोले कि any player that has gone through male puberty after transition should not be allowed to compete in women's sport if they happen to identify as trans women. आपको क्या लगता है इस बारे में?
एक्चुअली जो इंटरसेक्स पर्सन है वो तो गॉड गिफ्टेड है, सो उन लोगों के लिए तो ये रूल्स लागू होता ही नहीं. ड्यूटी भी बताया है और जगह से भी सुनने मिलता है. लेकिन जो सेक्स चेंज करता हो बाय ऑपरेशन सर्जरी करके, तो वो अगर मेल होके फीमेल होना चाहता है और बाद में अगर पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहता है कोई इवेंट पे, तो मेरा ख्याल से ना उनको पार्टिसिपेट करना देना चाहिए. और रही रूल्स की बात, तो वो तो जो पार्टिसिपेट करेगी जो इवेंट में, वो उनका जो ये है आपका कम्युनिटी है जो वो ठीक करेगा कि उनको किस में पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए. लेकिन मेरा पर्सनली जो राय है, इंटरसेक्स जो पर्सन है उनको तो गॉड गिफ्टेड है. और जो अगर कोई लड़का सर्जरी करके अगर कोई लड़की होती है तो मेरा ख्याल से उनको पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करने देना चाहिए कोई भी इवेंट में.
गोपी, briefly, if you could shed your thoughts on what is a very complex and layered question.
The issue is that they are talking about genetic advantage and like who makes all these rules and decision is a group of men who don't know any difference about sex and gender, and all these people who make these rules are not medical geneticists though basically, and they are not scientists, medical scientists. So basically these unscientific rules and claims, whatever they make in sports, it is making sports as a very unsafe space, non-inclusive space. And what we need to focus here is that Imane Khalif is a female and she's a female athlete. And World Boxing Federation is full of conservative people, and they don't know the science. More than conservative people, they don't know how to understand the science. She was established as female at birth, raised as female, and then she won the medal. And that's it. The IOC is not going to get that back. They awarded it, and they're going to continue with that. See, the people from power tend to share wrong information. See, amount of wrong information was spreading on social media, on X, from Elon Musk to former British Prime Minister to everyone was sharing that, oh, this is a man, this is a female athlete. That's what happened to Shanti. That's what happened to Tudi. You know, when the AFI said Tudi is not a female, Shanti questioned it. You people, you have a daughter in your house. Will you come out and say that your daughter is not female enough? So these are our India's daughter, and wherever they are, such people are, they need to be protected. And we need to understand that allowing transgender persons in female category is problematic, and because these are the female athletes who are established as female at birth, and they can participate in female sports, and you know, they are quite stronger than many athletes. When it comes to genetic advantage, you are not kind of asking, you know, Michael Phelps to cut off his, body in certain shape. You are not asking. So in a report, there were around more than 300 elite athletes with genetic advantage, both male and female. These female athletes have genetic advantage over their own female athletes. And these male athletes have genetic advantage over their own male athletes. Are we asking them to kind of, you cut off your limbs, you reduce this, this hormone in your body? Are we saying that to them? No. Then why are we saying that to some athletes with intersex traits? There are few athletes. So, I mean, such athletes, including, I'm an intersex person, so I chose to live like this, and this is biology. And there are plenty of female with XY chromosome who give birth to, who have produced offsprings. Producing offsprings is not a necessary thing for a female, but still, I'm just saying because science is vast and expansive and complex, and we need to make sports inclusive. Because when you see the way Olympics started, it was started with men, naked men playing with each other. And then slowly, after I think 1 millennium, they allowed some small group of women. And then now where we are we heading towards a very inclusive space? No. In India, caste, class, everything plays a barrier in it. Where you come from, because Shanti cannot speak, Shanti Soundarajan, who was stripped of a medal. She won 11 international medals for India. With one pair of borrowed shoes, she won 11 international medals for India. And she don't know to speak in English. She can't speak Hindi, the predominant language of India. And nobody understood her. 11 male doctors, did this gender test on her in Doha. Nobody questioned her. Nobody questioned it. The mistake she did is she said, oh, I will run for India. I'll run for India. Then what happened? India let her like that. India, kind of lost her daughter. Shanti Soundarajan is from the same batch of Radyavardhan Singh Rathore and senior to Sania Mirza, and all these people participated in the Asian Games in the same contingent. And where is Shanti in 2011? She was working in a Brooklyn as a daily wage. And this is the actual condition of athletes in sports. And will it change? It is not just about the question of sex alone in India. It is a wider intersectional angle we need to put. And when it comes to the question of Bangar, I think Anaya Bangar should have a separate category, and she should compete in that category. And we respect transgender athletes. We need more transgender athletes to participate in sports, but not under female category. As we respect the transgender person's integrity, we also respect the female's integrity as what they are and who they are, because we don't understand the difference between sex and gender. Our courts don't understand the difference between sex and gender. Our doctors don't understand the difference between sex and gender. People like Pinky, Tudi, Shanti, Caster, everybody suffer so much.
from sport beginning with naked men partaking in athletic pursuits to women being stripped of their dignity. Sport has indeed come a long way. We will wrap this session, but maybe just a couple of questions in case there are any hands, any curious minds, or for our guests, just one question before we close the session. Sure, just one question for any of our guests.
Hi, I'm Swami. I actually don't want to ask any questions. I just want to share something. I mean, it's an absolutely awesomely brave topic to discuss in an open forum like this. I must tell you, this is not the first time this has happened in India. Gopi took a few names. I know a few names, which I'm not going to take them here, in Indian athletics context. It happened in the 80s in India. Rupinder Singh would know that because he was my guru. It happened after that also. You know, when we talk about Y chromosomes and X chromosomes, there are a lot of it which are produced naturally. When a woman goes through childbirth, when she's giving birth to a child, she produces hormones which are closer to testosterone than otherwise. Marathon runners and women marathon runners are known to perform better after childbirth, not only because of their ability to bear pain, but also because of testosterone. There are still a couple of Indian national records which are still in existence that came into being after the women gave childbirth. Actually, not childbirth, but they had forced abortions. There were at least 2 to 3 abortions of a specific athlete who I obviously won't take names here right now. In the past, 2 other athletes of India have been alleged, or rather have been accused of being, of a different gender. I mean, I don't know these differences between intersex, male, female, etc. Those athletes are now gone. Globally, 2 athletes, the most famous ones. One was in the 1930s. There was an athlete called Stella Walsh. She ran the Olympics. She even had a medal. She was accused of being more than a female, meaning to say that she had some male testosterone or something. In a very freak shopping accident in a mall, she was shot. She died. There was an autopsy carried out on her, and they discovered that she had male chromosomes. But then, by then, she was dead and gone. Nobody could do that. And then in the 60s, there was another athlete called Ewa Klobuchar. Very interestingly, both of these athletes were Polish Americans. Ewa, after she won a medal in the 60s, 64, I think, if my memory serves right, her medal was stripped away 2 or 4 years later. And lo and behold, a couple of years later, she gave birth to a child. So she was very much a woman, or at least the way we perceive women. So these are controversies. So hats off to Ekamra, to Anisha, to Duti, to Pinky, to Gopi, for having dealt with such a brave subject. In my 42 years of sports journalism, I think to be able to deal with a subject so openly in such a forum is absolutely remarkable. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful session.
I appreciate each and every word that you shared with the audience here and everybody watching us on some kind of a screen. May your fight for yourselves, all 3 of you, and for principles and values you believe in, and for sport, continue. All the very best. Thank you very much once again.
I also want to mention the name, only one name. Today, Pinky is alive with us. I want to remember Pratima Gowankar, who is the first athlete who was accused not a female. She's very much female athlete from Goa in India, a Portuguese colony. She committed suicide. She ended her life in 2000, early 2000s, and we remember her because it's her courage and it inspired us to carry a lot of work. And then not many of us even know her name, Pratima Gowankar, who's a very excellent swimmer from India, who ended her life actually. There were many athletes who ended her life. After Shanti's case, more than 250 female athletes left sports actually. Thank you.
I'll close this with a quote from the Academy Award-winning movie by Chloe Zhao called Nomadland. And it says, "What's remembered lives," and I hope like the little mention that Gopi made, I hope all of you remember the struggles and trials and tribulations these individuals are going through, have gone through, and try raising more awareness through conversations and platforms by engagements like this. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What a wonderful and insightful session by Anisha. And thank you so much for coming here. Can we all please stand together so that we can take a photograph? All right, next, let's move on to our next session. Witness is an evocative book by former wrestler Sakshi Malik that has been co-authored by Jonathan Silveraj. From her humble beginnings to her Olympic glory and beyond, the memoir traces the extraordinary life of Sakshi Malik. It lays bare her battles on and off the mat, including her fight against injuries and her recent public confrontation with the Wrestling Federation of India. Jonathan's been covering wrestling for years. Currently, he is with Sportstar and has previously worked with organizations like ESPN and Indian Express. Joining him on the panel is Sakshi Malik's husband and former wrestler Satyavrat Kadian, Arjuna awardee. Satyavrat first represented India at the inaugural 2010 Youth Olympics, where he won a bronze in the boys freestyle 100 kg category. He won silver at the 2014 Commonwealth Games in the 97 kg weight class. Also on the panel is wrestling Olympian Gyan Singh. He was the technical head of the ad hoc committee formed by the IOA during the ban on the Wrestling Federation of India. And Arup Ghosh would be moderating the session. So please, gentlemen, come on the stage and we would like to start the session with you.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, please read this book. It's called Witness. It's written by Jonathan Silveraj, who's sitting next to me. It's a fabulous book. I've just finished reading it. It is the story of Sakshi Malik, one of India's most courageous and well-known wrestlers. A husband who's equally in his own right a very famous wrestler, Satyavrat Kadian. He's here. Please, first of all, give him a very warm applause. मैं अंग्रेजी हिंदी में बोलता रहूँगा, थोड़ा मुझे भी मज़ा आएगा, आप लोगों को भी आएगा। सबसे पहले जॉनथन, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा कि जब आप ये किताब लिख रहे थे तो इसके फॉर्मेट पे आपने क्या विचार किया, क्या कहानी थी साक्षी की जो आप कहना चाहते थे?
बोथ इंग्लिश हिंदी। तो सबसे पहले आई वांटेड टू नो, साक्षी से मेरी जब मैं फर्स्ट मिला था तो मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि आप बुक क्यों लिखना चाहते हैं, कि माने क्योंकि हर कोई माने चाहता है कि लाइफ में अपनी स्टोरी बताई जाए, बट आई आस्क्ड कि क्यों लिखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि अगर वही मतलब था कि सब लिख रहे तो मैं भी लिखूंगी तो मुझे ज़्यादा इतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं होता। बट साक्षी का बहुत क्लियर था कि जो उनकी कहानी है, जो उनकी जो स्टोरी है वो इम्पोर्टेंट मानती थी, क्योंकि जो उनकी जो स्टोरी है, इट्स अ स्टोरी नॉट जस्ट ऑफ हर, इट्स ऑफ मेनी गर्ल्स हु हैव कम थ्रू लॉट ऑफ दोज इश्यूज, एंड शी वांटेड लाइक जस्ट टू पुट हर स्टोरी आउट। इट वाज नॉट कि शी वांटेड टू से कि मैं बहुत अच्छी हूँ, कि मैं सबसे दुनिया की सबसे ग्रेटेस्ट प्लेयर हूँ, या एकदम वो रोजी पिक्चर नहीं पेंट करना चाहती थी, वो एब्सोल्युटली ट्रूथ बताना चाहती थी, जो उनकी ट्रूथ थी। तो दैट वाज अनयूजुअल, क्योंकि नॉर्मली जो इंडिया में मैंने जनरली देखा है कि जो एथलीट्स होते हैं, not for everyone but majority, वो एकदम perfect picture create करते हैं. जैसे
Jonathan, this is exactly what I just want to develop this point, because Sakshi Malik, she won a bronze in the Rio Olympics in 2016, a gold in the Commonwealth Games in 2022, considered one of India's best international wrestlers. But the beautiful part about this book is that she keeps talking about many things जो उनको लगता था कि वो कुछ खामियां हैं. जैसे एक चैप्टर में एक जगह है कि जब वो इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे गई, शी वॉज वेल वर्स्ड इन हिंदी, इन हरियाणवी, सो शी सेड आई फाउंड इट अ बिट डिफिकल्ट टू स्पीक इन इंग्लिश. द काउंटर टू दैट इज़ कि अंग्रेजी बोलने की ज़रूरत क्यों पड़ती है, वो एक अलग बात है. लेकिन उनका जो अपना बैकग्राउंड है, वो जहाँ से आई, कैसे स्ट्रगल किया. और एट वन पॉइंट जॉनथन, यू रिटन इन द बुक दैट शी it seemed like she had a natural gift for wrestling, because there's not much in the book about how her talent emerged, which is quite fascinating for someone of such a high caliber.
So when we say कि there are some people जो कहते हैं कि मैं naturally बहुत talented player हूँ, like a lot of people will just assume कि अब हैं. Like Sakshi बहुत clear है, she does not think she is the most naturally gifted player. She is not the most physically strongest player, but she has like a devotion towards wrestling, which she mentions 2-3 places, which is different. She says there are players who are more talented than me, there are players who are more hardworking than me, but I have like a sort of worship towards wrestling, which is what made me me. And I mean that's the only thing I can think of, because when you see her as an, and आपको लगता भी है कि why is she saying this, like उसे क्या मिल रहा है ये बोल के, क्योंकि normally you want player to say कि मैं सबसे best हूँ. She even today she is the only woman wrestler to have an Olympic medal. तो कैसे बोल सकती है कि she is not having all of these things? But she is just I think the thing that stands out is her humility. She is an extremely humble person, as in to have achieved so much and yet to say कि without all of this I did it. I mean it's unusual. I mean, before I go any further, I want to say that a lot of, like initially, without Satyavat, I don't think this thing would have been possible, because a lot of times शुरू में Sakshi was not, माने वो comfort factor नहीं बनी थी. तो शुरू में अगर words missing होते थे, तो Satyavat भाई she used to, without even saying, she would just turn around and ask इसे कैसे बोलते हैं. And Satyavat would then try and explain it to me in a better way. And a lot of the inputs I got because of what Sakshi was trying to explain, and she was not able to say it, then she would try to explain to Satyavat in Haryanvi, and then Satyavat would tell it to me. So just wanted to say that.
सत्यव्रत, जॉनथन की किताब में इसमें एक पूरा चैप्टर है आपकी लव स्टोरी पे. आपकी जुबान से हम ये जानना चाहेंगे कि साक्षी ने कहा आप मिले, कैसे कहानी आगे बढ़ी, लेकिन बहुत भरोसा हमेशा उनको रहा है आप पर. तो जब आप उनके साथ जब आपका रिलेशनशिप बढ़ा, लेकिन शादी से पहले, जैसे इस किताब में लिखा गया है, उनको काफ़ी दिक्कतें आई अपनी फैमिली के साथ या बाकी जो भी हुआ, उसका कभी आपको लगा कि बात नहीं बन पाएगी?
नहीं, एक्चुअली हमें एक दूसरे पे तो पूरा भरोसा था स्टार्टिंग से ही, और उनकी तरफ से तो कभी मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगा कि कोई दिक्कतें आएंगी. लेकिन ठीक है, जब आप कोई भी एथलीट हो, अगर मैं भी होता तो भी शायद मेरी फैमिली ऐसा ही सोचती, क्योंकि जब आप एक लेवल अचीव कर लेते हो तो फिर एक्सपेक्टेशन फैमिली की भी बढ़ जाती हैं इसको लेके कि आपके लिए और बेहतर कुछ सोचा जाए. तो हमारे मन में ऐसा कोई डर वाला वैसा भाव नहीं था कि कुछ गलत हो जाएगा. बस ठीक है, हम अपनी जगह अगर हम सही हैं तो एंड ऑफ द डे हमारे साथ सही हो जाएगा, बस इतना विश्वास था हमें.
इसमें किताब में ये भी लिखा गया है और कोट साक्षी का है कि, और 2-3 बार आया जो मुझे थोड़ा सा हैरानगी हुई कि जिन्होंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में इतना अकॉम्प्लिश किया है, बार बार वो कहती हैं कि मुझे शुरू में भी था फियर ऑफ लूजिंग, मतलब हारने का डर था, बीच में भी था, आगे भी जब मैं उस लेवल पे पहुंची था. क्या ये एक नेचुरल होता? आप खुद एक इंटरनेशनल लेवल के रेसलर हैं, और ये क्या डर होता है कि मैं हार सकता हूँ, या क्योंकि उनका कहना है कई लोगों के मन में ये डर नहीं होता है, तो क्या वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं?
जी, हो सकता है कई झूठ भी बोल रहे हो, लेकिन क्योंकि लोग हमेशा यही दिखाना चाहते हैं कि आई एम द बेस्ट, और वो होते नहीं है. क्योंकि और मेनली कॉन्टैक्ट स्पोर्ट की हम बात कर रहे हैं, आप सीधा एक इंसान से लड़ रहे हो, आप इंडिविजुअली नहीं खेल रहे हो. जैसे जेवलिन हो गया, आपका एथलेटिक्स हो गया, आप अलग अलग भाग रहे हो, लेकिन हम अगले के दिमाग से, अगले की ताकत के साथ खेल रहे होते हैं, और 6 मिनट में हमारे साथ कुछ भी. तो रेसलिंग में तो मुझे लगता है कि डर थोड़ा बहुत होता ही है। तो ये जो रेसलर कहते हैं कि मुझे डर नहीं लगता, हाँ मैट के ऊपर जाने के बाद आपका डर अगर निकल जाए वो बहुत सबसे बेहतर बात होती है। लेकिन तो जब तक आप मैट पर पहुंचते नहीं हो तो थोड़ा बहुत ये लगता है कि क्योंकि एक मूव और आप बाई फॉल हो सकते हो, तो थोड़ा सा ये रहता है।
आपके बारे में साक्षी ने कहा कि आप और बहुत कुछ अचीव कर सकते थे या कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लक का फैक्टर आपके खिलाफ चला गया। अब लक को कितनी अहमियत देती है, क्योंकि आप लोग एक तो इतनी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, फिर आपकी कोचिंग रहती है, आप लोगों का इंटरनेशनल एक्सपोजर होता है, आप बाहर टॉप लेवल रेसलर्स के खिलाफ करते हैं, तो इसमें लक का क्या फैक्टर है, क्योंकि क्या खेल में इसकी अहमियत है?
ये अलग अलग स्पोर्ट्स पे अलग अलग चीज काम करती है। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, कुश्ती 6 मिनट का आपका एक मैच होता है, आप उस अगले प्रतिद्वंदी के दिमाग से भी खेल रहे होते हो, उसको आप प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हो कि वो क्या करना चाह रहा है, और अगर मैं उसको अगर सही तरीके से प्रेडिक्ट नहीं करूंगा कि वो क्या करना चाह रहा है तो फिर मैं नहीं जीत पाऊंगा। तो ये थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड क्वेश्चन है कि मैं लक को, एक्चुअली एक एथलीट ना बहुत सारे कॉम्बिनेशन से तैयार होता है। जैसे साक्षी ने भी बुक में बताया कि मैं सबसे पावरफुल नहीं हूं, मैं सबसे ज्यादा टेक्निकल भी नहीं हूं, लेकिन फिर भी मैं ओलंपिक तक पहुंच पाई और मेडल। आपकी फैमिली के सैक्रिफाइसेस, आपकी डाइट, आपकी ट्रेनिंग, आपकी स्लीप, बहुत हर चीज का कॉम्बिनेशन अगर किसी प्लेयर को मिल जाता ना तो वो ओलंपिक लेवल पे जाके जो है अचीव कर पाता है।
ज्ञान सिंह जी, आप एक बहुत ही मशहूर कोच हैं, बहुत लोग आपके बारे में जानते हैं। आपसे मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा कि इस किताब में ये लिखा गया है कि साक्षी शी राइट्स क्वाइट अ बिट अबाउट द टफेस्ट पार्ट इज वेट लॉस, कैसे वेट को घटाया जाए बिफोर अबाउट, जो विनेश फोगाट के साथ हुआ पेरिस ओलंपिक्स में, और हम सबको पता है उसका क्या हश्र हुआ, कितने लोग, हम सब डिसअपॉइंट हुए, सारे भारतीय डिसअपॉइंट हुए। लेकिन साक्षी बार बार इस पॉइंट को उठाती हैं कि ये बहुत ही मुश्किल काम है, इसमें डिहाइड्रेशन होता है, पानी की कमी होती है, लोग अपना 2 दिन में 6-6, 7-7 किलो रिड्यूस करने की कोशिश करते हैं। इसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे हमारी ऑडियंस को और ख़ास तौर से यंग रेसलर्स को, और क्या ये सिस्टम बदला जा सकता है?
देखो, वेट की हर जो भी वेट कैटेगरीज है, कोई भी है, वो रेसलिंग है, बॉक्सिंग है, वेट लिफ्टिंग है, उसमें मैक्सिमम बच्चों को अवेयरनेस नहीं है। और मैं तो ये कहूँगा हमारे कोचिज 90% नहीं जानते, चाहे कोच नाराज हो ये हो, 90% कोचिज नहीं जानते, कोचिंग भी नहीं जानते। मैंने जब पहले कुछ दिन के बाद मैं गया, मैंने एक चीज़ देखी, लंबा उतना नहीं हो जाएगा कहीं आपका, मैं कोचिंग पे आ गया क्योंकि आप
नहीं बोलिए।
तो कहने का मतलब है, मैंने एक चीज़ देखी, आप एजुकेशन में जाओ, आपको कई उदाहरण दे देंगे, जरूरी नहीं अच्छा खिलाड़ी अच्छा कोच हो, भाई ठीक है। मैंने कहा भाई ये भी जरूरी नहीं कि एक टॉपर ही अच्छा मास्टर हो, टीचर हो, हाँ जी, लेकिन क्या 10वीं फेल टीचर कर देगा? 10वीं फेल को भी टीचर लगा दोगे? टीचर की उसने काबिलियत तो होनी चाहिए। स्पोर्ट्स में मैंने देखा है 10वीं फेल ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं पीएचडी वालों को। अब 10वीं फेल कौन से है? जो नेशनल इवन स्टेट में भी जिसकी प्लेस नहीं है। अगर आपको कैटेगराइज करो 10th 12th ग्रेजुएशन और एमए और पीएचडी, तो हमारा ओलंपिक पीएचडी हो गया। ओलंपिक को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं वो कोच जो स्टेट में पोजीशन नहीं लेके आए। मेरा ये प्रिंसिपल है, उसको सब माने ना माने वो अलग बात है। कोई भी एथलीट होना, स्पोर्ट्समैन होना जरूरी है, वो ओलंपिक वाला हो नहीं, मेडलिस्ट हो, लेकिन कम से कम इंटरयूनिवर्सिटी का मेडलिस्ट, कम से कम स्टेट चैंपियन तो हो। लेकिन आप हमारे कोचिंग में देखना ऐसे भी नहीं है। तो दूसरी, अब वो बता रहा मेरा कुछ थोड़ा सा ऐसा है, मैं बोलता बहुत हूँ, लोग फिर कुछ इसमें बातें कुछ एक्स्ट्रा निकल जाती हैं। और मैं आपको बताता, जो एज ए रेसलर, मैं पहला रेसलर था जो हॉस्टल से निकला था। मेरे से पहले कोई रेसलर हॉस्टल से नहीं आता था। हनुमान अखाड़ा, पुलिस और आपकी सर्विसेज, इनके अलावा तीसरी जगह से कोई नहीं आता था। जब मैं पहली बार एक बार गया, मेरे को ध्यान है कंबाइंड यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ, तो ये 1979 की बात है, हैदराबाद नेशनल गेम्स था। मेरे साथ वाला एथलीट वार्म अप हो रहा है और वो कह रहा है अरे क्यों वार्म अप हो रहा है, एक इंटर-यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे से तो है ही, मेरे से ही कुश्ती है। मेरे साथ ही वाला कह रहा है अच्छा इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे तो है ही कुश्ती, और मैं उस नेशनल का नेशनल चैंपियन बना। तो चलो ये तो होगी वो बात। अब मैं वेट पे आता हूँ। वेट कैटेगरी का, वेट का जो प्रोसीजर है, जैसे वेट आपके अंदर बढ़ता है वैसे ही वेट घटता है। वेट की ये किसी बच्चे को मैक्सिमम नहीं बताते कि वेट कैसे बढ़ता है, वैसे ही वेट घटेगा, घटने का भी वही प्रोसीजर होगा ना जो वेट बढ़ा है, पूरी बॉडी वो तो है नहीं। तो इस प्रोसीजर में क्या है, जैसे विनेश का आया है, ऐसा वर्स्ट टाइम पे होता है, सेकंड डे वेट ना आना। पहले दिन वेट नहीं आएगा आपको बहुत केस मिलेंगे, लेकिन सेकंड डे अगर वेट नहीं आता ऐसा रेयर केस मिलेगा। और वो रेयर केस क्यों होता है, क्योंकि आप फिर उतनी डाइट और वो नहीं ले पाते, उतनी मैक्सिमम जो है ना इसमें आपके कार्बोहाइड्रेट इनसे नहीं होता, जो ग्लूकोज वगैरह जिसमें ज्यादा है उससे वेट गेन होता है। तो वो चीजें हम उसके दौरान लेते ही नहीं। स्पोर्ट्स के दिन, स्पोर्ट्स जिस दिन होता है हमारे 4-5 कुश्तियां होती है उस दिन, तो आप खा ही नहीं पाओगे, ले ही नहीं पाओगे वो चीजें। तो ये तो विनेश ही बता सकती है कि उस दिन क्या हुआ, लेकिन ये मुझे पर्सनली उस दिन टीवी पे भी मेरी डिबेट में यही बात हुई थी, इसमें विनेश और उसका कोच और तीसरा मैनेजर यही सही पोजीशन बता सकते हैं, और कोई बताएगा वो मतलब मेरे मतलब झूठ ही बोलेगा या अपना असेसमेंट ही देगा। असेसमेंट नहीं होता इसमें, आपका एग्जैक्ट पता है आपने क्या लिया क्या नहीं लिया। और
ओके ज्ञान सिंह जी, मैं आपके पास वापस लौटूंगा। नाउ आई नो व्हाट इज द एलिफेंट इन द रूम एंड दैट इज एड्रेस्ड इन दिस बुक बाय जॉनथन। देयर आर सम हेवी ड्यूटी चैप्टर्स, सो इट्स हाई टाइम आई हिट देम. I had been warned by the festival director Sandeep Mishra that be careful, so I'll try to be as careful as possible. But how much careful can you be when the topic is Brij Bhushan Singh? So page 81, Jonathan, Sakshi Malik makes serious allegations of sexual exploitation against the then Wrestling Federation of India chief Brij Bhushan, which you have documented. You have also made serious allegations against the former sports minister Anurag Thakur. And you have written that he remained cold and uncooperative. Maybe those weren't the words, but that is the inference. The Home Minister was also, he gave certain assurances which may not have been fulfilled later. While writing this part, how careful were you? Were you worried about certain things? Did you get legal indemnification? Are you still worried?
See, so when you're writing this book, of course, the initial thing is this is the truth of the athlete. The athlete is telling this to you. So first you document all of it. Then you see a lot of these things are part of the charge sheet as well. So in one case there's already a legal thing going on with it. Once that is done, there's also a lot of stuff which doesn't make the book, because it's not, I mean, there is no, I mean, it would start a fresh set of legal allegation, I mean, like legal cases going on with that. So there is a lot of the stuff which didn't make the book as well. Whatever has made the book has gone through a legal vetting process. It's gone through, a bunch of lawyers who have looked at it and who have taken the call to. So whatever you see in the book is the stuff which has gone through a legal vetting process.
And are you happy with it?
I am as see. I'll explain. The book is Sakshi's. Ultimately, whether or not is she satisfied with it? I think she is satisfied with it. As I am just a person who's putting her voice out, but the voice is hers.
सत्यव्रत, आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा कि ये जब एजिटेशन शुरू हुआ, पहला फेज हुआ, बंद हुआ, फिर से रीस्टार्ट हुआ, उसके बाद फिर वो क्रिमिनल FIR दर्ज किया गया, और इस किताब का नाम जो विटनेस है वो साक्षी के नाम पर ही है. साक्षी मीन्स विटनेस, दैट इज़ वाई इट इज़ कॉल्ड विटनेस. एंड शी साइंड, शी वॉज ब्रेव एनफ टू साइन. जबकि बहुत कई लोग जिन्होंने फीमेल रेसलर्स ने जिन्होंने एलिगेशन लगाए थे, मैनी ऑफ देम दे विथड्रू. सत्यव्रत, आपसे मैं ये स्पेसिफिकली जानना चाहूँगा कि जब ये प्रोटेस्ट शुरू हुआ, साक्षी तो थी ही, वो फेस बन गई बजरंग पुनिया और विनेश फोगाट, और आप उनके साथ बिल्कुल एक स्तंभ यानी पिलर की तरह मौजूद रहे. आपके मन पे क्या गुजरी? क्या आपको कभी खतरा लगा कि उनके हेल्थ पे बात आ सकती है? कहाँ तक ये चीज़ जाएगी? और जब कुछ लोगों ने वो जो अपने कंप्लेंट्स विथड्रॉ करने लगे प्रेशर में या जो भी कारण हुआ हो, वो स्थिति बताइए हमें.
तो देखिए, हमारे को जब हमने पहला प्रोटेस्ट किया था तो हमारे को ये था कि इस चीज़ का समाधान निकल जाएगा. कई मीडिया में तरह तरह की बातें घूमी, सब कुछ हुआ, वो हमारे को कोई जो भटका नहीं, क्योंकि हमारा जो क्लियर था कि हमारे को हमारी रेसलिंग क्लीन चाहिए, हमारे को हमारी जो फीमेल एथलीट्स हैं वो सुरक्षित महसूस करे, सिर्फ इतना चाहिए. कई लोग इसको स्टेट में डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे, कई इसको ये दिखाना चाह रहे थे कि हम सरकार के खिलाफ हैं, जबकि हमारा सीधा था कि भाई हम बार बार हर स्टेटमेंट में यही बोलते थे कि अभी हम कैरियर के उस लेवल पे हैं कि जिस स्पोर्ट ने हमारे को इतना सब कुछ दिया है, हम बदले में उस स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, उस पर्टिकुलर खेल के लिए कुछ करके जाए बस। तो पहले के बाद हमारे को लगता था कि समाधान हो जाएगा, लेकिन समाधान नहीं हुआ। लेकिन फिर जब हमने दूसरा स्टार्ट किया तो फिर हम सब कुछ दाव पे लगा चुके थे। फिर हमारे को इतना वो डर भय नहीं था कि अब जो होगा देखा जाएगा, क्योंकि कैरियर वैरियर सब खत्म होने ही शुरू हो गए थे। जैसे साक्षी ने जिस प्रकार से रेसलिंग छोड़ी और विनेश ने बड़ा संघर्ष किया, उसके बाद इतना एक साल अपना खराब होने के बाद ओलंपिक के फाइनल्स तक वो पहुंची है। तो हमारे को पता था कि अब इसके बाद हमारा कुछ भी दाव पे लग सकता है, तो वो डर वर सब हम दूसरे वाले में तो घर छोड़ के आए थे।
जहाँ तक सरकार की बात है, टॉप मिनिस्टर से आप लोगों की बातचीत हुई, उन्होंने घर बुलाया, अश्योरेंसेस दिए, बिल्कुल हाईएस्ट लेवल तक बात पहुँची। जब उन लोगों के बारे में आप सोचते हैं, मैं आपसे सुनना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि किताब तो मैंने पढ़ा है, तो उसमें साक्षी बहुत डिसअपॉइंटेड थी, और अगर वो डिसअपॉइंटेड थी, आप भी डिसअपॉइंटेड रहे होंगे। तो ये जो मनोस्थिति है, ये कहाँ से आई, और आप क्या उम्मीद कर रहे थे जो कभी अब तक उसका नतीजा नहीं मिला है आप लोगों को?
जी देखिए, साक्षी की पर्सनैलिटी ऐसी है, वो एक सच्ची इंसान है। तो सामने से जब अगर उसको कोई एश्योरेंस मिलता था तो वो सच मानती थी उसको कि हाँ, अगर इतने बड़े आदमी ने कुछ बोला है तो हो जाएगा इसका। लेकिन फिर नेक्स्ट डे चीजें चेंज होना स्टार्ट होती थी, तो डिसअपॉइंट तो लाजमी बात है, साक्षी सबसे ज्यादा होती थी इन चीजों को लेके। और जब रेसलिंग फेडरेशन में दोबारा जैसे उनके डमी संजय सिंह को बना दिया गया, उनके बेहद खास को, तो उस दिन सबसे ज्यादा डिसअपॉइंट थी साक्षी। और सच्चा इंसान थोड़ा भावुक होता है, और भावुकता कई बार हावी हो जाती थी साक्षी के ऊपर। तो ठीक है, उसके लिए तो मैं था कि मैं संभालता था उनको ऐसी जगहों पर।
और हरिद्वार में जो मेडल को लेकर खेल हुआ, जिसमें ये शब्द इस्तेमाल किया गया है, जोनाथन ने लिखा है कि ये खेल हुआ, यहाँ पे गेम हुई, कोई आपके सारे मेडल्स लेके वहाँ से चले गए, बाद में उन्होंने लौटाए, और वो शायद अब तक उन्होंने पिकअप नहीं किया है अपना मेडल। तो उस दौर के बारे में बताइए कि जब आप लोग वहाँ पहुँचे, आपकी क्या उम्मीदें थीं, और फिर बाद में आप लोगों को जैसे कहा कि अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं दैट वी न्यू वी हैड बीन प्लेड, जो लिखा गया है कि हमें बेवकूफ़ बनाया गया, हमें फ़ायदा उठाया गया, तो ये कैसे हुआ?
देखिए, एक्चुअली क्या है, हम कोई आंदोलन करने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं हैं, और ना हम ऐसे कोई एक्टिविस्ट। हम एक सिंपल खिलाड़ी हैं, एथलीट हैं। हमारे को तो पता भी नहीं था कि हम कई बार तो हम डिस्कस करके कुछ करने जाते, तो हमारे को पता नहीं था कि क्या अंजाम होगा, और कैसे कैसे जो है ऐसे ऐसे षड्यंत्र रचे जाते हैं किसी भी जो आप काम करने जा रहे हो उसको रोकने के लिए। हमारे को कोई अंदाजा नहीं था। तो अगर मैं इस पूरे आंदोलन को एक तरह से देखूं कि हमारी ओर से कोई गलतियां नहीं हुई हैं, तो ये सच बात नहीं होगी। लेकिन वो हमने जानबूझ के नहीं की, ये सच बात है, गलतियां हमारी ओर से भी हुई हैं। लेकिन फिर वो कि कई बार तो वो है परमात्मा बचा लेता था हमारे को गलतियां करने के बाद भी, क्योंकि हमारा जो मोटिव था वो पर्सनल स्वार्थ का तो था नहीं। हमारे को कुछ चाहिए नहीं था, हमारे को चाहिए था कि हमारा रेसलिंग कैरियर एंड स्टेज पे है, हम 30+ हो गए हैं, मुश्किल से हम 2 साल कर लेंगे। लेकिन जो बच्चे अभी आ रहे हैं, अभी जूनियर लेवल पे हैं, अभी कैडेट सब जूनियर लेवल पे हैं, वो हमारी स्टेज पे जब आए वो खुल के परफॉर्म करें। आप देखोगे कि बदलाव एकदम से नहीं दिख रहा कि भाई जैसे वापस संजय सिंह आ गया, लेकिन फिर भी हमारी इतने छोटे से बदलाव में भी हमारी 5 महिला पहलवानों ने ओलंपिक में क्वालिफाई किया फर्स्ट टाइम। तो हमारे करने से कुछ तो डर खुला है लोगों का, और जो गलत करने वाले थे वो भी अब सोचेंगे इस बारे को लेकर। तो कुछ चीजें होती थी कि हमारे जो अच्छी चीजें थी उनको खराब करने की कोशिश, लेकिन ये हर आंदोलन का पार्ट होता है। अब हम इतना बड़ा आंदोलन करके और वो सब झेल के, अब तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि अगर हमें इन सब चीजों की नॉलेज उस टाइम होती तो हो सकता था हम वहां और बेहतर कर पाते।
सत्यव्रत, आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगा कि साक्षी ने ये किताब क्यों पब्लिश कराई, वो क्या कहना चाहते थे, और ख़ास तौर से ये बहुत बड़ा और भारी कदम है, ये किताब बहुत बेहतरीन पढ़ने में आया, और उनके मन में क्या है वो सब कुछ है, उनकी अपनी कहानी है, लेकिन मकसद क्या था, वो क्या कहना चाहती हैं, क्या मैसेज देना चाहती हैं?
देखिए, साक्षी का आप देखोगे इस बारे में साक्षी ने अपनी भी कोई कमी नहीं छुपाई होगी। वो उन्होंने ऐसे पोर्ट्रे नहीं किया कि मैं बेस्ट पर्सन हूं या मैं इतनी बेस्ट इंसान हूं इसलिए मेरे को ओलंपिक मेडल मिला। एक इंसान है, इंसान के प्लस पॉइंट्स भी होते हैं, माइनस पॉइंट्स भी होते हैं, तो उनका बस मकसद ये था कि अगर मेरी कोई किताब पढ़े या इसके बारे में जब भी जिक्र हो तो इससे जो महिला एथलीट्स है वो कुछ ना कुछ सीखे, जो मेरे साथ हुआ वो उनके साथ ना हो, चाहे वो फाइनेंशियल हो या भाई हरेसमेंट के बाद उन्होंने कैसे कम बैक किया और उसी आदमी के सामने सारे कंपटीशन लड़ने पड़ते थे और फिर उससे बच के भी कैसे रह के भी वो अपने मन को समझा के अपने आप को एक बेहतर एथलीट बना पाई। तो ये मैसेज वो देना चाह रही थी सभी एथलीट्स को।
Jonathan, one of the most important points in this book I felt was that when the agitation was at its peak against Brij Bhushan, so there was Vinesh, there was Bajrang and Sakshi more or less became the face of the agitation. But when the agitation ended and then when the exemption trials happened for Vinesh and Bajrang, Sakshi says that it was a wrong decision. 2, because of lack of communication, we could not communicate. Hence, I totally disagreed and it was an absolutely wrong move. And yes, there was a rift. So among 3 very close and dear friends, a rift happened over something like this. What is your take?
So I think it was part, like if you understand the nature of wrestling एक माने it's a sport जहाँ पे आपकी मेंटालिटी एक ऐसे होनी चाहिए, एकदम एक्सट्रीम होने की, एक्सट्रीम पर्सनालिटीज होने की। इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस अगर, और साक्षी ने ऑल्सो बोला है कि कोई आधा रेसलिंग नहीं करता, आइदर यू डू फुल रेसलिंग और यू गिव अप, माने पहले 2 महीने में छोड़ देते हैं आप। इन दिस केस साक्षी ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड्स व्हाई दैट फीलिंग, उनके लिए फीलिंग आई थी कि दे वांट टू कंटिन्यू, क्योंकि वंस यू आर इन रेसलिंग किसी का मन नहीं करता कि मैं छोड़ दूं, आई गिव अप माय गेम, आई गिव इट अप एंड गो अहेड। आई थिंक in Sakshi's case she was perhaps like the choice she made, maybe to the like in her thing, like you can I when she told about what happened, she was at that moment she was very adamant कि this was not right, which is why कि उसी दिन माने she had a press conference that day saying I had nothing to do with it. Like, she was very clear that there was a difference of opinion in what had happened with the question of exemption of trials. But she also knows, जैसे हर कोई आंदोलन में सत्यव्रत जैसे बताते हैं कि सबको माने सही डिसीजन नहीं पता होते पहले, क्योंकि ऐसे नहीं है कि वो एक्सपर्ट है इस लाइन में। Which is why she also says that whatever has happened. She is again being very honest about the fact that at that time she felt very, very opposed, very unhappy with what had happened. But she also knows कि they are fighting a bigger match. कि माने मैच में बहुत पॉइंट्स होते हैं, एक पॉइंट अगर आप खा भी देते हैं, ऐसे नहीं कि मैच खत्म हो गया, यू आर स्टिल फाइटिंग, देयर इज स्टिल अ बिगर गोल टू बी वन. सो ओवर देयर शी इज, I think I can understand where she is coming from, and I can, if you ask me personally, I can also sort of understand where the other guys were coming from. And the fact is that कि जब वो तीनों को मैंने अलग अलग जगह पे भेज दिया, it was a clever idea, because you know कि जब अगर साथ में होते हैं तो decisions group में बनती हैं, अगर individually हो जाते हैं लोग तो individual decisions बनना शुरू होते हैं. So I can sort of see where she is coming from, and she is again, there was no need to say it, as in honesty.
Slightly digressing, I just want to know from you, because you covered the wrestlers' agitation. You've done a very detailed book with Sakshi and Satyavrat. You've got all the details in. But when you look at her career and when you look at the sport of wrestling, the way it is being managed now, it's in a shambles. No one recognizes Sanjay Singh. There are such huge problems. On the other hand, there was an ad hoc committee which was formed. Then the ad hoc committee was disbanded. Again, it came back, if I've got my facts right. But from you, I want to know, what is your sense of the sport? Where are we going?
I think eventually, like you said, as in the current Wrestling Federation of India, it's going against the High Court decision if it tries to conduct tournaments and all. The fact that they are still adamant on conducting it like that, it suggests what is important for them. It's their power which is important for them, rather than what is the benefit of Indian wrestling. And the fact is also that Indian wrestlers are suffering. Like, they need competitions to compete in. Competition से उनकी वो नौकरियां लगती हैं. That is important as well. But I mean, over here, I mean, the High Court is very clear about what it's saying. It's very clear what the decision is, and if you are not following it, and because you have other goals in your mind, then it shows what your priority is. आपकी उनकी priority is the federation, not the individual athletes. At the same time, सत्यव्रत भाई ने एक बहुत interesting चीज़ बताई थी. I think we overlooked it. अब मैं फिर से repeat करूँगा जो उन्होंने बोला. This time in the Olympics, without a federation, we had the most number of women participation in the Olympics in wrestling, women's wrestling. Out of that, one of them was in the final and then went out. Another, I mean, this was actually it happened in the absence of a federation. So, I mean, I don't know what it says कि federation की role क्या है जब in the absence of federation 5 लोग Olympics जा रहे हैं, एक final पहुंचती है. तो
ज्ञान सिंह जी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं. इस पॉइंट पे आपके पास आता हूं कि दो चीज़ें हैं ज्ञान सिंह जी. एक तो जो जॉनथन कह रहे हैं कि फेडरेशन नहीं भी था, उसके बावजूद हमारे रेसलर्स एक बहुत बड़े अच्छे पोजीशन पे पहुंचे. लेकिन दूसरा एक और बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट बात वो है जो पहले भी आप उस पर रोशनी डाल चुके हैं कि एक पूल होना चाहिए. विनेश, साक्षी, बजरंग, सत्यव्रत, इनके बाद एक पूल ऑफ यंग रेसलर्स होना चाहिए. क्या उस पूल से आप जो तैयारियां हैं उससे आप संतुष्ट हैं? और दूसरा, फेडरेशन का रोल संक्षिप्त में क्या होना चाहिए?
देखो, मैंने फेडरेशन में भी काम किया है, एज ए रेसलर, एज ए स्पोर्ट्समैन भी रहा हूँ. देखो, फेडरेशन का काम अलग है, डिफरेंट है. लेकिन कोई ये कहे अब फेडरेशन ही मेडल दिलाती है तो इससे बड़ी मूर्खता कुछ नहीं है. क्योंकि अब ये इसने प्रूव किया है रेसलिंग ने कि इतने दिन डिस्टर्ब होने के बिना कैंप के, हमारे टाइम भी इससे ज़्यादा कैंप लग जाते थे, जबकि हमारे पास साल में 1-2 टूर्नामेंट होते थे, 1-2 ही कैंप लगते थे. वो भी कैंप नहीं लगे, तब भी बच्चों ने अचीवमेंट की. तो मैं कह रहा हूँ मैनेजमेंट एक अच्छी होनी चाहिए, वो एक अच्छा, उससे कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ता है, अचीवमेंट थोड़ी सी इंप्रूवमेंट हो सकती है. मैं ये भी नहीं कहूँगा फेडरेशन का कोई काम नहीं है, फेडरेशनों के कारण अच्छी अचीवमेंट हो सकती है अच्छे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से. लेकिन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ही सारा सब कुछ करता है, ये एक विचार गलत है. मतलब ये गलत है, पर लेकिन उसका अगर अच्छा होगा कोई, मान लो जैसे आपने लग कर उसका बात किया था, उसमें हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं मेड और बोर्न ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं होता. ज़्यादातर जो लूज कर जाते हैं उन्हीं का लक खराब क्यों होता है? जो ओलंपिक में मेडलिस्ट हैं वो तो कभी नहीं कहते भाई मेरे को लक्की आया है या लक्की. मैं जो लूज कर जाते हैं, चाहे मैं भी हूं चाहे कोई भी हो, यार आज मेरा दिन नहीं था या मेरा लक नहीं था. तो लक शब्द कोई खास, इवन जो मैन टू मैन गेम है या जो ऐसे गेम है उसमें कोई खास मैटर नहीं करता. हाँ, कभी कभी ये जरूर मैटर कर जाता है कि आपकी बॉडी है वो किसी दिन वार्म अप ठीक नहीं हो पाती, किसी दिन वो मसल्स का है या कुछ आपकी डाइट या कुछ कर रहे जाए, वो अलग बात है. बाकी इसमें ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं. और फेडरेशनों का ज़रूर है, फेडरेशन के अच्छा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के से कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ता है आपका, बस और कुछ नहीं है. लेकिन बच्चे जो जीतते हैं वो अपनी मेहनत से जीतते हैं. और अभी जो हमारे टाइम में अचीवमेंट कम आती थी, क्यों? हमारे पास लिमिटेशन थी. अब लिमिटेशन खुल गई. 82 एशियन गेम्स में पहली बार हमने अब्रोड जाके देखी थी जो हमारी रेसलिंग है और ये रेसलिंग में डिफरेंस है. तो हम शायद इसलिए हारते थे क्योंकि हम एक तो मिट्टी में करते थे, हमारे को मैट कम मिलता था जब कैंप में जाते थे या नेशनल होता था, उसके अलावा मिलता नहीं था. तो उसके बाद इंप्रूवमेंट शुरू होना, विदेशी कोच आए, लेकिन अब विदेशी कोच का एक कल्चर ही बना दिया. ये भी बहुत ज़्यादा ठीक नहीं है, आपको मिक्स रखना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ स्पोर्ट्स साइंस नहीं थी उस टाइम तक, अब स्पोर्ट्स साइंस भी, अब हमारे पास सब कुछ है, तो हम मेडल ज़्यादा जीत रहे हैं.
सत्यव्रत, एक लास्ट पॉइंट आपके पास आना चाहता हूं कि ये एजिटेशन जब करीब दूसरे दौर में था, ख़त्म होने के कगार पे था, तो कई जूनियर रेसलर्स ने एक अलग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था, प्रेस स्टेटमेंट भी दिया था कि इन लोगों की वजह से देखिए हमारा करियर ठप हो रहा है. तो सबसे पहला पॉइंट है कि आपको वो क्या लगा, पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है? और दूसरा, आपके ज़ाती ताल्लुकात, पर्सनल रिलेशनशिप्स, ये जो यंग रेसलर्स हैं जो आप लोगों को हीरो मानते हैं, अब कैसा है?
नहीं, हमारे ताल्लुकात सबके साथ अच्छे हैं. और पॉलिटिक्स तो है ना स्पोर्ट्स में, आप उसको कैसे नजरअंदाज कर सकते हो। मेरा तो एक हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से मेरा तो एक क्वेश्चन है, आप फेडरेशन हुआ या किसी भी खेल की जिम्मेदारी उस शख्स को क्यों दे रहे हो कि अगर आपको उसको हटाना पड़े तो वो आपको पॉलिटिकली अफेक्ट कर सके। तो ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा सवाल। आप देख रेख, फेडरेशन का काम होता है देख रेख करना स्पोर्ट्स की, आप ट्रायल्स कंडक्ट करा सकते हो, आप इंटरनेशनल नाम भेज सकते हो, इससे ज्यादा तो मेरे को लगता नहीं। आप कैंप लगा सकते हो। तो वो जूनियर रेसलर्स कौन थे क्या था वो तो आप बस मेरे इस बात से समझ ही गए होगे। लेकिन हाँ, पॉलिटिक्स तो हर जगह है। अगर हम जॉब करते हैं तो उस ऑफिस में भी पॉलिटिक्स होगी। पूरी तरह से हटा देंगे ये भी पॉसिबल नहीं है, लेकिन पॉलिटिक्स अफेक्ट करे किसी स्पोर्ट्स को तो उससे बचना चाहिए मेरी नजर।
चूंकि आपने ये बात कही तो रहा नहीं जा रहा, ये भी पूछ लेना चाहता हूँ कि विनेश फोगाट जब एमएलए बन गई कांग्रेस टिकट पे तो उसको लेके भी हरियाणा के कई रेसलर्स नाखुश थे, क्योंकि बीजेपी वर्सेस कांग्रेस है हरियाणा में बहुत तगड़ा। तो आप विनेश के बहुत करीबी दोस्त हैं, आप लोग सपोर्टर्स रहे हैं, आपके मन में क्या गुजरी जब वो एमएलए बन गई? क्या आपको लगा कि अभी ये कदम नहीं उठाना चाहिए था या जो किया उन्होंने सही किया?
देखिए, कई जैसे ट्रायल से एग्जाम्शन की बात थी उस टाइम पे भी और इस टाइम पे भी, कई बार ऐसा समय आ जाता है कि जो भी आपके डिसीजन होते हैं वो आप पर्टिकुलर सिर्फ अपने आप के लिए होते हैं। तो विनेश का जो डिसीजन था वो इंडिविजुअल डिसीजन था, लेकिन प्रोटेस्ट पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड था। ये अगर वो आज एमएलए बन गई हैं या वो 5 साल बाद पॉलिटिक्स में जाती, फिर आप ये बोलते कि प्रोटेस्ट तो भाई पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड था, तो ये बात गलत है। पॉलिटिक्स, हमारा प्रोटेस्ट था निस्वार्थ था, कोई पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड नहीं था। और जोनाथन जी ने तो बड़े नजदीक से देखा है इस चीज को। हाँ, लेकिन वो अब किस स्तर तक हमारा प्रोटेस्ट पहुंचा, उसके बाद उनका कितने दिन बाद वो डिसीजन उनको लेना चाहिए था, 5 साल बाद लेना चाहिए था या अभी उन्होंने जल्दी ले लिया, ये तो उनका इंडिविजुअल फैसला है। और जो आपको किसी के इंडिविजुअल फैसले की रिस्पेक्ट भी करनी पड़ती है कई बार।
So before winding down, Jonathan, your book ends on a very poignant note. If I may request you to just read out the last 2 paragraphs in your own words, it would be a wonderful thing.
This is Sakshi's words. Even at my lowest point, that's what gives me hope. When I was a young girl, I didn't have the belief that I could fight back. But now I do. The more I think about it, it seems almost a little funny to me that after all the crimes Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh got away with, it was going to be this quiet woman, afraid of even raising her voice, whom he thought he could have his way with, who ended up being the one who was going to make him pay. There's still work to be done. Every wrestling bout has 2 periods. When I think of this case I'm fighting, I feel I'm through the first period. I'm trailing at this point and the score is against me. The clock is counting down, but I'm not done just yet. I've won before from this position. I'm going to win again.
Questions, please? Any questions?
Yes, I have one, please. My question is for Satyavrat and then for Jonathan. Satyavrat, ये बहुत एक important story थी साक्षी की life की. ऐसी क्या चीज़ थी जोनाथन राइटर में कि आपने इन्हीं को ट्रस्ट किया इस किताब को लिखने के लिए?
देखिए, जोनाथन बहुत, एक तो काफी समय से रेसलिंग, आपको एक रेसलर के मन में झांकना था उनकी कहानी लिखने के लिए, और आपको हर रूल्स का भी पता होना चाहिए था। इतने साल से जो है रेसलिंग को कवर कर रहे हैं तो इनको पता है एक्चुअल में, इन्होंने काफी समय से, और कई बार हमने जो ये लिखते थे हमने पढ़ा भी था, तो बात तो है इनकी राइटिंग में, वो तो आपको बुक पढ़ के ही समझ में आ गया होगा। वो तो आप लोगों को पता होना चाहिए कि इनकी हमारा फैसला सही था या गलत था।
बहुत ही सही था। Jonathan, just one question on the process of writing from you. You were channelizing someone else's voice, someone whose native language is not English, and you were translating it. When you start reading the first chapter, I'm sure you were very conscious of the fact that it was someone else's voice you were channelizing. As a writer, we also grow very close to our subject. Like Satyavrat is saying, you've obviously known Sakshi for years, you know the world of wrestling. how difficult or easy was it for you to be objective enough to just channelize her own voice and not put in your own thoughts?
I think that's part of being a, journalist is that you're trying to stay objective about whatever you're writing. Even in Sakshi's case, as in, like, initially when I first started this book, as in, initially of course Satyavrat was sitting with us because just to give her that comfort factor, that shuru mein obviously, like, even though I've been writing wrestling for years, like, she needed someone like Satyavrat along with her. Like, dheere dheere the comfort became, the factor became slightly easier, and he would sit in the other room. फिर बीच में साक्षी बोलती थी मुझे how do I explain this, then वहाँ से वो बोलते थे, and फिर then I would try and understand what she's saying. But in this case it was like she was initially asking why don't you just write कि मैंने इस मैच में ये किया, मैंने उस मैच में वो किया, और उस टाइप से क्यों नहीं लिख रहे. तो ऐसा साक्षी, the reason we are doing this book is because you want to explain yourself, and it was I think fairly easy, because most of when you're talking about journalism, you are not trying to put yourself in the, at least what I consider journalism, you are not trying to put yourself in the you're not putting your voice through. I think I also have to be, there's some amount of honesty I have to put, because I've been a journalist, I've been doing it for a long time. There's a lot of aspects of Sakshi's personality which you see from the outside, which as an individual it's difficult to, you don't even realize it. Machli doesn't even know it's swimming in water. So even as Satyavrat used to tell a lot of times, once Sakshi started speaking, she absolutely opened up. And Satyavrat has this thing about her, as in he's, much more, he's a very logical person. But Sakshi is very different. It's like when she opens up, she opens up. तो कब एक दो पॉइंट्स थे जब सत्यवत ने बोला कि थोड़े आराम से बोली सब कुछ तो नहीं बोलता उस टाइप से, but generally it like it was, I think it's fairly, as in it's not difficult, as in when you're the star of this book is not me, it's Sakshi, it's Sakshi's book. It's so like it has to be her voice that comes through every time. You think that am I putting my ideas into it? You have to take a step back. You have to let the athlete speak. It's the athlete's book, it's not your book.
Thank you. We have one more question. Yes, please.
Hi, Jonathan. Shazia. Jonathan, I have a question for you. This agitation had a lot of layers to it, right? I haven't read the book yet because you haven't given it to me yet, so I'm still waiting for it.
Available outside.
So my question is, the agitation has had a lot of layers. So, like for example, Sakshi was one of the face of the protest, and another face was Bajrang and Vinesh, and whatever happened with Vinesh, do we see another book coming in some years on Vinesh and maybe a part 2 of this book?
I wouldn't know, as in Vinesh of course has her own story to tell. I think this book is very specifically about Sakshi's perception of what the event happened. This is Sakshi's truth of what has happened. And I think for the rest you should read the book, it's outside, you should buy it.
I will, thank you.
We shall give you a copy, Shazia, after this. Okay, any more questions? Yes, please. One last question.
So my question was to Jonathan. Once you started writing this book, did it change your perspective towards athletes and their understanding of sports in life?
Yeah, absolutely. जैसे मैं कहता हूँ कि मछली नहीं जानती कि what is water. For the मछली, water is water. It's what you live in. Even for someone like even शुरू में, like Satyavrat also used to ask, I used to say कि okay, what exactly माने wrestling में क्या होता है, वो माने smell क्या होता है, when your opponent is there, क्या होता है उसमें. And Satyavrat also would try and understand कि मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, because Sakshi would sometimes find it difficult to explain it. I think it's even harder like for an athlete to explain the process of being an athlete. So in Satyavrat would explain कि okay, this is what is thing जब वो माने पकड़ होती है तो ये होता है. That is what happens. So it broadened my understanding of sport itself. A lot of times जब हम, especially when you write about things which just say okay, say some a sport like say cricket, a lot of us have played it, so we understand जो details होती हैं, we immediately understand. जैसे कोई अगर short pitch बोलता है, we immediately understand what is short pitch. कोई swing बोलता है, we immediately understand. Because we have some, even though हमने कोई ऊंचे लेवल पे नहीं खेला, we still understand it. Wrestling is a sport which is very niche. Like it is like like a weight cut. Like there's such a long process. It's so complicated, but it broadens your idea of what sports is, of what the human body is capable of doing. I mean, the mentality of wrestlers is अलग level का mentality होता है उनका. I think it's true for a lot of elite athletes, of course, but getting into the mind of an elite Indian athlete is, it's a once in a lifetime experience, and to find out how their brain works, because their brain works very different from from most of our brains, and we cannot even fathom ki, like when I think about it, ki I know ki if I had ever started wrestling, I would have quit in 1 month. There's no chance I would have continued. So to find out about them, why they, सबके motivations of course अलग होते हैं. सत्यव्रत का motivation अलग था. उनके father बहुत senior wrestler रह चुके हैं, Olympian रह चुके हैं. साक्षी के लिए अलग motivation था. But it's just it broadens your own horizons into what is possible for a human being to do.
I think we are done with the questions now, and thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming here. Indeed, Sakshi Malik has changed the perception of wrestling in India, and she's become an inspiration for many girls. Thank you so much for coming here and talking to us. And
we had a lovely conversation here. If you could all stand together for a photo op. A huge round of applause for the gentlemen here. And with that, we head to the last session of the day, which is the mega session. And it's with the author, Sarah Gerhardt. Sarah, I know you've been here since morning. Before I also came, you were here. So, and she's been waiting and listening to everyone so patiently. So let's begin the last session now. Sarah Gerhardt, on her book, We Share the Sun, the incredible journey of Kenya's legendary running coach, Patrick Sang, and the fastest runners on earth. Author Sarah Gerhardt has specially flown in from New York to be with us. She's a producer, journalist, and athlete. In her biography of a super coach, Patrick Sang, she provides a moving account of the inner workings of the world's greatest distance runners. Special guest coming in from Nairobi is Ezekiel Kemboi Sheboi, winner of the 3,000 meters steeplechase at the 2004 Summer Olympics, the 2009 World Championships, the 2011 World Championship, the 2012 Summer Olympics, and the 2013 World Championship, along with 2015 World Championships. Moderating the session is broadcast journalist Shyam Vasudevan, who has worked in organizations such as Sports Stars and ESPN. I welcome you all on stage.
You can sit here.
Thank you. Sarah. Whew. Hi folks, good evening. Sarah and I have been through these questions quite a few times now. I'm going to abandon this for a bit. Actually, no, I'm quite nervous. So this book is lovely. It's a great book that goes in depth into the minds of one of the greatest long and middle distance coaches in the world, Mr. Patrick Sang. Sarah's done some incredible work there, staying there for about 2 years, Sarah?
I spent collectively 11 months in Kenya.
Yeah.
And you really got into the head of Coach Sang. So I want to start right off the bat. What was it that made him so special, and why Patrick Sang?
Why Patrick Sang? Yeah, I mean, there are many talented, interesting running coaches in the world. However, I was really drawn to Coach Sang for a number of reasons. And to be honest, before I started this project, I didn't know who he was, and we actually had no relationship at all. I had never crossed paths with him. I had never met him. But I've been fascinated by East African running culture for years, and I've profiled some of the most prominent runners in the country. And in 2017, I was able to go behind the scenes at the Boston Marathon and profile the #1 entrant in the field, Emmanuel Mutai, who was the 4th fastest marathoner in history. And it was after I wrote that story, I had this longing to go to Kenya because I wanted to explore and understand the running culture for myself. You know, it's one thing to read about it in a magazine story or in a book, but that's through someone else's lens. And so I just wanted to know from my perspective. So what happened was in spring 2020, this was during the pandemic, a literary agent reached out to me about a story I wrote for Runner's World about ultra trail running. And he wanted me to consider turning that into a book. And I said, at the time, I'm not really interested, but I have other ideas. And my idea was really to write a book about East African running culture. And as I basically thought about the idea, I considered, well, who is behind the talent? Who is behind producing some of these top runners? And that's how I came to Patrick Sang. And he actually tends to shy away from the media. He keeps a really low profile because that's just the nature of his personality. So I couldn't find much information about him, to be honest, other than the fact that he went to the University of Texas in the 80s. He was recruited all the way from Kenya, which is quite rare. He graduated early with a degree in economics and geography and went on to earn a master's in city planning, all the while coaching himself through 2 Olympics, including earning a silver medal in Barcelona, and he helped Kenya sweep the podium for the first time. So I had like these facts, and I just knew I needed to know more.
And you chased him down?
I chased him down for months. And we actually have a mutual contact, and I reached out to the contact, and I was begging him to connect me to Coach Sang, basically, and he prefaced with, I don't know if he'll be open to this idea, I have to tell you, because he is a really private person, but I'll at least connect you, and you can share your idea. And he did that, and I basically had to present my idea, and we went back and forth for months, and we had a lot of conversations on the phone that would be upwards of an hour talking about all things, ironically, but running. So we would talk about politics, we would talk about world affairs, education, all of that. And I knew pretty early that he would be a really good conversationalist. And if someone's a good conversationalist, they'll be a good subject.
Funny thing about Sarah is, I think in the book it says she's run 16 marathons. She's run 4 more since then. That means you've run 20 now.
Yeah. Yeah, well actually it says 14. So this was published in April 2023, and I've run 6 more since then, which sounds kind of crazy, but 5 of them were this year.
And you did 4 marathons in 4 days, right?
Yeah, so in April—
4 marathons in 4 days.
Yeah. In April, I was part of a special project, and I did my first ultra endurance challenge in Namibia. So I ran in the Kalahari and Namib Desert, which was really crazy. Yeah, it was an amazing experience, though.
And Sarah, I think you really got into the head of Coach Sang. You got to understand his coaching philosophy, which is more than just the track. It sort of translates into life. I think the 3 fundamentals are high moral standards, modesty, and common sense.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about that. I think even Kipchoge refers to him as a life coach, or not just a track coach.
Yeah, definitely. So the way that Coach Sang approaches the sport, I think, is really different from other coaches. He has a really holistic approach, and he focuses on this core question of, if you take athletics out of the human being, what is left? And I think that is an interesting way to develop an athlete. It's looking at not how you perform on the track or on the road, it's how you perform in the world. And I think too often we view sport as very narrow and kind of one-dimensional. He actually said in a story I read that was published by World Athletics, is the last thing that you want is to develop a superstar athlete who is out of touch with society. And this is one of the reasons why he really focuses on education. So he actually won't coach anybody who hasn't finished high school. And one of the reasons for that is, education is held in such high regard. It's something that he views as necessary for developing interpersonal skills, communication, social skills, which ultimately develop your character. And he says character really it's everything.
You mentioned a superstar athlete, and I'm sitting next to steeplechase royalty right here. 2 Olympic gold medals, 4 World Championship gold medals. He's got just 1 bronze in his entire career. I mean, come on. Come on. Whew, man. Feel my hand shaking? Mr. Game Boy.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what makes Kenyan tennis so special. As Sarah mentioned in terms of how the philosophy works. It's that, and the book's title, of course, says, "We Share the Sun." What makes you so special? What is this obsession that Kenyan runners have with the steeplechase? We just can't seem to beat you at it.
I think, first of all, our geography in Kenya, the landscape is so nice for middle and long distance, especially steeplechase, because in Kenya, when I used to be young, we were hearing about steeplechase guys being a Kenyan tradition, but now it has gone to Ethiopia and USA. Naturally, I think it was something long ago for Kenya, but now it's changed. Yeah. Because now we also have one Indian guy, the young guy, is good. One time, he'll be an Olympic champion. Trust me.
But if you could sort of just break it down as to what makes Kenyan runners so special, is it because sort of there's so many of you that are so good in such a small time frame that you push each other to the limit that actually brings out the best in each of you?
Yeah, I think steeplechase is the most easiest event in the world compared to marathon. It's about the technique, jumping the barriers and running the flat course and the water. So that one.
That doesn't sound very easy, Game Boy.
It is for me. Yeah, it's for me. So I think in Kenya, everybody wants to be a steeplechaser. That's why it has been a tradition. Even if you meet some young children, they want to be steeplechasers like the former one. So that's one key is giving us a going. Yeah.
And Sarah, could you sort of going back to when you sort of got to meet Coach Patrick for the first time, you went to Kaptigat, you saw the facilities there. It's a very different scenario from the US, which is now sort of the holy grail for athletics. We've got your underwater treadmills, anti-gravity treadmills, indoor training tracks, swimming pools. You've got the world's greatest facilities there. But back home in Kaptigat, it's much different. You've got a track, you've got a field, you've got a run.
Yeah.
What brings out sort of these champion and world beaters from such simple sort of surroundings?
Yeah. Has anyone here ever been to Kenya? Yeah, have you been to the Rift Valley? Okay, so you have an understanding. So the Rift Valley it's really unique, and where Eliud Kipchoge trains, it's in an area called Kaptigat, which is a really small village that's about 2,400, 2,500 meters altitude, which is quite high. And there is nothing to do besides run and sleep. Yeah. So it's basically farmland, and it's really lush and green with long rolling hills, and it's a huge playground for a distance runner. And the camp is quite secluded, and it's basically locals and this camp that is located kind of off the road down a long driveway. And the way that it's set up, you almost think that you're going into what seems like a retreat, because it's full of fruit trees, and it's really quiet, it's really peaceful, but it is quite bare. So the building is one dormitory for men and then one for the few women that are part of the camp, which is like 5. And it was originally built for developing athletes. It wasn't meant to be this elite facility, what it has become, but it's quite basic and what we would consider humble and quite modest. So they don't, in fact, have a gym. So for strength training, they actually pull yoga mats onto the lawn with some weights, and they just exercise. They just exercise in the lawn, and sometimes they'll commute 40 minutes away to go to the gym if they want to use a proper weight room. But they make it work, and actually the way that the camp operates, the athletes maintain the space. So they do all the cleaning, they maintain the food budget, and even someone like Eliud Kipchoge will mop the floors.
Wait, say that again?
Someone like Eliud Kipchoge will mop the floors after running 40K. It's just like that. It's very cohesive, and there's a lot of synergy there. And in the book, I describe it as like an energy vortex. It's a really unique feeling. But they have proven time and again that the way that they operate, it seems to work. And I find that in the West, particularly in the US and Europe, we tend to overcomplicate our training. We want to have the latest tech gadgets. We want to have the latest carbon shoes and the apparel. We need to have all these fancy things, but there, it's really stripped down and it's quite basic, and they show the purity of the sport. Yeah, at the end of the day, you just need running shoes, and even in Kenya, there are many runners that run without shoes. So yeah, there's a simplicity and purity there that I don't really see other places, and I find it really lovely, and I think that is a contributor to their success.
I think, Sarah, one recurring theme in the book is the word why. There's one sort of excerpt that I picked up, which is the why is crucial. The why pushes one to be better every day. You've clearly laid a lot of emphasis on the why, and I've just got one question: why?
Yeah, the why. The why is really understanding your purpose. It's really your driving force, like what gets you up in the morning and what makes you do what you're doing. And I think oftentimes we're not always totally clear on our why. So in order to be a successful athlete, you have to understand your direction. So that is what I mean by the why. Yeah.
And Kimboy, what was your why? What was your purpose that got you to become one of the greatest ever to race the track?
I wanted always to be the best in the world. That one gave me morale, support, because I always wanted to win everything. Yeah, I wanted to win everything in the world, and I did that. I wanted to be Olympic champion, world champion, Commonwealth champion, African champion, Kenyan champion, and I achieved.
I think you said champion like 12 times in that sentence.
Yeah, that one proved to me right that everything is possible. So long as you trust yourself, believe in yourself, everything is possible. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything you could have done more, considering you're a champion, world champion. But at some point, obviously you've grown up at the same time as Kipchoge. You guys were around the same age group. He had a chance to train Patrick through his career. You trained with Coach Patrick as well, I think in your early days. Do you feel at some point maybe you could have had a chance to work with Patrick, or maybe things would have been different?
My coach is Moses Kiptanui. He's a former steeplechasers, and the coach of Eliud Kipchoge is Patrick Sang, former steeplechasers. So both of the coaches, we are from the same town, Eldoret. We are in the same neighborhood. It's called Elgon View. I've been with Eliud since throughout national team, since 2001, 2002, 2003 in Paris, 2004 Olympics, 2005 Berlin, 2006 until 2016 in Rio Olympics. So we've been with Eliud. We are good friends, and also Coach Patrick, we are good friends. Yeah, sometimes I consult him about some things in athletics. Yeah. Yes.
So that kind of brings me back to the next point, which is, I think Coach Sang's philosophy is more than just running, right? We touched about this a little earlier, but sort of delve deeper into that. It's sort of, he wants to make you a holistic human being. It's very holistic the way he approaches coaching, and I think education is an absolute must in his camp, right? So you kind of think that is probably what gets out the best of these runners, because they have the discipline that they can't just run, but they've got to study to back themselves up. Because there's an excerpt where I remember a young runner had come to coach and he said, no, if you haven't finished your education, you can't join me, because what about life after your track career? What if this doesn't work out? What if you fail? Then what? Does that sort of inculcate a deeper sense of responsibility and dedication in the athletes?
Yeah, so I think it was a few years ago, management approached Coach Sang with 2 high school boys who wanted to be part of the camp, but he told them no, despite the fact that they had a lot of talent. He told them, go back to school first and then come back to me. And he said, that's just being responsible. But in terms of education, yeah, I mean, he asks his athletes, what are you going to do if running doesn't work out? But, athletes have such a narrow window to succeed that they have to have a backup plan. And he views education as being really foundational. And just to give you an example of creating a holistic athlete, we can look at someone like Eliud Kipchoge, who has his foundation, the Eliud Kipchoge Foundation, which focuses on 2 pillars, which is education and the environment. So running has very much influenced him to want to give back to society. His why. So with his foundation, his goal is to develop libraries all over the country and then ultimately all over Africa. And in terms of the environmental component, it's to build more trees, indigenous trees, all around the country. And, we don't really look at athletes in that way. It's always about what number can you produce, how fast can you run, how long can you run. But there's so much more to an athlete. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to write this book, was because I wanted to unveil his approach to coaching is this way. It's developing the human.
Overall sort of development, not just as an athlete, but as a human being as
Great.
well. I think one thing that sort of I took away was Coach Sang saying, set goals and not expectations. And that sort of will drive you closer to where you want to be. Because if you want to win a medal, you focus on winning the medal, but not the timing that you want to win, perhaps. Do you think that sort of makes him, in some sense, the Socrates of the athletics track and field world, in terms of he always pushed his athletes sort of think deeper, answer tougher questions, and sort of do a lot of introspection before actually, getting to where they were going to get?
Yeah, so I think the language Swahili is quite poetic. I think it's a really beautiful language. And he talks in parables. So you'll walk away from a conversation and you'll have to interpret what he just said. And even in just casual conversations, he'll say really beautiful phrases like on the topic of worrying. We tend to worry a lot. And he said, life is like water poured on the ground. It naturally finds its course. Things like that, which I think is really beautiful. He just speaks like that. You just want to write things down. But yeah, his idea is to, he wants his athletes to really think for themselves and not be sheep in the world. This is the best way I can put it. Yeah, be leaders, not followers.
Yeah, and I think, Coach Sang's philosophies worked phenomenally well for Kenyan running, long distance, middle distance runners, steeplechases, of course. Then came about this phenom named Soufiane El Bakkali. 2021, 2024, El Bakkali comes in, ends the domination of Kenyan steeplechase history. How did you see that, Kimboy? Did you sort of see that coming at any point? Did you think that that domination of the steeplechase would ever come to an end?
What I can say is everything is possible. Kenya used to dominate steeplechase, but El Bakkali came and Lamecha Kirma from Ethiopia. Yep. As you can remember, this year in Olympics in Paris, about 100 meters, 200, there were some changes in 200 about Botswana guy, Teboko. Yeah, nobody knew that he could win from the US and Jamaica. So, to me, as a sports person, everything is possible. Always, there's a new champion. That's what I was saying initially. I told you about the young Indian, steeplechaser. One day, one time. Yep. Given the good coaching and good environment for training, he can be a champion. So everything is possible. Yes.
And Sarah, was this something that coach used to touch upon in terms of opposition? Because I know he focused a lot on how his athletes could become the best versions of themselves. But did he also sort of hold sessions on the opposition, sort of how to tackle someone like a Bakkali, who at that point was threatening to get to that gold medal at the Olympics?
I would say that his advice to every single one of his athletes is to, when you're on the starting line, treat yourself as the best one. That was something that Eliud had relayed to me. Always just don't think about other people. It's think about yourself as the best one. Yes.
And that worked. It worked wonders.
Yeah, it's going to work, yeah.
Seemed to work.
And I think almost everybody that Coach Patrick Sang had in his academy, in his group, he knew they were destined for success. Was it anybody that he felt perhaps wasn't 100% that he held on to, or was it a very strict sort of entry system where, no, only if I believe that you can get to the podium will I actually have you in my camp?
So I'm not sure I understand your question.
So was there anybody that he think would not, or rather, did he believe in every single person that he had in his camp, that they would get to the podium? Because there were a couple of instances, I think one athlete unfortunately went into alcoholism, rehabbed, came back, slipped into alcoholism again. How do you sort of handle those scenarios, which are far from ideal for, you know, a track coach?
Yeah, so the camp, first of all, it's really difficult to get into, and you're basically, from what I understand, given a year trial. But I did ask him, have you ever had to kick any athletes out? And he said yes. And there was a situation in which an athlete was struggling with alcoholism, and he left the camp, but he decided that he wanted to come back, and he let him in. So, yeah, I mean, there are instances in which if an athlete isn't focused, they don't really belong in the camp, because it's the top camp in the country, and it is quite serious. But he is willing to give someone a second chance because he does see their potential. Yeah.
He was very sort of in that sense, it's okay if you mess up once, you can always come back and give it another go.
Yeah. Maybe not 10 times in a row, but yeah, a second chance for sure.
Right. And Kemba, is something, again, I'm going to touch upon this again, which, you know, just in terms of, it's a unit, right? The book started, We Share the Sun.
Yes.
Right? It's a unit. All of you back in Kenya, all the runners are together. It's not like, it's not I, it's we. It's ours. The sun is ours. How does that translate to sort of the track world? And do you think that's why Kenyan runners are so successful? Because it's a unit, it's a pack, it's a squad?
Yeah, I think all of us in this world, we share the sun. Everybody we share. The sun that shines here in India, same as in Kenya. It doesn't shine brighter in Kenya, less in India, but same sunshine. So in Kenya, we trust that process that we share the sun, and in Kiswahili we say tunagawa jua. So we share the sun, yes.
Yeah.
So it's up to you to do your best, because same sunshine, same blessings, but what you do matters most. Yeah.
And a round of applause for that. I mean, come on. That gave me goosebumps. And Salah, was that the reason why you chose this as the title? Did you hear of this phrase when you were during your time in Kenya?
Yeah, so I learned this phrase, tunagawa jua, when I was my first trip to Kenya, and I thought it was so beautiful. I'd never heard it before, so I wrote it down, and I was thinking, like, what do I do with this? And to be honest, I had a totally different title for this book initially that was really boring. It was Making Champions. So I'm really glad that I changed it, because that's really vanilla. But the title is not meant to be so literal. It's actually esoteric. And what I mean by We Share the Sun, it relates to this concept of Ubuntu, if you're familiar with that, which is the idea of humanity, of purpose, interconnectedness, focusing on core principles of respect and compassion and solidarity. And these are all things that I witnessed at the camp, as well as the running culture in Kenya. So I thought it was an appropriate title.
Can applause, please? Yes. And Kemboy, where do you see this running phenomenon going forward? Looking at the next 10 to 12 years, where do you see Kenya in terms of the steeplechase division, in terms of long distance, middle distance? Where do you see them sort of breaking new barriers? Or are there new barriers to be broken?
Yeah, I think going forward now in sports, a lot of science has developed. During our time, we never had, like now there's the shoe technology. Everybody knows about the new shoe that gives at least some advantage. During our time, we used the other shoes, but nowadays the shoe is the best. And also the light. Now people are running, they have got the light, what's it called? The one that's guiding, when you want to break the record, the light, you know?
The light.
Yeah, the lighting system nowadays. Yeah, it gives you, when you are slower or faster.
Oh, right.
Yes, yes. So everything nowadays is about science.
Right.
Also about air intake, they've got technology to test your whatever.
Your torque, excess, Yeah.
Yeah.
Lot of science there.
A lot of science, but during our time it was natural. Just pure natural, yeah. So I think going forward, some records will be broken. Yeah. With the science, everything is possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One thing that fascinates, I think, all of us who watch the steeplechase, any middle distance, long distance running event, is the kick.
Yes.
The last 30 meters, the lactic acid's building up.
Yeah.
You just want to be done, get to your bed, grab a nap, get some food into your body. How do you pull along in those last 30 meters? And what does it take to pull every single kilogram that you weigh across that finish line?
During my training, I used to, specifically, I had like 3 mentalities. One is endurance, the second one was speed, and the third one was technique. Because I had a different technique on jumping the barriers. Because I remember most of the athletes, I could leave them at the waters and sprint fast. So I had a different way of attacking the barriers.
Superb. And I think you make it sound so easy, Game Boy, honestly.
Yeah, it was very easy for me. Yeah.
That's Game Boy for you. Sir, I want to wrap this up by asking you, you're an avid marathoner. You've run a lot of marathons. Are we going to see you at the Olympics someday?
As a spectator or a reporter?
Both.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Superb. That was our session, guys. Thank you so much for listening in. Throwing the floor. I am going to throw the floor open for questions now.
Yes, can we have the question from you?
Okay, I'm going to first go to Mr. Shah Rukh Khan here. He's our national record holder in the juniors. He's also a SAF gold medalist and a Asian Championship silver medalist, juniors. So, Shah Rukh, over to you.
Go ahead.
सर मेरा सवाल है सर जैसे वर्कआउट करते हैं वर्कआउट में बीच में ही बॉडी एकदम भर जाती है उसके बाद लगता है नहीं पूरा हो पाएगा तो ऐसा क्या करें कि मेरा वर्कआउट और अच्छा हो इम्प्रूवमेंट और आए आगे के लिए
So he's essentially saying that when he works out, he gets tired midway and he feels quite exhausted. So he wants to know how can he extend his workout sessions to make sure he gets the best out of them.
I think it talks about endurance. It depends where you train. To me, weather in Africa is good, Ethiopia or Kenya, but New Delhi, no. Because the weather here is not friendly to me.
No, sir, India.
So about what you said, you get tired. I think you need to take a lot of intake of training, capacity building, that's endurance, and then the speed is possible. My request to you and your coach, you can visit Africa for like 1 month, altitude training, for you to get more oxygen and for your body to adapt. You'll not get tired, you'll be the best.
I think आपको अभी visa office जाना चाहिए. जल्दी से visa apply कर लो.
ठीक है सर.
You will coach him, right, if he comes to Kenya?
Yeah, now I'm starting in Kenya to be a coach. If you will come to Kenya, I'll be so grateful because when you come to stay with Kemboy, when you go to competition, you win, you will say in the news that I was with Kemboy and I'll be the best man on that.
Well, that's very sweet of him. I've been observing him that he's been with everyone here, talking to everyone and then taking selfies and inviting everyone to Kenya. So any book that we can see written by yourself of giving the recipe of how to be happy and humble? I mean, he's the 2-time Olympic gold medalist and so many laurels to your name. Any secret recipe to that, Mr. Kemboy?
Yeah, right now, what I've started in Kenya, I have some athletes, almost 30 to 40 athletes, but specifically steeplechase. So I'll be happy if you talk to your coach and your federation to come to Kenya. We will support you.
That is great. Round of applause, guys. Right there. Let's go.
I think Jonathan wants to ask a question. Please go ahead.
Can I ask Sarah? You mentioned the Rift Valley. I've always been fascinated by one aspect of the Rift Valley. To the eastern side with Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, you have all the long distance runners, and to the other side you have like say you have Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Ghana, where they're all 400 and less, like sprinters. I mean, you spend a lot of time. I mean, I've met a few people who, one of the first guys to get to Africa, Kim McDonald, Rupi might have spoken to. He was a great friend of ours. So isn't there anything that you noticed onto the east and the west side of the Rift Valley? That's what I want to ask you, and I'll ask you something else.
In terms of it being ideal for...
The distance runners and the sprinters.
I didn't really meet any sprinters because Kenya...
No, yeah, you'd be on the other side, on
Yeah.
the eastern side.
Yeah. Well, I can't really speak to that a whole lot because I didn't really encounter many sprinters in Kenya. I think they train more south around Nairobi. But I think sprinters in general, they don't really train at altitude much. And the Rift Valley is more for endurance. So actually, triathletes and ultra runners will go there as well. So I think that's really the biggest difference is it being 2,400 meters above sea level. And that's really powerful for endurance.
Ezekiel.
Yes. I think, again, in this room, Rupinder and I would probably be the only people who saw your coach run in '92 in Barcelona.
Thank you.
I think he got a silver medal behind Matthew Binney.
Yes.
I think Matthew Binney was the winner there. A lot of Kenyan athletes have actually been lured by the Middle East, by Qatar, by Bahrain, you know, all these, even not exactly the Saudis, but the UAE. I mean, with a lot of money, with a lot of riches, with a lot of rewards. Why did you stay on in Kenya? I mean, you know, these guys made tons of money. I mean, you had to run. You had to go to New York to run. You had to go to Europe to run to make money. And you could have just simply taken a flight and made a lot of money.
Yes, that's a good question. I can answer the first question about altitude. Me personally from Rift Valley. Rift Valley is with a very good geography. Landscape is very nice for this long distance. And some parts of Uganda, where Cheptegei and Kiblimo, that lies same line of Rift Valley. It's an island. Also to Ethiopia, southern part of Ethiopia, they are near Turkana, Kenya. That's most of that is from. And Tanzania. About citizenship, I remember 2003, the Qatari came to Kenya. Most of my friends went to Qatar and Bahrain. They approached me personally. They were paying some huge money. Some guys who went there with some guys, yeah. I know most of them, like Shaheen. Yeah. He was number one in Paris. I was number 2. He was by then he was paid around $2 million. They came also to me, same amount. But I said, me as K-boy, I'll never change my name. I want to be a Kenyan. I'm a patriot. So, because about money, money is nothing. It's good to be yourself. That's why I said I want to be K-boy. I ran for Kenya. Whether Kenya based me or not, I remain a Kenyan. So, what I want to tell you, always be a patriot of your country. Never be swayed by some things. Be loyal to your country.
And that's why you're wearing the Kenyan colors today as well.
Yeah. Also, to add on that, after that, I was enrolled in Kenya Police. Because when I ran Paris, I joined the Kenya Police, and also 2004. And the president by then was Mwai Kibaki. I was the only Kenyan in Athens Olympics. I won the only medal, called medalist. And the president called me himself and told me, what promotion do you need in the police? And I told him, and he promoted me on the airport arrival. So now in Kenya, I'm, I think number 3 in the National Service of Police. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, Kipkeno, yeah. I was young when he was still in the police. And I was lucky to be at this center, Eldoret High Performance Training Center, Kipkeno. I stayed scholarship of IAAF, IOC, 4 years. Yeah, so I'm so lucky. Thank you.
Kip came to India as a national coach. He was here with us.
He was here for many years.
Sunday races from the National Stadium to the Rashtrapati Bhavan and back.
Oh, thank you.
Questions?
Yes.
Yeah. And receive him at the airport. He used to be my coach.
Alright, Mr. Ezekiel here. You did it once, you could have been happy. You did it again, you could have stopped. You did it thrice, you could have been satisfied. You kept going. What was it that pushed you to keep going again and again, even when you had achieved all that you had?
I think what I wanted most was always to be the best. When I first won, I just to win, and to win, and to win. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you still winning?
Now I'm resting.
Hi everyone, my question is to Ms. Sarah. So do you think in a country like USA that Patrick Sang's philosophy will work?
I would love to see that happen, but the US is definitely hyper-individualistic. And I think the way that it works in Kenya, the reason why it works is because this cohesion is really cultural. It's ingrained, it's tradition. You know, Kenya is a country with more than 40 different ethnic groups and tribes, and it is very communal in that regard. The US is not so communal, but I would love to see that happen in some way, but I think it would be really difficult because it's a matter of a cultural difference.
It was once tried by Alberto Salazar in Colorado Springs, and a huge number of people, including Mo Farah, landed up there to try and create a kind of alternative to the Kenyan system.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Alberto Salazar?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Everyone's heard of him. So I think that in general, I'll give you an example. So on the brand, the Swiss brand On, they have a team On Athletic Club in Denver, Colorado, and the athletes, they train together, but they don't live together. So I think that's really the difference. Is there is always some kind of individualistic approach. So it's one thing to have a team that trains together, but not so much the synergy is what you might experience in Kenya.
And that Kipchoge, they don't get to mop the floors there.
What's that?
They don't get to mop the floors like Kipchoge does.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, definitely.
But you seem to produce the same kind of athletes in sprints, for example. The Jackie Joyner Kersey's, the Bob Kersey's, now the Sidney McLaughlins, and the list goes on and on. So you all are doing a good job in the US, courtesy the collegiate system, which is equally impressive as compared to what Kenya has done in the long distance.
Yeah.
And you compete with China, which is determined to upset everyone in the world.
Shireen, you have a question?
Hi, Sarah. My question is away from sports. It's about your process of writing, and also, what's your favorite sports book?
Yeah. My favorite sports book is Open by Andre Agassi, which is so phenomenal. I've read it multiple times. And my writing process, so I wrote a proposal. It was a little over 40 pages, and part of the proposal is you're pre-writing some of the chapters. So I had a really detailed outline, and it was a matter of filling it out. But you know, writing a book is a really hard experience. To produce it, it's usually a 3-year process, or it was a 3-year process for me. And I found it really isolating. But my process was basically, I would sometimes get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive to Kaptagat and observe a training session, take a lot of notes, and come back, and I would just write right away. And sometimes I gave myself, well, I compare it to like training for a marathon. I took it in doses. So that for me was breaking it down by word count, because I had to write between 65,000 and 75,000 words. So I broke it down incrementally. Okay, like this day I'm gonna write 1,000 words, and I wanna get to this many words by the end of the week, by the end of the month, by the end of the year. So that was really my approach. And yeah, I'll just say it was really isolating. But I did a lot of it while I was in the Rift Valley, and there, like I mentioned before, it's the countryside, and so there's not much else to do. It's really quiet, and you're able to be hyper-focused. Yeah.
Sarah, in the session before this, Jonathan Selvaraj, who co-wrote the book on wrestling, made a point about the fact that he had to really, even though he'd been covering the sport for a long time, he had to really understand what the terms in wrestling were or what the wrestler goes through. Now, as I understand, you're an athlete yourself, you love running. How much did that help you in understanding Patrick Sang's mind and the mind of some of the runners that you met?
Yeah, definitely. That was everything. I don't think I could have written this book if I wasn't a runner. I've been running for 2 decades, and I've run 20 marathons, so I think that knowledge and that feeling, I have to understand the sport in order to really write about it. And I think that, because I am a runner, I'm able to write in a way that I think I wouldn't be able to if I didn't understand the sport. And yeah.
Sure. Can I ask one last question? If there's time, can I ask one last question? Sarah, when you are writing about someone like Sang, who's heralded, who's on a pedestal everywhere, and you're writing about his achievements and you're writing about him as a person, right? Do you do a lot of research? Do you do a lot of talking to others about him, or is it a lot more about your own impressions of the man? And how would you, let's say, in 2 sentences, describe him?
In 2 sentences?
I know it took an entire book.
Yeah.
But
well, like I mentioned before, before I met him in person, we actually had a lot of phone conversations that were upwards of an hour, talking about a lot of things other than running, ironically. And when I met him in person, our first sit-down interview was 4 hours. So, he's someone who can really talk about everything and anything, even his portfolio. Yeah. I went to the village that he grew up in, which is Kapsisiwa in Kapsabet. Yeah. And I met with Eliud Kipchoge's uncle, and I met with, he and Eliud actually share a really interesting lineage. They're both Nandi, they're both Kalenjin, and under that they're part of a clan. It's called the Talai clan. And they were neighbors growing up, and Eliud's mother was Coach Sang's teacher. So I actually, and for the book, I talked to some people that really knew him growing up in the village, as well as Coach Sang's college coach, who recruited him all the way from Kenya, and that was actually pretty special because his name is Coach Blackwood. He was, I get the impression that he was like a father figure for him. And I talk about this in the book. Coach Sang is the product of, he's the son of, his mother was a second wife to his father, and so his father died when he was pretty young and he didn't really know him. And so his college coach really became like a father figure. There are certainly a lot of people who were influenced by Sang, or Sang was influenced by, that I had to talk to in order to better understand him.
Thank you.
Oh, and to summarize, I didn't add that. To summarize, I would describe him as very serious, humble, considerate, and really, really funny.
Yeah, that was 2 sentences. Perfect. After 75,000 words, you got 2 sentences in.
Any more questions?
Yeah, one last question. So I just wanted to ask you, and I think you answered a bit of it when you talked about the fact that you were a runner and therefore you were able to write so expressively about running. What's your next project going to be, and is it going to be something related to running or a sport that you are not connected with?
Yeah, so I actually want to segue into film, and I would love to produce and co-direct a documentary. Running related would be really lovely, so that's the goal. It's a matter of just getting the right support. I do have an idea about pursuing a documentary about gender-based violence in the women's running community in Kenya, because that's really prevalent, and that's a topic that is really underreported in media. So that is one idea, and then I would also love to do a documentary, a multi-year documentary related to an emerging athlete trying to make an Olympic team, My next big project, though, is I'm on a team for the World Athletics Championships, which are taking place in Tokyo. So I'm on a video producing team, and I will begin doing video interviews with Olympic champions next.
Oh, that's a dream.
Thank you.
Do you have an inkling recently what are deaths amongst the female athletes who have done predominantly well, and a lot of them are related to the family? Do you have any idea why this is happening? We had Chebet, then there was a second, third, and a fourth woman who recently died. Do you have any inkling, having spent so much time there, about
As it relates to gender-based violence?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, gender-based violence is not, it's not specific to the running community. It's actually a worldwide issue. It's one of the biggest human rights issues in the world. And in Kenya, I think I read a stat that 40% of women are affected. Yeah, which is really crazy. But my understanding is, you know, it's a traditional society, and women can get married at a young age. And in the running community, what happens is if they do get married at a young age, it's to an older man who will then sort of swoop in and kind of take control of their life, take control of their finances, coach them, etc. So it's, I don't know if you can speak to this too, it's a cultural issue.
It's basically money and land.
Right.
Yeah, and like you rightly said, it's probably prevalent everywhere, but just because 4 athletes, women athletes have done, you think it's associated with sport.
Yeah.
But it's a much larger problem.
It is, yeah, definitely. And it affects way more than 4 athletes. These athletes they've just been written about in media in a really prominent way, but it affects many, many people who either they don't talk about it because it is pretty taboo still to talk about it. But for this reason, it's why I want to pursue a documentary, because it's a really important topic that, again, is underexposed in media. So I hope I get the support to do that.
Jonathan, you wanted to ask a question. Please go ahead.
I think in Kenya, to be in the national team, you must be the best. Because in our national trials, we could be having around 18 top athletes already qualified, and they need only 3. So you have to be the best. You trust yourself. Because most of athletes, they prepare for those championships. So you have to be the best, and you have to trust yourself. Yes. It's the most hardest thing in Kenya to be in the team. Not like in India where you have 1 athlete in an event. Yeah.
I just want you to point that out.
Nobody to know.
What?
You know all the Indian athletes in the whole West.
Yeah.
Do any of them go into running, or is there a reason why they don't get into it?
Yeah, the predominant tribe that is really successful in endurance running is Kalenjin. But there have been some one-offs from Maasai. David Rudisha is a really good example of that. Yeah. David Rudisha is Maasai. Yeah, he's Maasai. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but it's predominantly Kalenjin, which is in the Rift Valley. Yeah.
But is it so isolated that other part of Kenya is not influenced by what's
The Kikuyu is Rift Valley. Yeah, and the Kisses, where Moriah comes from, Rift Valley, same line, near the equator. Yeah.
We'll take this one last question from Anisha you wanted to ask. We're sending the mic to you.
Thank you very much. Great session, by the way, Sham, Ezekiel, and Sarah. Sarah, given you juggle so many hats, how much do your writing choices inform your creative choices as a producer when you are trying to tell a story through pixels? And you spoke of your aspirations of making a women's sports documentary. Is it a great time to be making women's sports documentaries in specific? If so, any favorites that you would want to mention?
Well, people talk about women's sports having a moment. It's, well, at least in the US, you know, all kinds of brands and companies are starting to support women's sports in a really big way and investing, and I think that's really great. But, you know, women's sports have been around for quite a while, so it's kind of like, it's about time, right? Your question about what influences my creative choices, well, I think that really stems from wanting to be socially conscious in the type of work that I do. So, you know, I want to take on stories and take on work that has a lot of meaning and could potentially impact the audience and impact the world in a positive way. So I think that when I consider what I want to write about, I consider how is this going to influence people's minds. Yeah, ultimately, that's what I think about.
And what's your favorite women's sports documentary?
My favorite sports documentary.
Women's sports.
Oh,
very
women's
specific.
Sports. Well, I can't answer that. I think we need to see more being developed, to be honest, because it's underfunded, underinvestigated, and I think that's a problem.
Well, with the
I'll give you a good one, Sarah. The battle of sexes. The women will beat the men in marathon one day. Already, the world record in women is better than the Indian marathon men record.
Well, thank you so much, and with that, we'll wrap up the session. And thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much, Mr. Kemboi and Shah, to moderate the session. And now we'll break for 10 minutes. Please go have your tea, and then we'll come back for the most exciting part of the evening, that is the awards. So I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you. A huge round of applause for them, and please, if you could stand together for a photograph.
Just last word. I would like to thank so much Mr. Sandeep and Rupinda for inviting me. They have been always on my phone to be available, and I just I'm just here. So thank you so much.
Once everyone take their seats, we can start with the awards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's the most thrilling and anticipated part of our sports literature festival, the Ekamra Sports Book Awards. We have seen a record number of entries this year and a very diverse range of books. A new category this year is sports fiction. Storytelling in this genre usually involves the plot or the character being impacted or influenced by sport. But before we start the awards, can we please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Sandeep Mishra, because he is the director of the Ekamra Film Festival, and he refused to come on stage, but then I think all the applause helps. All right, we'll start with the awards, and I would like to, 3 cheers for Sandeep. All right, so I would like to invite Mr. Kemboy on stage. Please come here to present the awards, and we'll start with the very first award. This award is the Autobiography of the Year, and the jury unanimously decided on Witness by former wrestler Sakshi Malik and co-author Jonathan Silverraj. The book has been published by Juggernaut Books. I would like to invite Jonathan Silverraj to please come and receive the award. Well, this book provides a candid look at the life of an elite athlete and the murky world of Indian sports. It also shows Sakshi as a human being with fears, uncertainties, faults, and foibles. Many congratulations on the awards, Jonathan. Next up, for the Sports Fiction of the Year award, this goes to A Murder is Fixed by Madhav Nayak. Published by HarperCollins, the book is set in Mumbai and is a murder mystery. Shreya Ved, an investigator of a commission probing match fixing in the Mega Cricket League, is found murdered in her office. And we have a short message from the author Madhav, who is based in Singapore. Can we please have the audio?
Huge thanks to the team at Ekamra for having me join virtually and share this message. I couldn't be more delighted and more excited to receive this honor of the best sports fiction book of the year for A Murder is Fixed. The book has received a lot of love and engagement from readers across India and outside as well. And that's something I'm truly, truly grateful for. And now to receive this award from Ekamra, which in some sense sees and reads the best sports writing in the country, it's truly meaningful and special, and all the more so for a first-time author like me. I would also like to thank the wonderful people at HarperCollins India and Jacaranda for believing in A Murder is Fixed, and again, heartfelt appreciation to all my wonderful readers who chose to spend their time reading this book and have showered it with so much love. Congratulations also to all the other winners and participants, and thanks once again Team Ekamra for making this very special moment possible.
And to take the award, we have Trisha from HarperCollins. If you could please come on stage. Congratulations. And now it's time for the Cricket Book of the Year. This award goes to cricketer R. Ashwin and author Siddharth Monga for the book I Have the Streets, a Kutti cricket story. Siddharth works with ESPN and is covering the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Ashwin is also in Australia, and we have a visual message from R. Ashwin.
Hello everyone, this is Ravichandran Ashwin. My book Kutti Story, I Have the Streets, has been welcomed with open arms. I'm so glad that the readers have loved going through my book, and I would like to thank the judges for considering my book worthy of the award, which is the Cricket Book of the Year 2024. I hope to write more, and of course because of national duty I wouldn't be available to receive the award, but I would definitely, I'm definitely so grateful for receiving this award. Thank you so much once again.
And on behalf of Ashwin and Siddharth, Millie from the publisher Penguin Random House would receive the award. Well, this book, I Have the Streets, is not just a memoir of a cricketer, but a manual for anyone aspiring to achieve greatness in sports. Congratulations once again. We also have the special jury award this year. This award is reserved for a book that has tried to traverse an unusual path. The award goes to Aditya Iyer's Gully Gully Travels Around India during the 2023 World Cup. And he is here to receive the award. Well, Gully Gully reveals not only what cricket means to India, but also what Indians mean to cricket by capturing the best and the worst of us. Give your best smile, Aditya. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. And now for the Sports Book Publisher of the Year award. Penguin Random House India has dominated this year's awards across genres. Receiving the award is Millie Aishwarya, publisher of the adult publishing group at Penguin Random House India. Seems like, Millie, your hands are full this evening. A huge round of applause for Penguin Random House. And now for the grand finale, the Sports Book of the Year. The jury looks at parameters such as quality of writing, depth of research, originality of the subject, and the impact that it has on the sporting landscape. The award goes to Boundary Lab, inside the global experiment called Sport by Nandan Kamath. And we also have a video message from him.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited to hear that my book, Boundary Lab, has won Sports Book of the Year at the Ekamra Sports Book Awards 2024. This was a labor of love. I spent many years writing, talking about the role of sport in society and how it helps us understand, define, and even redefine many of our boundaries, be they physical, legal, moral, social. And I believe that sport has a really important role in helping us populate and understand our public domain. So it's very exciting that this book has been received well and also features among such wonderful other writing, biographies, autobiographies, cricket writing, and other sports writing, which all play such an important role in helping us describe, celebrate, and in many ways critique sport in very, very important ways that helps populate and nourish our public domain. So I'm very excited. Thank you to the organizers for the festival and for the awards and for acknowledging Boundary Lab. Many congratulations to all of the other winners, and my grateful thanks to my publisher, Penguin, and my editor, Karthik Venkatesh, who really believed in this book and helped bring it to fruition. Many, many people supported the writing of this book, and a huge thank you to all of them as well. Hope you have an enjoyable evening and continue to write and read and celebrate Indian sport among all of the various things that you read and write about. Thank you.
Once again, I would like to invite Millie to please come on stage and receive the award. A huge round of applause once again. Thank you, Mr. Kamboy, for presenting the awards. Thank you so much for coming. And with that, we come to the end of the 6th edition of the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed and had a great day. Thank you so much. This is your host, Yashika Gupta, signing off. Thank you very much.